starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ明治 Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit
ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ明治Hello
starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ。明治。Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold, any way to unfold. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold, any way to unfold. lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. Converge and dreams ignite. There are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Taking the ride, make it, break it, hit it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. ultimate prize when hope seems so far. I'll reach for the stars in the heart of the storm. I am reborn. I am reborn. You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till I fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride. Make it, break it, hate it, I've tried. You won't get me down. No, I'll never back
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. Through the darkest of nights, I will fight.
You won't get me down! You won't get me down! I'll get back on track with that fearful attack. I'll always come back around. Hey, there you go. Nice, nice.
Nice, that's
Nice.
so
Good job.
nice.
Nice.
Nice. So
Okay, now let's get serious. Come on. Like here, we're at the M6 Swiss stage. We are here, we're professional. We want to make sure everything goes right. Hello everyone, welcome to the M6 Swiss stage. My name is Afel, and alongside with me is the guy that has his emotional pillar as his wife and his daughter. His name is Trex. And also the girl in the middle, the way that she calms down is by doing live on Instagram. Give it up for Brigida. Brigida, how are you feeling?
thanks to the Instagram live, yes, I'm feeling a little bit less nervous, but I'm above anything, I think I'm super duper excited to work with the both of you. Like, it's been a while. I think the last time we saw each other was on the podcast.
Where you said
like,
that the
mm.
Malaysian streams will get crushed.
And you forgot my name.
And you forgot his name. Who's his name?
No, there's a difference. Okay, you forced me to say that. So just a clarification, he forced me to say that. He wanted like some heated statements from like a guest on the podcast who didn't want like to get clipped or anything. But it is
By the
what
way,
it is.
Trex, I asked her what's your name, and she still hasn't answered.
She still said it. My name's Trex, just to let you guys know, here on day 3 of the Swiss stage. I will be the one that brings us back together. This is our chaos.
Hey. But here's the thing. You guys at home, experience the thrill of gaming in real life. At Kadia's Gaming and Esport District, every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment. Do you like thrills?
Yes!
Do you like
Yes.
experience?
Yes.
Then go to Kadia Gaming. We've been there, and it's been an amazing time. Speaking of amazing time, we have a lot of matches for today. We have a best of 3, a best of 1, a best of 1, and another best of 3, where today an elimination match will happen. And I gotta say, it's been very unexpected. Let me tell you that. When I came for the MCs, I'm just like, okay, predictions are here and there, but after day number 1, I'm not doing predictions, man. I mean, we'll do it here because it's part of my job, but you know. What about you, Trex? How's your prediction been going?
I've had one prediction that has gone very well.
The BTK
The
one?
BTK ones. They've gone very well. Very happy with that. And the rest, yeah, I think I'm about 80% wrong. As most people.
You know what? Most people are wrong. That's my motto, and I'm going to stick with it. Right now, we got to talk about greater than ever or come back stronger. One will advance, one will fall. This is the nature of competition. Someone has to be a champion, someone has to be second place, and someone has to be last place. And again, today we'll be having those elimination matches, which is why you guys can see we're all wearing black. We're you know,
It's the funeral.
we have a theme. We have a team.
It's a plan.
It's a plan.
Somebody's going home today.
Somebody
And
is
tomorrow. From here on, teams will be going home, teams will be going down, and we are paying our due respects for that.
Oh yeah, but also I think the casters have a little bit of color in them because
Yeah.
we also have to celebrate. I mean, it's not just teams who will get eliminated today.
Yeah,
There
but
are
I don't like
all-
one of them.
You don't like what?
Which one?
I don't like one of them.
Why? Why
Why
one?
not?
Which one? Like
Brigida, no, Brigida, in your life, Brigida, you need someone that you like, you need someone that you dislike. You can't just like
we
everyone.
do? Oh yeah, right.
A lot of people don't like me. That's the nature of how everything works. But yeah, we're gonna have to move on here. Well, we've been looking at the bracket. Looking at the bracket for today, no one has been eliminated just yet. On the first day as well as the second day, we had 8 best of ones for both the first day as well as the second. And today, like I said earlier, we'll be having elimination matches, best of 3, best of 1, and then ending at the best of 3 as well. And again, like you guys have been seeing throughout the Swiss stage, a lot of surprises has happened. And again, we're about to jump the 2-0 bracket as well as the 0-2 bracket. It will be a best of 3. So cheeses are great.
Yeah.
But now people will start seeing it coming.
Yeah, I mean, I was really thinking about how prior to starting the entire Swiss stage, teams really had ample time to prepare, right? Like they knew who they're going up first against once they entered the Swiss stage, but things became really different. I feel like it was really inevitable to be taken by surprise by a lot of these teams. Like for some, you'd think they'd come in with cheese strategies, but then eventually you face them and they're just so normal.
Yeah, now we're going to look at today's schedule. We'll start with Evolve McCom. It's going up against KBG. Afterwards, it's going to be S2G going up against NIP Flash. That's going to be the best of 1 match. The other best of 1 match is going to be Selangor Giants going up against Falcon. And the final match of the day, which is going to be the 2-0 bracket, Twisted Minds going up against RRQ. So the first match of today, that's going to be the elimination match where, especially for KBG, a lot of hype really came to them after the performance of Tianfeng Yaguai. But so far, they haven't really made a lot of noise. But to be fair, they went up against 2 Indonesian teams, man.
Yeah, they definitely went up against some monsters, but even then, I mean, DFYG, there was some, from drafting to gameplay, it felt like they were bringing the full package, and my hopes for KBG were just kind of through the roof.
Yeah, see.
And right now it feels like they're not really matching that. Hopefully once they get to this best of 3, I think they'll have a bit more time to adapt, a bit more time to think about what their opponents are going to draft. You have some time to learn about your opponents, so hopefully that is the big difference maker for all the KBG fans. But it's kind of the same exact story for Maycam.
Yep.
We've seen them kind of draft a little oddly, kind of play a little oddly, and this is their time to tighten things up because this is essentially one of your last shots.
Yeah, I mean, like at the first time, they tried to play their signature Yisun Shin, but then we all saw how they weren't really able to pull it off. And then the next time we see them, it seems like they tried to adjust a little bit more. We saw the Suyu come in, and the Aurora tried to stick with a little bit more of the meta heroes, but then even then, it wasn't really an easy task for them to pull off. It's been a struggle for Maycam Evolve, but now that they are about to head into the best of 3s, we're hoping to see something different from them in terms of their approach. It's really the time that we see their nothing to lose mindset. It's more of like they have everything to win this time around.
Yeah, so now we have to transition to our topic for today. This is going to be the fate on the line. M6 first elimination duel between both teams here, where again, you guys have been talking about it just a little bit, like what Brigida said. Before it is nothing to lose, but now this is the real deal. If you lose here, you're gonna get eliminated. And like you said, Maycam Evolve, they use the Yisun Shin. That is an Aurora classic, but in this meta right now, honestly, it does feel very punishing if you want to go for that late game. We've seen teams like Twisted Minds make it happen with the Sicilian and Bruno. They were able to get a comeback.
That's true.
But is that a good way to approach the game, Trikes?
I mean, picking Bruno is definitely a good way to approach the game, no matter what. The Sicilian, Definitely, I mean, the possibilities are there. I think as long as you stay within the meta and some of the outbounds of the meta, you don't get too far off. I think at this point of the game, you definitely have to keep it tight. There's no surprises anymore, right? There's no, oh, we're going to do this and try to catch you off guard in a best of one. You need to be ready. You need to know what part of this meta fits your team, because there's a lot of teams playing different things, right? Like we're seeing some teams focus around the Fredrin. We're seeing some teams pick up the Hayabusa. We're seeing some teams, you know, pick up the Nolan and things of that nature, the Suyo. So there's different corners and pockets of the meta that you can fit in, but you got to pick one and stick to it.
Personally, for me, I feel like this meta is all about burst. Teams that have a lot more damage really have a big upside when it comes to the team fights, which kind of, when you look at it, Aurora really likes that Yi Sun-shin. Farming up, and then honestly, I would say Yi Sun-shin, he dances in a team fight. He doesn't go in and then kills everyone very, very fast, which kind of makes it feel like Yi Sun-shin is probably good in rank, but I don't know, in professional play, that prolonged team fight, is it really good to have prolonged team fights in this meta?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, especially those who we see get to really draft in a pattern that suits those extended team fights and are really prepared to take on these extended team fights, have the advantage. But in Maycom Evolve's case, during the first time, we actually saw them not just go with the Yi Sun-shin, it was also with the Bruno. And typically, if you had the Bruno, you would play around it.
Yep.
You would really try to maximize it to the fullest of its potential during the early stages of the game. So now that your attention is kind of split, you really have to provide the space for Aurora to farm on the Yi Sun-shin, all the while just allowing the goal later, the Bruno, to maintain his lane. It became kind of difficult, especially for a team like Team Spirit. They were up against Team Spirit that time, right? They were just really so forceful on the early game rotations, and King Bomba, he's just so active as well in that. So now that they're going up against KVG, I think they've been struggling also in terms of timings. I mean, they've been up against Indonesian teams for 2 games in a row. Like, it's so hard to find those timings when you're up against those teams.
Yeah, after this, we have actually a quote from Coach Webby, if I'm not mistaken, on learning from the ID Titans. So now we will see what he has to say. And again, learning from the Titans of Indonesia. It's tough going up against them because they're strong. We missed a lot of crucial details. First, our EXP laner got solo killed, which made the turtle fight awkward for us. Then we tried to kite the turtle out, we got caught. Mistakes like these shouldn't happen. Moving forward, we'll need to analyze our opponents more closely to adapt to their specific playstyle and adjust our ban pick strategies. We'll also review our game replays to pinpoint areas for improvement. The issue is, this might be the last time that they can do it. Going up against Maycom Evolve in a best of 3, you will have like, what, 5 minutes, 7 minutes tops for you to really understand what your opponent is doing. And we have to see whether the coaching staff from KBG can actually do it. Because again, just to remind everyone, this is an elimination match. So far, the first 2 days, no one got eliminated. This will be the very, very first one. Do you think 5 to 7 minutes is enough, Trex, for you to really understand what your opponent has done in one game?
I mean, it's definitely tough, and not only that, they've only had, what, 12 hours that they've known their opponent, you know? I mean, it's literally, that's where I think the coaching and the analysis, the backside of these teams, they're really getting put to the test right now, and it's why I think I'm going to keep harping back to that. You know, you got to keep things simple, you can't get too crazy, but even as he said, in that game, you know, they lose the XP laner, they still go for turtle. There's some of those small mistakes that they also need to tighten up around. Like, the draft is important, but I think it's the whole package here that they have to make sure everyone is prepared for. Now, they only have 5 minutes in between games, but they could have a full 3 games here to at least get better. Right? They have a full 3 games to adapt, and that could be huge. Maybe they're not adapting in between, but during the games, they can learn from their opponent.
All right, Trex, Brigida, before we jump into the game, let's play a game called Prediction, where this is going to be very, very, very quick, very quick. Okay, Trex, Brigida, pay attention. This is how we're going to do it.
Okay.
I'm going to count to 3. After 3, you guys can show your lollipop or say the name of the team, and then it'll be all good. All right, ready?
Okay.
All right, I have mine. Okay. Oh, they're stuck together. Now that's awkward. Okay, never mind. Split them up. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, KBG. What do you guys go for? I went for KBG. You went for KBG. You went for Maycom. Trex, why?
Oh.
You know, I think both teams have made their mistakes here. But yeah, I just didn't want to vote for the same thing you guys are voting for.
How did you know, though?
And I think, honestly, it could go either way. I do think it's a very 50-50. If I was going to make this guess 2 days ago, I would definitely say KBG, but the way that both teams have been playing, I think this is one of the most even matches we have today, and it could go anyway. So yeah, I don't think I'm completely at odds just going against you guys.
No, I mean, like, for me, mine is a little bit more analytical because today I was drinking coffee and my coffee had ice in it. And then it melted a bit, and then as I was sipping, and I looked down and it said KBG. So that's why that's my reasoning.
Okay.
Do you drink coffee?
I don't.
All right. Well, there you go. That's why we don't have the same answer.
We do.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
All right.
So if I were to explain mine, I think I'm just looking at the growth of the Chinese region, really. It's mostly that. Even in other tournaments prior to M6, leading to M6, even in the female competitive scene, we've seen their growth, starting from Jiangfeng Yao Guai, right?
Yes.
Right.
Jiangfeng Yao Guai.
Jiangfeng Yao Guai.
Yeah, there you go.
So, like, we were really looking forward to seeing KBG, and I hope that this time around they get to show us what they're really capable of. As you've said, this is actually, for me, also one of the most even matchups we're about to see heading into M6.
Now, let me just say, this is going to be very heartbreaking in case if this game goes 2-0, because both teams have not won at all, right? They have not won at all. So if in this series as well, one of the teams goes winless, then it's definitely going to be very heartbreaking and quite a lot for you to take in, because considering that this is the China qualifier champions going up against Latam champions. So your spirit, your confidence as champions, man, like this is something as champions you always want to win, and you don't want to go into an international tournament and not even getting 1 point for your team.
Yeah, honestly, even for Make 'em Evolve, now that you mentioned it, it reminded me of how a lot of people were looking at them prior to the M6, because again, they've dethroned RRQ Akira, and a lot of people have expected like RRQ Akira to really stay in the competitive scene for a long time, but Make 'em Evolve. Let's see what they can do this time.
Yep, right now let's look at the lineup here for Make 'em Evolve. We got Yurikotsu, Mud, Fenshin, Aurora, as well as Marquino. And again, Aurora, one of the highlights that we really have to see, how can he perform well? Looks like we have a swap. Marquino is going to be playing,
Matt.
so...
Yeah, Matt's going to be playing instead
Yeah, that's right. Matt is going to be playing, so...
well.
This is going to be quite interesting. They're definitely taking a risk here.
Yep.
Whether it works out or not, really, we have to see, especially in game number 1.
Yeah, we have very limited information regarding like Matt, the way he plays as the roamer here for Make 'em Evolve, because we know like Super Nawel prior to this, he also had like his own moniker from Latam. Like people were thinking of him as one of the indicators that this might just be the redemption arc, or this might be the beginning of Argentina. But then now that it's Matt playing, probably this brings a little bit more unexpected things to you might not anticipate from Make 'em Evolve.
Yeah, now we got to look at the lineup coming in from KBG all the way from the region of China. We'll be introducing, and again, so far their performance hasn't been all that great. We have Bilexi, Tracy, Lemu, Saksa, as well as Win Return. And Trex, give us your insight on either teams.
I think with KBG, what we're really looking at here is the mid trio: Tracy, Lemu, and Saksa. Yesterday, their plays were very kind of telegraphed. They had this solid rotation, and I liked seeing it. All three of them were moving up and down the map together, through the river together. They were always a unit, which, don't get me wrong, it was good. They were able to get some pickoffs in the off lanes, but the problem with that is it's very easy to read once the game gets going. So I want to see them switch it up a little bit. I want to see maybe just mid go to bot lane, or just roam go for the invade. You know, look for some of these more distinguished off plays where it's not as easy to see coming.
There's another way that you might be able to approach this. Like, even for me, if I see the opponents subbing out their roamer, you might change your plan. Instead of us moving up and down, how about you just stop the mid lane from the opposing side? Aurora, Matt, no one moves. Fenshin, you stay there, and then let the side lanes have it be a 1v1, and by winning that mid lane, you will have priority to actually go towards that turtle, go towards the EXP lane, to make sure that your EXP lane has a better time. So I agree with what you're saying, Trex. Change it up a little bit, but because of the change here, I feel like they have a lot of options. They can slow down the mid, they can split up their mid-roam composition. There's a lot of options here, Brigida.
And maybe that's where we can see them actually get to know their opponents a little bit more, or take their time to know their opponents a little bit more, because we were saying earlier about how could it like possibly take a little bit more time for these teams to adjust and know what they really wanted to do. But if it's 5 to 7 minutes that's full of action, that might be hard. But
Yo!
2 milli.
2 million
Seriously?
and 70,000 people are here watching. Brigitte, they saw you singing.
It was all you.
they heard my
2
voice.
They
million
heard
saw
your-
you singing.
2 million people heard your
No.
voice, Brigitte.
And-
How does it feel?
I just want to say that wasn't my actual voice.
No,
They
no,
told
no,
me
no.
to-
It's okay. Don't
Is
bring
there anyone you'd
yourself
like to thank?
Lafel and Trex for singing
Hey.
alongside me. I thought they wouldn't.
Hey.
So I was worried.
Yeah, no. We could put you under the bus, but we're like, nah,
We got her.
we got her.
We got Briggy.
We got Brigitte.
Briggy Azalea.
We have a code giveaway as well for you guys at home. Make sure you guys are tuning in. Milestone achieved. Redeem code is Cosmic Blaze. Scan the QR code to grab your prize. You might win a house.
You know,
Actually, no, you probably won't. But it's probably in-game stuff. But it's going to be amazing.
I want to talk a bit more about that sub. We haven't gotten any solid information exactly why the sub happened, but I
Yeah.
like to think that maybe it was a choice of he's been playing better. You know, maybe it was a choice of like, all right, maybe just the meta works for. We've seen teams do this in M series before. We've seen them
Yeah.
do this in championships before. Swap out a player and just start winning games. So maybe, you know, this is like the solution for them. Maybe this is the answer. Maybe he can be Matt the solution.
I see what you did there.
I mean, even for KBG, they've had some changes here and there prior to M6,
Yeah.
right? This wasn't their exact lineup during the qualifiers. There's that rule which allows them to have some changes here and there. But who's the more effective solution, perhaps?
And
Let's see.
either way, we're jumping into the drafting phase here. And this is going to be our first best of 3. So definitely a lot of adjustments that can be had here. KBG is going to have the first pick.
Oh, wow.
Oh, make him evolve second pick. You see that Yi Sun Shin band. Look at that respect tracks. They're like, we know you can use it. Meta, not meta. We're taking it out.
Yeah, the YSS ban plus the Freya ban on the side of EV also showing respect over to KBG. Both teams knowing what they're up against. Jushin taken out, Yi taken out. We do have the Cho on the field. There goes the Bruno
Your team is picking.
and the Matilda. So 2
Oh.
power picks over to the side of EV, already looking clean. How does KBG respond to this?
Well, you need some kind of range, right? If you don't have Granger, if you don't have Beatrix, it will most probably get banned out. So you got to consider one of those.
Yep.
And perhaps now that both Jushin as well as Eve has been banned, maybe get your priority mid, unless your mid is wide open. You
Yeah.
could also secure Hylos over here. Hylos hasn't been banned yet.
Yeah, and they can actually go for like some counter engages possibly as well. So, oh,
That's a risk.
That's
a risk not picking up a marksman right there.
That is a big risk, yeah.
Because there's not really much left. I mean, right now the major counter has been Malefic Gun Rush on the Beatrix or going for the poke with the Granger, because at least you can hang out in the lane at the beginning and maybe even get some stacks up. But at this point, it's definitely going to be tough for KBG's gold lane. The Hylos is a power pick, though. The Cho, you're able to get some knockdown. You're able to maybe possibly lock down onto this Bruno. But again, Purify, last pick does come in, and there.
oh, they
This
can.
is good.
The Fred.
I'm liking this.
Yeah, and
I'm liking this.
They can definitely narrow down the target bans towards either just the gold and the mid lane, since they pretty much secured their jungler as well, and they need to have the other options. I mean, the Katot Catch is also still available,
Yeah.
just in case like Maycam Evolve still wants to go for that.
No, they have to go for something like that. Right now, Mika Evolve, when you have a Fredrin, you want more beefy frontline, because we even heard an interview with Sisajin where he's like, yeah, you just want a lot of beefy frontline so that Bruno can free hit. I mean, like, the Bruno himself is very hard for you to catch, even with a Suyo. Adding more bodies on that, especially heroes that have a lot of crowd control, like they got the Kacha, is going to be pretty good. So far, they're banning out the CC, though.
Oh,
Now EXP lane, solid side. Moskov instead of the Beatrix. I think the Beatrix could have been a better ban there, but still solid, but we still leave something open for the side of KBG. KBG last banned, EXP lane most likely.
I don't know, the Khalid or the Gatot?
Yeah, Gatot.
Yeah, unless they really just want to avoid all that additional damage, so they take out the Phobius. Alright, so like
I mean,
all
still a
those,
beefy frontline, you know?
yeah, all of those AoE XP laners, they're actually still available for Maycam Evolve.
Yeah, and they can pick it up here or just grab their priority mid lane. Anyways, right now we have a fun fact. Aurora achieved a 100% win rate with Yi Sun Shin, Joy, as well as the Lancelot. 7 times on the Yi Sun Shin, 2 times on the Joy, and 2 times on the Lancelot. But this time, coming in with utility jungler, letting the Bruno speak for himself. Apatu.
Apatate. Apate.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Rose. I like it. Now, first pick over to the side. The Sicilian. No,
We talked about it.
You talked about
Okay,
this.
sorry.
Sicilian and Bruno.
I want to give all of us the credit. We talked about it.
That's all you, LaFell.
All right, thank you.
You should be an analysis.
Yeah, I should consider that. Hosting is not fun.
But like, this is a very, this should be a very disciplined and a patient early game from Makeup Evolve. And we've seen them attempt to do this, right? When they pick up the Yi Sun-shin and the Bruno. And this time it's just a different kind of form. So how aggressive would KBG go with the early game, since they've got the Beatrix you were talking about earlier, and they also have a way to prevent, if ever, Makeup Evolve actually wants to go for a play. There's the Vexana, there's the Deathly Grasp. So, like, the only front for Makeup Evolve even right now, it's just the Fred Rin. So what are they going to couple with this?
Like I said, there's still the Khalid,
There's still the Khalid, Gata.
Let me just say, KBG, it looks like the way that they draft, they look at a tier list and then they just pick up what's strong. I mean, like, it's not a bad idea, but looking at how the drafting here is just like, okay, this counters that, we want to have a way to fight against this. So KBG, they're sticking by the books here. Where Makeup Evolve, they've seen what's happening in M6, and they're picking up, like, the S tier for M6.
Yeah, and they're picking up what's been working for other teams as well. I really like what Brigitte said here. You know, it's a defense, early game defense, but they have all the answers to that. They have the Fredrin who can fight in the turtle pit. They have the Matilda who can move around. Switch things up just to give them the old 1-2. Little bit of aggression to maybe fight off in the early game.
1-2, up and through,
I kind of like it.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
You know what? This is going to be very, very interesting. But now we're throwing it over to Egan and Mirko.
Yo, what's up, LaFell? Thank you so much for the throw, man. It's Mirko here with
Egan.
Yo, what's up? All right, we got a crazy game here. Elimination bout, best of 3. Might come Evolve. Coming in first game, guns blazing here. Paquito pick?
First pick, Paquito, man. I'm excited to see this. I mean, again, when was the last time we saw Paquito in the meta, Mirko?
Probably like middle of the season, right? In our own regular season, but we're going to take a look at the lineups again here for Michael Evolve and KBG, and I agree with what LaFell had to say there. He said KBG, they have a very flowchart way of drafting. It's very, very template. It's all about the meta picks. And man, for Michael Evolve, they want to go crazy though, so let's see. They were the ones to utilize Yi Sun-shin previously. We're going to dive straight in, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn we go. For the first game in this best of 3 elimination bout. The 0-2 bracket. Saxa and Aurora both starting on orange buff.
You know, I like what Trex actually mentioned a while ago, that Mayhem Evolve needs to switch things up. Not just for their mid trio, but also this time it's really going to be an interesting thing because they have a very damage capable XP laner, so they're not going to result instead to Aurora's aggression. They can actually switch things up with this kind of lineup.
Yeah, definitely. You can try to... I don't know, man. Personally, for me too, I love the fact that KBG have gone for an early aggressive matchup. You can see so much damage early on through the mid-prio. Aurora's going to have quite a bit of trouble, at least later on after Turtle #1. It all comes down to, especially with Fredrin, securing neutral objectives. But you guys at home, you guys can secure something completely different. That's the M6 Pass that is now available from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December. You guys can get yourself some M6 exclusive items. Hey, you can actually get the Glory Avatar border, Bakshia's Battle emote, and the new special skin, Bakshia Dauntless Shield, for free.
Yeah, and I like what KBG is actually doing right now because they're putting a lot of distraction into the rotation of Aurora, which means that Saksha was actually able to take away a bit of jungle creeps for KBG, and knowing that this is a Suyo that has a natural advantage when it comes to those 50-50 retribution with the Sever and the Retri, of course, I think KBG is going to really have a good time in the early game.
Yeah, that's a good thing to bring up, right? For the longest time, you want to go for skill 1 on, Soul Sever for Mr. Suyo Man, and then Retri. That's the combination. But back in M4, before the Suyo, it was the Fredrin who had that last pick, the last hit onto neutral objectives. Now Saxa and KBG first onto the Turtle. Aurora is going to be zoned away.
Yeah, just when return, just making things work for them compared to yesterday when he was able to get the first blood. But look at this, they are going to get the first turtle, but want to try and extend that by taking the Aurora, but the Guiding Wind will be able to save him. Now Mercurio caught in the midst of everything. They're going to chase right after him, forcing out the flicker. And I think he's going to be able to be safe.
Good escape from Marquinhos. They don't lose out too much. They lose out on the neutral objective. They will have to burn some battle spells, but it's all right. You know, they have a Bruno, they have a Sicilian. They can actually afford to lose out on the early game.
Yeah.
What's concerning is the fact that Saksa, now that he has a turtle, he's going to start invading. And this Fredrin is not that good at clearing up camps, especially when you're up against someone like the Suyo. Clears the camp so quick, maneuvers around the map so quick. I think Saksa might be able to build up that 2-level lead. And Mycom Evolve, they're forced to just kind of cling to Aurora to get him farm.
And for Mycom Evolve, I think they know the aggression of KBG that they can produce. That's why they're opting instead to go for a similar lineup that what Twisted Minds pull off against Falcon Esports yesterday. This was actually their almost the same lineup except for the Fredrin, who was in Alpha, the Matilda, the Bruno, and the Sicilian, which was actually the longest game so far for M-Series. 27 minutes in, they were able to hold on to their base crystal. No inhibitor turrets for, I think, the last 2 Lords, but they were able to still pull off a comeback. And I think that's what Mycom Evolve is hoping for. The question is, will they be able to extend the game towards the late game?
It's definitely the playstyle that they like best, you know, especially in Latam. We did see him dominate games through Yusun Shin. And that's the playstyle with the Yusun Shin. You give up the first few neutral objectives, you farm up till your power spike, and then you go and fight. This time though, in M6, I'm not too sure if the Yusun Shin can work. So they're trying to use the same style, but they kind of change it a bit, right? Instead of the Yusun Shin being the main carry, they get Yurikatsu on the Bruno, and they get Feshin on the Sicilian. Like you said, yesterday, Twisted Minds were able to do a very good job against Falcon Esports with the Sicilian and Bruno, dragging it to the late game. But they were able to push back a bit in the early game and the mid game too, despite, you know, obviously the crazy gold lead. This, though, is a different composition. That was a Hayabusa, someone that I would say, even though it's an assassin, is quite vulnerable in the late stage of the game. Suyo, in the mid game, when he gets to that point of domination of that snowball, it's very hard to stop him. Once he gets rolling, KBG's got a draft that can just one-shot whatever Mycom Evolve wants to do. Everything. Marquinhos walks up. I don't know, this Paquito pick 2 might be a bit too off meta.
Yeah, I think, and that's their thing. That's actually their style. Mycom Evolve is used to, you know, putting out off meta heroes. Not to mention the YSS and the Lancelot, but 100% win rate, by the way, for Aurora. So let's see if this is the adjustment that they're actually gonna need. Because so far, KBG hasn't been performing that well. Even though they have good drafts, they have a hard time closing out games. And with the current lineup that Mycom Evolve has, if they utilize or use that to their advantage and extend it to the late game, this could go for 27 minutes again, like what we witnessed yesterday.
All right. Hang on, if it does go 27 minutes, then I'm going to have to take everything back. Mycom Evolve have the better draft, right? 27 minutes. If we're talking about that game, yeah. I mean, they have Feshin on a Sicilian. That's a crazy stacking machine. And also, I don't know, for me, KBG, they're also taking a page out of Team Spirit's book. When they beat Mycom Evolve, Mycom had the Yusun Shin, they had their Bruno, they had a very similar style to what they're displaying here. And the way Team Spirit beat the Bruno was through Hiko on the Beatrix, getting Melfic Gun first item, so they can start sieging and just outranging Mycom Evolve. And that's what we're seeing here already. KBG's beat Lexi in the gold lane. Beatrix has picked up a Melfic Gun, folks, as his first item. He's trying to do exactly what Mr. Hiko was able to do to Yurikotsu.
Exactly, and that's the thing. So that's why I was wondering why they didn't opt to ban the Beatrix instead. They went for the Granger and the Moscow ban. Seems like they aren't convinced with the result of Mycom's very first game that they lost to a Beatrix. So let's see if they can pull this win off. Because again, this is the first elimination match for M-Series.
It's sad that one of these teams will have to go home here. But yeah, first elimination bout, turtle number 2 going to be spawning. And you can see KBG just having so much prio over it. Tracy getting some vision, trying to zone Mycom Evolve. If you take a look at the levels here, Saksa will still have that 1 level lead. Spilexi still staying up top. Saksa starting the turtle. Marquinhos and Matt walking up.
Okay, it looks like Mycom Evolve wants to contest, but look at the kick from Tracy. Connecting with the way of the dragon, but here comes Feshin with the second class and Bat's impact. But Marquinhos is the first man down as KBG gets the turtle, but they want to extend the lead by taking down one more, focusing their eyes on Aurora. Will they be able to steal away his purple buff?
There's no damage, not yet from Mycom Evolve. They're fighting for the purple.
Oh, Aurora, he hasn't casted the Primal Wrath and gets bursted down by LMU, now gets taken away. And they steal the purple buff also.
Oh, it's a disaster of a first game here. The first 4 minutes for Mycom Evolve. They haven't been able to get their win conditions down, and they really lack that damage when it comes to these neutral objective battles. This is why the Sicilian, we see it sometimes, it does good, but in this situation when you have a Fredrin, it's tough because you don't get the first neutral objective. Second turtle onwards, the Sicilian still won't be able to actually dish out enough damage towards the rest of a snowballing composition that we have for KBG here. So they're just punishing MyCam Evolve for taking these fights early.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like Aurora has to do a lot for his team. Not to mention has to secure those neutral objectives and at the same time be the main frontliner. Because so far they opted for a Paquito XP laner, so you don't have a secondary tank. But wait a minute, another kick coming in from Tracy.
Whoa.
Aurora gonna get bursted down by Bilexi. And then gets another. Yurikotsu is the next. Wants to get the triple. 4 after him, but LMU secures the kill. And on the other hand, Sasha! With a solo kill onto the bottom lane, a dominating start for KBG.
Action around the map. That's the KBG we were expecting to see in day 1, day 2. And it took them 3 days, but hey, better late than never. And it does seem like they're just taking the snowball and controlling everything. The tempo they have in on the map is phenomenal. Saksa in the bottom lane getting the solo kill. And you can see the disadvantage of Marquinhos here on the Paquito. Yeah, it is a Paquito that went for lethal ignition. You would expect him to maybe be able to threaten some kills in the early game. But when you go 0-1 and when you're up against a horse that can tank up all this damage, yeah, the Paquito's not really a reliable damage source in team fights because you can get body blocked very easily. It hits the first target that you go for. You can't penetrate through the front line unless you go for a flank. But even then, it's tough. And KBG, they just took that turtle for free. It's Saksa getting the team. Perfect turtle. Tracy wants to go for more.
Oh, Tracy once again, but not gonna commit. The way of the dragon. Here comes the circling eagle. Might be a counterattack coming in from MyCam Evolve. Tracy survives, and Bilexi turns things around by taking down Matt. Here comes Marquino with the damage flicker out from LMU, and he's gonna take him down. Sanguine Claw's Bats impacts will secure the kill onto Bilexi. Wind Return has to walk away here. And so far, MyCam Evolve finally gets a trade.
That's the window they were waiting for, to play for the late game, to get some fight randomly in the match to actually neutralize the lead. That is an amazing fight for MyCam Evolve, firstly, right? They're going to be able to get to turret as well. So a little, unfortunately, no. They're actually going to fully respect Wind Return, and Tracy knows that KBG can maybe still try to force it out. But KBG needs to be careful here. There's no real reason for them to actually, fully go for these fights when there is no neutral objectives up. So the fact that Tracy went for that, and the fact that it was also on Matt.
Yeah.
Not too sure about that, right? And MyCam Evolve, even though they were losing in the early game, and even though Fashion has dealt basically no damage in the early game, that's an early game, bro. It can completely change with just a few more stacks, a few more items. Marquinhos and another 1v1. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to 1v1 Saksa for now. They're going to have to still wait up a bit.
Yeah, and at this point, I think Fashion, the Sanguine Claws alone, is good enough for his team. Considering the fact that they have a Matilda, but right now they're very aggressive. The Bandit Rage is there, but look at the Sanguine Claws Bats in a combination. Aurora's gonna get a kill onto LMU, and here comes the aggression, here comes the bounce back. The rubber band strat of MyCam Evolve, they're finally able to fight back.
Okay, that was a big pick. Luomu has died 2 times in the last 2 fights, and that's the Vexana. That's the guy you would expect to play in the back, to play it safe. Fashion has been amazing at getting the Sanguine Claws here, so you just need a couple more, and you should be good in the mid-game. Yurikotsu is going to get this turret. Saksa won't be there in time. Circle Eagle.
Oh, they're going to commit though. Energy Eruptions. Hackman Claws again is going to catch 2, but Wind Return goes in with the Glorious Pathway to cut the clash off. And this is the thing for MyCam Evolve. If Tracy doesn't catch that Jeet Kundu Flicker combination, or at least the Way of the Dragon, they can turn things around, because even if the Glorious Pathway is there, one Circling Eagle or Guiding Wind can save themselves, re-engage, and go for the kill once again. And so far, Fashion with the Sanguine Claws always connecting to at least 2. If this game again extends just a bit, like 30 minutes, 14 minutes, they can actually, be more aggressive than KBG and even take this Lord away from them.
Definitely. I mean, if KBG keep on going in aggressively, MyCam Evolve might get their power spike faster than the 13-minute mark, faster than the 14-minute mark. So we'll just have to see here as they're comfortable enough to actually walk up at this part of the game. 9 minutes in, with KBG getting a 5,000 gold lead very early, you thought they would win. Tracy!
Okay, are they going to go in? Glorious Pathway to zone out the remaining members of MyCam Evolve as KBG gets the Lord. A kill finally onto Fashion, but Tracy will be traded for KBG. Now Saksha going on and on, so going to take down 1 more. They're trying to cut off the exit route of MyCam Evolve. Here comes Saksha once again. Aurora with the Energy Eruption, but Matt is going to fall down. Aurora manages to stay alive, but Saksha says no! A killing spree for the jungler of KBG!
And they get it again. Best Gaming just keep on fighting. It was an early lead to a little mistake that might come Evolve got to open the window of opportunity, but then KBG go and do it all over again. And say we can do what we did in the early game and fight it off again. That 2,000 gold lead is still within our power spike, and you are playing within our realm. 10 minutes in, this is the power of the KBG composition. Now they're going to play it slow, trying to go for the siege. And remember, for KBG, they got to end this game ASAP. They cannot let Yurokotsu and Fashion scale up. Oh.
Okay, Tracy going for the knockup, plus the kick onto Aurora. Pairs up with the Glorious Pathway, but Fashion will take him down. Lord is still up. They're trying to work on inhibitors right down below. And they will be able to take down an inhibitor in exchange for Tracy. And you know what? The thing that KBG is doing different compared to what Falcon Esports did yesterday with this kind of opponent, the Matilda, Cecilian, Bruno, is that Falcon Esports wasn't able to take down either the Bruno or the Cecilian, but right now KBG, Tracy is actually able to go for the backline, go for either Fashion and Yurokotsu. That's why Maycam Evolve is struggling to fight back despite the damage that they have right now.
I think when it comes to the damage as well, it's still very situational. Like, Maycam Evolve needs to get a big combo for the damage to actually be visible. Or, yeah, they get KBG's backliners that are caught in a tough spot, but that's not going to happen again, right? It doesn't feel like it. Best Gaming, with a few mistakes that they made in the mid-game, they should have already kind of understood that they need to play extra safe. And you can see from the itemization as well. Lexi on the way to the Win of Nature. The return is walking up.
Okay. They're not going to commit any ultimates yet. They're just trying to zone out Maycam Evo, trying to take away his orange buff. But I think Aurora will be able to take this away from Bilexi. And still KBG holding on to a 6.6k gold lead. Actually, right now, the pressure is kind of on to Tracy to make sure that he's able to get Fashion or Yurokotsu out of position. Because again, if this game extends, it's going to be hard for KBG. But the thing is, Maycam Evolves, their window of opportunity doesn't rely necessarily on what they have to do. It's more of if Tracy's gonna overextend, like what he did a while ago in the top lane. That's why Maycam Evolve was able to, counter-attack and get 2 kills of their own.
So Maycam Evolve are essentially waiting for a mistake.
Yeah.
They're waiting for Best Gaming to get a bit too comfortable around these team fights and maybe overextend a bit, look for these team fights. But again, KBG, they've adapted. They know what they made, the mistake they made in the early game, and now they're just gonna play for the neutral objective. Lexi also, that's a Wind of Nature. So now, to make it even harder for Maycam Evolve, it'll have to be Fashion. To go for the last hits, it'll be Fashion that they have to lean onto to get the kill onto Lexi. Yurokotsu, that's the Wind Talker, built up already. Turtle just disappeared, evaporated. Best Gaming secure it here. That is the second Lord of the game, sorry. And also, is that a Melfic Roar? Yeah, Saksa, Melfic Roar already. Man, not even Aurora, not even Aurora can actually handle this damage, I feel, right now. He has an anti-curse and a cursed helmet, but that's it. He's building towards possibly an Athena shield. Let's see, KBG. They have the Matrix, they have Tracy to actually dive in the siege as well. Maycam Evolve, they gotta protect Mr. President, but they got 2 presidents right now. Yurokotsu or Fashion, you gotta choose one.
Yeah, but the thing is, for KBG, eliminating one president alone might be able to do the job to finish things off. But
that's true.
That just shows how the lead KBG has right now. Saksa has a lot of damage items that can burst down any single member of Maycam Evolve. Lord marching into the bottom lane as they work on the mid lane inhibitor turret. They're going to try and play this safely, not going to overcommit because, again, they have a Cecilian. On the other hand, Glorious Pathway. And Tracy goes in with a kick. Going to catch Marquino, going to bring him down once again. 4 members are left to defend. And look at the Queller from Saksha, making sure to bring down Matt. Gonna catch Aurora to bring him down as well, and KBG will get game 1.
An early start to KBG's return run in M6. Is this finally where they turn the tides around? This is the 0-2 bracket, ladies and gentlemen, an elimination match, best of 3. KBG now hold that match point, and Maycam Evolve, they're going to have to start evolving now.
Yeah, last
Now
chance.
or never.
Now or never for Maycam Evolve. Get a great start from KBG. Better than what they've shown us for the past 2 days, especially for Wind Return this time, not getting first blood.
We're going to throw it back to the panel. Fel, what you got for us?
Thank you very much, guys. That was amazing. Good job. Good job as always. Right? Look at the casters. But anyways, looking at the game, right, we have to talk about the draft as well as the item timings for especially for KBG, because this is not the first time we've seen this kind of composition, having the Sicilian as well as the Bruno on the same team. And Bruno has been a problem here at the M6 Swiss stage. It looks like they understand the timings. They understand how to solve this Bruno problem.
Yep, and I feel like they have been so focused on like shutting down one particular major aspect of like how KB or how Make 'em Evolve could actually pull off this entire lineup in the early stage. They just denied the jungler of that ideal farming pattern that he could have gone after in order to provide all the space. I mean, he was read out by Tracy. This is something you would expect on the show. Like, he really was so focused on scouting that Fredrin, and then eventually that slow farming that you would expect from a Fredrin, it was made a lot more slower just because of this rotation from KBG.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think the big problem with Make Him there is they had a composition that I feel like could have worked. Maybe the Paquito could have been changed around, but the composition was solid overall. I just don't think they played to their win condition there. They should have maybe given up first turtle. They should have maybe just let a few things slide in the beginning, because we even saw in the mid to late game, when they let KBG come to them, they were able to get some counterplay in, but I think they were a little bit too aggressive in the beginning for their own good without having any damage, and it really kind of ended up taking them down.
Right now, honestly, I want to stick on this page for a little while because I want to look at the itemization, I want to look at the timings. But the first thing that I want to show is that the difference in terms of junglers. This is why assassin junglers are being very good right now, because if you look at the gold difference, 11,000 gold for Saxa going up against Aurora, which is 6.6k gold, which, to be fair, is really not that bad of a thing. But let me ask you, Trex, do you feel like going for the cursed helmet here, is that really an okay item here, or maybe an Athena shield will be better?
Well, I don't think you ever max out the cursed helmet early, right? You get the molten core, maybe you get a little, it helps you with your farm a bit, and then you move on to the next thing. We've seen a lot of, so far at least the Fredrin players that have won, you start off with the molten core, and then that might be the last thing you finish. Even at the end, you might even sell that molten core at the end and pick up something else, right? Because he is slower on the jungle. It does help a little bit. You know, it kind of stacks up with a little bit of damage, but getting full cursed helmet definitely could have been a huge mistake, especially when you're already behind, right? Especially when you're already the slower jungle, and especially once you lose that first turtle, you have to make some adjustments immediately on how your build is going to be. You know, you're not going to get the most expensive items up front. So I think some of his piece building here with the leg plates there, kind of building half of Athena's shield, maybe the okay strategy, but it was too little too late.
Yeah, and also the other item that I actually want to look at is Lexi, where we see how Beatrice deals with the Bruno. The Bruno will build the Malefic Gun third item. Innocent made it second item, but here, Lexi went for Malefic Gun first item. What do you think about this, Brigida?
Yeah, there was a lot more range provided to KBG just because of this, and they were really able to capitalize on those setups, those pickups that were scouted by Tracy here. And I mean, for the first few minutes, not until we saw that slight mistake during the top or on the top lane, all of those Way of the Dragons were really precise from Tracy. He just knew who to target at the right time, and even towards the end, taking out Marquinhos, because they knew they already could deal with this guy as well. He didn't even build any defense items, so he was an easy pickup for KBG.
Yeah, I think the big thing about that Malefic Gun rush in the beginning is you can immediately switch to Bennett. You can immediately use that grenade launcher and just have that range to outdo the Bruno. And some of us have been debating if that is the counter to the Bruno, right? And I'm wondering, if you are Bruno in that situation, do you rush Malefic Gun as well? I think we'll see as M6 goes on. Taking a look at some of these emblems, we also see Belexi pick up the tenacity, very similar to what a Bruno does right now, to get that little bit of extra defense to survive some of those ganks that could possibly happen. And if we remember early on in the game, KBG makes that big gold lane rush, and Belexi could really kind of hang out and fight it out, and those could be some of the reasons.
And now, honestly, looking at the emblems here, even if you're looking at the emblems that are here by Marquinhos, he went full damage. He has Rupture. Like, he really wants to win the lane against a Hylos. A Hylos with Revitalize, having Vitality, having Tenacity. We can definitely see that that really didn't work out. But the good thing is, this is not a best of one.
Yep.
This is a best of three. But the thing is, do you guys think they will change it up? Because I feel like if they had more frontline, they can buy more time for Fashion as well as Yurokotsu.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all waiting for who's the other frontliner earlier in the draft. They went for the Paquito last during the drafting phase, but now that we see that probably the intention was really to head for the pickoffs, KBG probably read into that as well. We rarely saw Bilexi alone or any other target. Like the moments we saw Lomo taken out, it was more of make him evolve as doing a response towards the mistakes done here by KBG. But if it weren't for those, we wouldn't really say that Lomo just could have been taken out that easily.
And by taking a look at this gold chart, I mean, you can see that everybody on KBG had a piece of the pie here, from Saxa to Lomo to Bilexi. I mean, even Win Return is doing about half the damage as Lumu there, who is completely, you know, just dominating, landing so many Eternal Guardians. So KBG went for that group up quick. They knew their win condition, and they played it very well. And again, I feel like Evolve make him they came in with we all knew the win condition. Wait it out, wait till First Lord, and they weren't able to do that. But KBG, they knew exactly what they were supposed to do. They knew the assignment, and they completed it, executed it perfectly.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel like it was Mekam. They kind of meet the draft halfway. Right? They kind of meet it halfway. But now we got to talk about the MVP. Lamu 527, having the most amount of damage, 51.8 thousand damage. And again, bringing a lot of control to the team. I feel like whenever the team wants to be aggressive, whenever Tracy wants to stop Aurora from moving, he's just like, dude, I got you. I got the damage. I got the control. I got everything the team needs. You guys just have to be there.
Yeah, I think this is also one of the biggest problems of Marquinhos. Whenever he wanted to like go for the gas or the back lines here for KBG, there was just a deathly grasp that was ready for that Paquito. So they really had a hard time finding those targets.
And to stack it up even more, he goes for the glaive here. He picks up the penetration emblem, all just to make sure that Fredrin is going to melt down, right? Like that cursed helmet literally meant nothing at all against this. And every time he landed one of those Eternal Guardians, every time he got a Terrify off, you know, just completely stiff arms the side of Make Him Evolve here. Taking a look at some of the highlights though. I mean, we're what, 4 minutes in, and Keep Best Gaming is invading the tank jungle, right? Is invading the aggressive Maycom Evolve. And this is a point where, you know, Maycom Evolve, I mean, at this point, I was like, it's over. You know, they have to be able to do something. They got to be able to buy time, but it's already a 4K gold lead.
Something that's unfortunate, if you guys are looking at the highlights here, most of it is picking up Aurora. And the thing is, even their roamer is not a tanky guy. It's a Matilda. So it's really all about Aurora. Once Aurora is done, there's no protection at all. The peel is not there. He can't use the energy eruption when he's dead. So I feel like Keep Best Gaming, they completely saw the hole inside of the draft from Maycom Evolve, and then they just went for it. And so far, I feel like KBG executed well, where Maycom Evolve, they made some mistakes for sure in the draft.
Yeah, we need definitely see some adjustments. I mean, even that Evil Queller last moment from Saksha, there was just too much damage. And they knew they had to end the game at that moment. Our casters were saying it a lot of times. They cannot let this game go beyond, I don't know, 15 or like 20 minutes for sure.
Not gonna lie, honestly, even an Edith on the EXP would be perfectly fine. With the Primal Wrath, you can clear the lanes very, very fast, and the damage is actually good enough to deal against the high loss. So, again, this is the best of 3. You're allowed to make mistakes as long as you come back in game number 2 and game number 3. But right now, KBG is in a very good point here. And hear me out. You guys will help me out.
Okay.
Because what we're about to do here is a live demonstration of how your experience will be with ROG. So this is what we're gonna do. Brigitte, you're gonna be the one playing the ROG, and you will show the experience of how you'll look like using ROG, and I'm the phone that is not ROG. Okay. Hold on.
So I just play?
Okay, select your hero, select your characters.
Okay.
All good, all
looks
good.
good. It looks great.
All right, now come up.
Looks great. Oh, wait, am I the ROG?
You're the ROG.
Okay.
This is your experience if you're using the ROG Phone 9.
Boom.
And this is an experience where you don't use the ROG Phone 9. You need a lot of speed to win your games. Unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-power gaming with a sleek more than the static. If you're not using the ROG Phone 9, he punched me 10 years ago, and I feel it now.
Oh, that's what the delay was.
That's
you
what
weren't an ROG phone.
Your
latency was through
phone.
the roof. And with an ROG phone, you could have the greatest, smallest little bit of MS and never have any issues at all.
Yeah, and now this is finally time. Give me the jalapeno.
Oh, wait.
Hello, Panda.
He said, "Give me the Hello Panda, though."
Hey, dance!
Oh, hello, Panda. Hello, Panda.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we can eat it.
We can.
We can.
You guys
Of
are making
course.
What?
Right, so this is, imagine this. Imagine this. Close up to me. Close up to me. Imagine you had a very long day. Your boss screamed at your face. You
the
had
time.
to go through 1 hour of traffic jam.
Preach.
Imagine in a traffic jam,
Hallelujah.
hearing music and then just having that Hello Panda all across with great music. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate or strawberry. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. White Camp. Hello Panda.
Hello, Panda. Biscuit, strawberry.
That's the
You
second
messed
version.
it up.
That's the
Sorry.
second version, though.
All right. And again, from the 18th of November, from the 20 until 29th of December. Okay, here you can have it. Yeah. 29th of December. Participate in M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. You just me doing my spiel?
Huh?
Huh, Brigida?
What?
Don't make me spit in your face.
No.
Whoa.
What?
Well, she might like it. I don't know.
Oh.
Whoa.
Give me the Hello Panda.
Eat some Hello Panda.
You
Yeah.
need this. You need this.
All right, so next, break it up.
Okay.
Next game, right? Let's break it down.
Okay.
Do we think, because here's my standing on the Maycom Evolve thing. I don't think
Wait,
the
where's my
draft,
glass?
I hope that the idea of the Fredrin, Bruno, and the Sicilian doesn't just completely escape them. Because I think it's a very solid trio mid. Once again, I think it's just that EXP laner in the way they execute it. If they put something a little bit tankier on there, we've seen the Glue work with Team Spirit. We've seen the Edith work with other teams. We've seen plenty of tanky EXP laners come out. And with that, I think their draft could work much well. They also then need to execute it. Maybe be willing to sacrifice first turtle. As long as you don't let the gold lead get ahead of you by about 2,000, you're ready to fight by First Lord. That composition works very well at First Lord, but you have to be able to get there. So I just hope that they don't. You see a lot of teams, sometimes you lose game one, and you just scrap everything and pick up a Yi Sunshine.
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking earlier that if you were to ask some people nowadays, they wouldn't really consider Sicilian to be solely a late game mage. Like
Yeah,
paired
I
up
agree.
with the right roamer or lineup, they can actually go really aggressive as well
agree.
and start building up on the snowball, which perhaps could have been something that Maycom wanted to consider if they were really going for that lethal ignition, Paquito with the. Like I think you have to take out the high loss from the options of
No.
but
I agree. In fact, I feel like the best defense is an amazing offense. So if you're actually able to ramp out the game and actually speed things up, that's actually going to be very good for you. But like Brigida said, as long as you have the right setup here, I feel like the fact that Aurora was able to be controlled in the early game, that kind of made it so that option was not available. But again, change out your roamers a little bit, maybe it could be good. But now, we're actually going for it with Zichi somewhere at the side, talking to someone. So let's look at his interview. And there you go. That's their interview.
Can you translate that?
Ni hao ma. That means hello.
yes.
I forgot what panda stands for. I could
What
have
do you-
I could have said hello panda.
What he says is we're just going to play a good, clean game, and we're going to take out Maycom Evolve. We completely beat them in the first game, easy GGs, and we're going to do it one more time.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Oh really?
He said,
I heard it.
He
You guys didn't
emphasized, this is going to be a 2-0 because we understand how they play, how they move around the map. We took the time to analyze what they've been doing. And even if they change their strategy, they don't change their habits. We know the rotations coming in from Aurora, and Tracy can stop him.
He said that they went all the way to South America just to study them for a week or two, and they've never been so prepared for this game.
Okay.
Did you not hear that?
I didn't know the interview was that long.
Hey, dude, the Chinese language, man, you can explain so many things in just a very short time.
That's true. right?
That is true. Brigitte, she didn't hear it, but you guys at home, you guys heard it. You guys know about it. But now jumping into game number 2, I feel like now more pressure for Evos may come. Where again, we hear the criticism, but they have a coaching staff. They should understand what to do next, and I do agree. Pick up the aggression, but if you want aggression, you need a failsafe. You need someone to be the black sheep. You need someone to be in front. If you die, you die, as long as everyone else survives.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't. I mean, we do not have that much information regarding Matt, like the person playing right now. But if there's one thing we know, is that he's been with Makeup Evolve for quite some time, and he's been like in the back end. He's a part of like those all the coaching staff, the analyst, who's probably got to know this team, or he really knows this team for sure.
Yep.
And he's probably directed like a majority of the game plans that they should be going after. So maybe it's time we see a little bit more of command from Matt this time on the roamer. So
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I hope our voices are still heard. There you go. We're here with the players. Looking at the players getting ready. For KBG, this is something that we have to see. Some teams, after winning game number 1, they want to switch it up because they have the idea that they don't want to be read by the opponent. I kind of hope they don't do that because they had a flowchart of their draft, and I feel like they executed it well. Everyone played their roles amazingly. Maybe stick with the same plan. What do you think, Trice?
I think that's exactly the plan. I think we stick exactly what we did. The only problem is this time they will most likely be on red side, so they may be forced to switch things up a little bit. If Maycom Evolves decides to have first pick, then it does kind of, it shakes the nest a little bit. So KBG, with their idea of what they're trying to exceed in or, get in this draft, yes, things like the Cho. Tracy did amazing on it. Things like the Suyo, things like the Hylos. If they can get those things, definitely don't switch it up at all. Don't get too crazy. And as long as they can do that, it could definitely be a 2-0 for them.
And now we're about to jump straight into draft here. And again, we want to see some kind of adjustment because the idea was there, right? I think we all agree. The draft is okay. It's just the Paquito really threw us a little bit off guard. But overall, right now looking at the drafts here, and looks like, okay, the draft has happened. That is for us on screen here. Looking like Evo's Makami is going to be first pick, and KBG will be the second pick. And so far, again, banning out the Eastern Shin as well as the Jushin. Evo's Makami, you guys were talking about it. Now they ban out the Cho. They ban out the Cho, they ban out the Eve as well as the Freya. First pick for Evo's Makami. Wonder if they want to go with the Bruno route still. They ban out the Suyo.
Which I think is solid. I think the Suyo ban's solid. Eevee's not going to be able to take that now. There is the Alpha still open, though. There still is the Fred open. There still is some Nolan, some assassin picks. Still plenty of options for both teams.
And they get the high loss this time. They deny it from KBG. So will they get the Bruno Matilda or the Alpha?
I feel like you can't ignore Matilda.
Yeah.
Legit. I feel like... Actually, never mind. If you have a very tanky EXP and jungle, then you can have an enchanter, a roamer. But I feel like when it comes to the roam, it's pretty open at this point.
Fight for the ultimate
one thing though, you mentioned
pick up the Hilda.
Yeah, Hilda's solid. You mentioned that they shouldn't change things up, but Eevee's forcing them to change things up by taking the Hylos, banning out the Cho, the Suyo's ban. At this point, KBG has to bring a essentially completely different draft to the table, but it's the same exact story for Maycam Evolve. Matilda's, though, now going to be open for Maycam. They have the Hylos already. They can throw Hylos into the EXP, and now they have that tanky EXP that they lacked last game, which I think could be very solid for them.
I mean, assuming he's going to the EXP, because here's the thing. I've played a Matilda going up against a Bruno. If I wanted to ult against the Bruno, I will not survive. Just with a few kings, I'll die. So even picking up the Matilda, it is quite the risk. Not a bad idea, but it is a risk. Once the Bruno has 3 items, it's going to be tough for you to tank all of that. And now they pick up the Alpha as well as the Valentina, still hiding where this Hylos is going.
Yeah, and they might still consider the Matilda later on if they just want to go with the standard type of combinations that are there. But the Joy.
Yeah, the Joy picked up here.
So they pick up the Joy, and there is also a possibility that they still... Well, I think Tracy would like to get the Hilda. Like it's He's a very aggressive roamer. He's known for like all those jaw heads and all that. So we definitely want to add to the pressure.
Always on the way.
Second phase of Banzo coming in. KBG going to take out the Granger. I got a feeling they will take out the Beatrix, unlike EV didn't do last time. No, they go for the Phobia. So some people just, I mean, it's solid, but they do leave something open for Maycam here. But I think KBG's confident after game one. They are a bit more late game present this time, having the Joy, having the Bruno. But they have that Hilda to kind of keep them forward and keep them pushing throughout the mid and early to get to that phase.
Yeah. The thing is, when you pick up a Hilda, you kind of signaling to the opponent, you guys can't use an assassin here. So picking up the Alpha here, I don't even know if this Hilda is going to be all that punishing towards it was Macam. Unless KBG picks up a roamer that can pair up with the Hilda as well to make sure that there is some kind of aggression going on. The Joe is not there, but there's still quite a few that can pair up with the Hilda. And now, make them evolve. They pick up the Gato Kacha. Not going to let the Gato Kacha go to KBG because Gato and Hilda is going to be very difficult to handle. And now picking up the Harif. An option. You can press the lane going up against the Bruno, but again, the Bruno can go for a Malefic Gun second item and then you neutralize the lane.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like team fight, this feels like a much better, well-rounded draft from Maycam Evolved compared to earlier. Like the conditions are clear. They're not just so focused on a particular area of what they need to do in order to pull off the conditions of their lineup. But for KBG, that we aren't entirely sure whether or not Hilda will be in the roam or not.
I feel like EXP.
I feel like the other... There's a Kaja sometimes?
Even that, though, it still could be EXP and Rome Khalid, honestly. We've seen the
I feel like Rome Khalid is solid, yeah.
Goes over to Tracy, so it does look, they do the swap over to Tracy, so it will be a Rome Khalid. Gives them some nice early aggression, some nice wave clear, and we've seen KBG like to move fast to the off lanes. That's going to help them get that.
Thank you very much to our panelists, and now we're passing it over to our casters. We're going in.
Thank you so much, Lofel. Again, here on the desk, it's... Welcome back. It's game number 2. It's match point already for KBG, and it seems like Maycam Evolve have finally evolved in their drafts as well. They've actually taken a lot of the meta picks now. The Alpha coming in, also the Gatot Gacha. It's all about Prio now. If you take a look at Maycam Evolve.
Finally, Marquino goes for a secondary tank for the XP laner, so it feels like we're gonna feel him more for this game.
Let's see if Maycam Evolve can equalize here in the elimination bout, or if Keep Best Gaming will shut the dreams of Maycam Evolve down to keep theirs alive. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Saksa this time on the Joy, up against Aurora on that Alpha. And you can already see the Khalid, Tracy on this Khalid, very, very aggressively trying to get into the enemy jungle. But this is what the Hylos and Gatot does, man. It stops any sort of invade from happening in the early game.
But at the same time, you know, the Khalid, the Hilda, we all know that these are heroes that are aggressive. First 4 minutes, first 5 minutes in, it's usually their power spike to just disrupt the jungle, disrupt the rotation of Maycam Evolve. I'm honestly expecting a very, very fast game for KBG, if ever they start things out strong.
Definitely. We can take a look at the emblems here. The Master Assassin, actually, from Bilexi. Very confident. Matt. Okay, we'll take a bit of damage there. A little bit of a freeze, too. Feshin and Matt revitalize early. But again, for the emblems, it's the Master Assassin for Bilexi. So still very, very confident that he will get the dub in this laning phase. Wants to get as much of an advantage as possible. Meanwhile, for Yurokotsu, it's that Bargain Hunter to get to the item power spikes quicker. It seems like Wind Return will try to cut in the waves. And Marquinhos, if he stays here too long, he might actually lose a couple of minions himself.
Yeah, oh, look at the slows. And now the 3 attackiest heroes are just going at it each other. Wind Return has to use a Revitalize to walk away, and Saksa to the rescue. Casting his Electrifying Beast just to zone out Maycam Evolve alive, but he might actually get a kill here. A quick response from the rest of the members of KBG. Another Revitalize will be popped by Maycam.
It's all about the Revitalize, just healing back up. Maycam Evolve unable to punish that greedy little, cut up top. But KBG know their limits quite well. They know that Griselda is very, very hard to kill, has to revitalize as well. And Turtle number 1 will be spawning in the game. Tracy, not level 4 just yet, and Aurora actually opting to go for the purple buff first.
Yeah. Right now, Glorious Pathway from Marquino is there to try and zone out KBG. Matt trying to work on Tracy. And a good Spear of Alpha coming in from Maycam Evolve. First blood will go to Marquino. A double kill already for Wind Return. Make it 3 for KBG. They're gonna get another one. Setster's eye on Feshin. Feshin has to use the dash to walk away now, and here comes KBG just rolling right now. 4-0 start.
It's amazing for KBG, for MyCam Evolve. It's another disaster in the early game. Yurakotsu!
Okay, 1v1 between the two. Goes Lasers, goes in with a flicker! And an outplay, a disaster for KBG. Yurokotsu has the higher ground with the help of the tower.
Everything went their way up top. It's only fair that MyCam Evolve get a win somewhere else on the map and they get it in the bottom lane.
Elevates and detonates with the AOG to bring down LMU. MyCam Evolve slowly finding favorable trades for their side.
Okay. And just like that, KBG now have to hold back again. Bilexi is losing in that 1v1, well, has lost in that 1v1, and MyCam Evolve are actually able to get a kill on. So the goal lead isn't as massive as we expected early on. Now it's actually getting brought down again. Still though, there's one big problem for MyCam Evolve.
What's that?
They got Saksa 2-0 and 2 on the Joy to deal with later on, right? So MyCam Evolve are going to have to really be careful about how they use their resources. If they try to go for the backliners, Luomu or even, Bilexi, you're going to use a lot of resources, and Saksa might just be able to clean the entire team up.
Yeah.
You have to save some of these stuns for Saksa, because we've seen how deadly a last-minute Joy could be. Wind Return.
Okay, taunt, Wind Return up against 4, gonna get caught up by a lot of ultimate. Spear of Alpha plus the Frigid Glacier managed to stay alive and revitalize. They're using a lot of resources just to take him down. On the other hand, Yurokotsu trying to defend the mid lane turret up against LMU and Tracy.
Okay, so KBG actually still keep the goal lead here because they're able to get Bilexi into the bottom lane, taking the entirety of the turret gold. Bilexi is quite fed now. Look at that. He's made up for that solo kill, that solo death.
Yeah.
Almost taking down a tier 1 turret in the 4th minute of the game.
Yeah, I just like how Bilexi's still unfazed. He has the Master Assassin, got solo killed by Yurokotsu, but still keeps his composure. Again, this is a best of 3, not what we're used to with the best of 1s for the Swiss format. So KBG has actually the upper hand and MyCam Evolve. The pressure is actually on their team if they want to stay alive.
It's a bit odd that MyCam Evolve has been the one losing out in the neutral objective battle with the Aurora, on the Alpha, with Marquinhos, Hylos, and Gatot. Wind Return trying to get an angle to attack here. MyCam Evolve are not committing onto the neutral objective. They're leaving KBG an opportunity. Aurora went in.
Oh, Raging Sandstorm plus the Revitalize. Here comes the Frigid Glacier, gonna catch 3. Glorious Pathway coming in from Marquino. Another AOG. Killing spree coming in from Saksha. The clash is continuing. Who's gonna out-sustain each other? Another Revitalize. Aurora goes in with the Spear of Alpha. Finally gonna have an answer. It's gonna be a 1v1 between LMU and Marquino. Ring of Punishment. Who's gonna win? Pride of Ice will be popped, and I think LMU can turn things around with the Frosty Brace to bring him down.
The 1v1 goes to Luomu. Oh man, the horse timed it so well, got the stun down as well. We could see the problem for MyCam Evolve already. They burnt out all their resources at the start of the fight, and Saksa was able to dish out so much damage in that fight. And now Saksa's back onto the turtle.
Man, this is just the second turtle. A lot of action is happening right now, and Saksa will secure it, along with their electrifying beats, forcing MyCam Evolve to retreat instead. No trade once again from MyCam Evolve.
And now KBG, they're back to the lead that they had earlier. Tracy and Bilexi.
Okay, they're gonna work on Aurora, forcing out the Spear of Alka. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm. Bilexi, just too much to handle. One more hit, and he's got the goal and bring down Aurora.
Again, punishing these overextensions from MyCam Evolve seems to be the way to go from KBG. And the fact that MyCam Evolve keep on going on Wind Return, I'm not a big fan of this, man. Wind Return is the tank here, and I don't think Keepas Gaming lose a lot, even if Wind Return goes 0-7.
They did this a while ago in the top lane. They had to use the Spear of Alpha plus the Frigid Glacier just to try and bring him down. It took a lot of resources. End time, Saksha going in with electrifying beats, as Bilexi just working on the top lane, gonna get another turret for KBG.
Literally denying the trade over from MyCam Evolve in the bottom lane by clearing out the minion wave while getting yourself a tier 1 up top. Now they're starting to group up, and now it's going to be a problem for MyCam Evolve because all these fights, Bilexi hasn't really been participating in these fights. It's mainly been a 4v4. Now that Bilexi can actually rotate, Tracy has got to be careful.
Here's the stun again. Quick Sand Guard sustain from both of these teams is just too much to handle. But even though they have 2 Revitalize for each side, they have a lot of sustain with their XP and Roam. It's still a 6-9 kill scoreboard 7 minutes in, so the kills are coming in despite the high HP that these two compositions has.
And that's the Blood Wings, actually. The choice for Saksa to go for his second item. We usually expect something a bit more aggressive, but Saksa knows just how vulnerable he can be when he actually dashes in forward in these skirmishes. So the Blood Wings will definitely do him a lot in these skirmishes just to stay alive even more so that he can deal more consistent damage out. It might come Evolve. They got to deal with Luomu. This monster in the mid lane on the Aurora. 3, 1, and 5. The glowing one first item. You can see the poke actually start to really hurt Mycom Evolve.
Yeah.
Mycom Evolve, they're kind of stuck in a situation where their composition needs them to go for an all-in, but Keep Us Gaming can also stall them out with Luomu.
Yeah, and even Tracy. Tracy has been soaking up a lot of damage to the point where you thought he was going to die. He's actually going to cast the Raging Sandstorm onto 3 members of Maycam Evolve and then bought enough time for KBG to actually respawn. That's why they have a lot of kills against Maycam Evolve, and this time the Lord has spawned. But Maycam Evolve, it looks like they want to contest for this objective.
They want to contest it. They have to be... I don't know, they're not holding on to it despite the fact that the Joy is up top. It's, again, Luomu keeping them at bay. Lexi doing the same as well. Does it seem like Mycom Evolve can actually go for an instant fight, an instant decision?
Oh! AOG, okay, he has to revitalize, gonna get cancelled down. Gonna find 2 onto the backline. Wind Return is actually the first man down, but Matt as well will fall down. It's a 1-for-1 trade for both of these teams, and no one yet will commit to this Lord.
The thing is, though, there are 4 big ultimates used up by both the teams, but KBG has consistent damage with Lexi. Yorokotsu is very reliant on the Zaman Force with Lexi.
Oh, Lexi goes in, Frigid Glacier. He actually dashes out and evades that, forcing out Fishin, also Flicker. So right now, a lot of resources from Maycam Evolve has been expended, and Yorokotsu might be in trouble here. Has the Zaman Force, but Saksa goes in with Electrifying Beats and Rhythm of Joy to bring him down, but it's going to get taken down by the turret as well. No jungler for KBG.
Well, that's value for Mycom Evolve. They got to go for it.
Okay, Glorious Pathway in. Will they be able to out-retry KBG despite no jungler? Here comes the kill, plus the Frigid Glacier. Marquino quite low there as Wind Return tries to bring him down along with Lexi. And despite all that, they still can't get a hold of the Lord. KBG still standing tall in the Lord Pit.
Again, it's because KBG just have that consistent damage with them. They have the Bruno. They can constantly deal damage even without a big ultimate. Mycom Evolve, too reliant on these ultimates. Once you use the Spear of Alpha, that AOG, Saman Force, where's the damage going to come from? Keep Us Gaming are literally just out-sustaining them and literally out-fighting them in these team fights, outlasting them in these team fights. Now it's a 5,000 almost gold lead. They're definitely going to be able to get a 5,000 gold lead as they siege with the Lord. Yorokotsu, the roam item picked up to get him additional gold when he gets assist. But KBG show no signs of stopping here. Once they bait out these crucial abilities, they will push on.
They want to get a sweep. They don't want to be the first team to be eliminated in M6, and so far, Maycam Evolve, I agree with you. The problem is they have to use a lot of ultimates just to try and bring down someone, but the thing is, it's always hitting onto the XP laners, onto the roamers, the tankiest hero of KBG, so they're expending a lot, but they're not even reaching the backline. Marquino goes in, paired up with the Glorious Pathway as well, trying to bring down Lexi. This might be an opening from Maycam Evolve, no damage dealer from KBG, but again, they have to think about the Lord marching in the top lane as Saksa works on the mid lane.
They played a gamble, Mycam Evolve. In desperation, they went for it, and it worked out. They got Lexi. They got the timers down too. For the Flicker, it was not up yet for Lexi, and that saved them from getting at least a base turret down. So Keep Us Gaming, they're kind of caught off bay right now. But again, if we're talking about Mycom Evolve, let's talk about scaling. Now Aurora wants to go for the fight.
Okay, forcing the Raging Sandstorm to be used defensively. Spear of Alpha is going to miss. A lot of ultimates being casted. So right now, Maycam Evolve, the problem that they had before, which was casting ultimates onto the front line, they solved it by trying to target Lexi. This time, it connected. That's why they were able to find an opening. But who got the purple buff?
Luomu.
Oh.
Luomu got it. He also got the Divine Glaive. So, yeah, that poke is starting to really hurt. You see why? Wishing Lantern is the second item he went for after the Glowing Wand. That's why he's been able to just dish out that poke. Saksa's going in. It does seem like they're actually Aurora.
Okay, they're going to try and commit onto Saksa, but again, the mobility of this Joy might be a counterattack for LMU. Frigid Glacier will be used up as well. just keeping Maycam Evolve at bay as Bilexi tries to work on the inhibitor turret up top. AOG, they're gonna commit, they want to go for a clash, but LMU says no, stuns Matt, and stops the clash.
Okay, so again, for Keep Best Gaming, they're just trying desperately to go for these base turrets, but then they can always just fall back, right? It's on MyCom Evolve to actually get a lead or to try to neutralize the lead that KBG have right now. And the fact that KBG can just continuously siege in without getting punished that much means that I don't know how MyCom Evolve are going to fare around the Lord. They were fortunate enough to see Bilexi in the bottom lane overextending. That's why they got that pick off. But now, as the Lord spawns in, it's going to be a much more coordinated for Keep Best Gaming, right? For KBG, fighting around the Lord should be great for them. This is where their composition strives the best.
No, it's gonna all boil down to the initiations that can be set by Marquino and Matt. Proper targeting, proper decisions. They have to be decisive. When they cast the major ultimate, they have to go all in if they ever want to contest for this Lord.
Yeah, that bottom wave might come Evolve. No interest in actually clearing out that wave. So slowly but surely, the mini waves will be crashing down. Matt gets a taunt.
Okay, here's the taunt. Glorious path before Marquino to try and cut them off. AOG onto the back line, but it's not going to connect Tracy. On the other hand, Answers right back with Raging Sandstorm. A lot of Revitalize will be casted here. Saxon just trying to go for the back line, trying to avoid the Spear of Alpha as they will take down Wind Return. Bilexi takes down Matt, but Maycam Evolve trying to respawn with 2 kills. Bilexi on the other hand, volley shot after volley shot. Saksha delivering the final blow to bring down Marquino, and KBG sets themselves up perfectly for this Lord, but Yorokotsi wants to go in, going right after LMU, but the Pride of Vice is there. That's why Bilexi might be able to take him down and turn things around. 1 member left. Saxa says no, wants to go for the full wipeout, forcing Fish into retreat, and KBG is on the driver's seat.
The call is to end, not to go Lord. Keep Best Gaming might eliminate MyCam Evolve.
KBG in the verge of trying to stay alive. Here come the ultimates. They have minions, and KBG lives to fight another day.
Keep Best Gaming will survive the grueling 0-2 bracket. But for MyCom Evolve, they will be the first team eliminated from the M6 World Championship Swiss stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is proof to you that, man, the Swiss stage is brutal.
Brutal, excellent. Something for sure is it's greater than ever. I got tired, man.
I feel you, man. Keep Best Gaming, MyCam Evolve, they went all in, just like you did, Ingan. And unfortunately here, for MyCam Evolve, they're gonna have to say goodbye to their dreams. But for Keep Best Gaming, it stays alive. Laval, take it away, brother man.
Oh wait, that's my script. Oh, wrong.
You want this?
No, it's good. It's a happy and sad moment. Happy for KBG, but unfortunately, this means that Maycam Evolve have been eliminated. And we have to say, in that last fight around the Lord, they give it their best.
Yes.
Right? We saw how Hirokotsu tried to 1v2. The Bruno is just too much.
Yeah.
The Bruno is too much.
Yeah. Honestly, I felt like it came to a point where who could actually sustain a lot longer and let the damage dealers do their job. And for a moment, Maycam, they really were able to do just that. They were just able to be so tanky. They were able to sustain the team fight. But then when Bilexi and Saksha were just able to reset and they went for the re-engage and it was over. It was over.
I think the real sad thing there was we know that the Bruno is too much. The Bruno has been winning games back to back to back to back. And the sad thing is Maycam got it in game 1. They had, they had some of those power picks and they weren't able to pull it off. And that's what separates, the good from the better than great, right? The greater than ever.
Oh.
It's what separates those teams. And today, KBG was able to survive against the Bruno and then come back in game number 2 and take it easily with the Bruno. And though the side of Maycam did their best, it was not enough for the Chinese representatives.
I feel like every one of us here, we hope the best for Maycam Evolve because, again, they are the champions of the time, and we want to see more of them. But yeah, the world of MLBB is moving so fast. KBG, even after having 2 losses against 2 Indo teams, they have stepped up quite a bit. And their challenge doesn't stop here because it doesn't change the fact that KBG has lost 2 games. They need to lose 1 more for them to get eliminated. So right now, KBG, if they want to go to the knockout stage, they can't lose a single match after this. So, but again, I feel like for every one of us here, big congrats to KBG and make him evolve. We want to see more of you guys. But for now, we're throwing it over to the stage with Rose to talk to the teams.
Huge props to Maycam Evolve for representing the Latin America in the M6 World Championship. They have also given us a glimpse of the Argentinian flair in the world stage. However, their journey has to end today. And guys, on a count of 3, I would like you guys to give a final bow. In 3, 2, 1. Maycam Evolve, everybody. Thank you very much. We hope to see you guys next year, and we hope you guys can come back stronger. Thank you very much. And of course, it is time for the winner's interview. KBG officially securing their first win in the M6 World Championship. And we have Coach Webby with me from KBG. Hello, Coach. How are you? 你好. 你好. All right. Okay. Let me move to the side a bit. Okay. Now, Coach, first of all, congratulations on securing your first ever win. I know it was a tough 2 days. It was an 0-2, and this is an elimination game. How are you feeling right now, knowing that KBG has another life and can play 1 more game?
首先恭喜你们赢下第1把，这也是中国队正赛赢的第1把。然后呢，想问一下你对KBG 整个队伍现在有什么心情？然后因为你们也可以挺进下一轮了嘛。
I feel very excited and happy.
你可以让我说。
就是我觉得还是比较兴奋跟开心的。因为我们前2轮的对手都实在是足够强大，所以今天也很开心能够让中国赛区拿下就是正赛的第1个大场胜利。
We are so excited and happy because you know the first 2 rounds of our opponents, they are too strong, and today we're facing this team McCain Evolve, and we can win the first victory for the CN region. We are so proud of ourselves, and we are so proud of our teammates.
All right, Coach. Now, I have a next question. We know that after losing 2 days in a row, it is very hard on the mental state of the players as well as yourself. Now, what was the key points you guys actually worked on to improve to ensure a win today in the elimination round?
我们也知道前2把也输了嘛，然后呢，在进到今天比赛之前，队伍做出最主要的调整是什么？
我们最主要调整是我们调整了下，就是我们整体的选人策略，还有就是保持好足够好的心态吧。因为我觉得我们队伍是一直是很有实力的，只是我们现在需要赢一场，我们需要足够的信心，然后去进行到下一轮。
The primary improvement of ourselves is the draft strategy, and we think we need a victory to accumulate our confidence because we believe ourselves and we think we are a really good team, but we just need a victory to prove that.
Now, I agree. A victory does help the morale of the entire team. Coach, after today's win, do you feel more confident with your upcoming matches?
经过今天的对阵，你对之后的对阵更有信心了吗？
对的，就是我们有足够的信心面对下一轮的对手。
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I can see that. Coach definitely does sound more confident. Now, Coach, final question. Year after year, we can see that the China team is actually giving very tremendous improvement in terms of play style. Now, compared to last year wildcard, the difference is really, really crazy. In your opinion, how long more does the China region need to actually step it up and, be one of the powerhouses?
其实这1年来，中国战队的进步也很明显，跟 M5的外卡比，现在中国战队甚至能在正赛拿下1场胜利了。然后你觉得中国队进步的最大的原因是什么？以及中国队需要多久才能成为最有实力的赛区？
我觉得我们进步最大的就是原因是我们足够的努力，然后我们也付出了很多的时间在这个游戏上面。我觉得。明年吧，明年我觉得我们就可以就是往前3名去冲刺了。
I think the biggest reason for the tremendous progress of CN region is we pay sweat and blood in this game. We work really hard. We spend a lot of time on this, and I think if give us enough time, we can to step to the top 3 in the next year.
Wow, in 1 year, and I agree. Blood, sweat, and tears does play a huge role in improving. Thank you very much to Coach Webby, and congratulations on your win. You guys live to see another round in the M6 World Championship. And with that, let's head back to the panel to break down this elimination match. Panels, take it away.
Congratulations to KBG. Now they're feeling a little bit more confident. Now, here's the thing. Like we said, it's much more difficult after this. But before we even talk about that, we got to talk about the game just now, because this game number 2 is much closer compared to game number 1, where we see Makeup Evolve actually taking quite a few fights. Flexing the watch. Quite a few fights. Dude, Ferry gave me a watch. I'm gonna flex it. But yeah, different game, right? Game number 2, Trex?
Very different game than game number 1, but still a dominating game for Keep Best Gaming. Even with the change in draft from Maycom Evolve, I feel like Keep Best Gaming found answers. The Aurora Limu did great at stopping and stiff arming the composition that Maycom tried to bring. Whenever they tried to dive, whenever they tried to walk up, down comes the Frigid Glacier, out comes the Freezing, just stopping them in their tracks, and it did so well.
Can I talk about one thing here? This is where we discuss. Maleficent is a problem, correct? I feel like one of the other problems that we should highlight based on that final fight is how sustainable the Bruno is. He got a lot of shot from the Harif, and this is Harif. Look at the items for the Harif. Essentially almost full item build. The only item that he doesn't have is the Divine Glaive.
Yeah.
And the Bruno was able to heal through all of that. Is that not a problem as well?
It is, it is.
Not to mention Rose Gold, though.
Yeah, he had the Rose Gold, the House Pulse, but then he wasn't alone during that team fight, if I'm not mistaken. He had someone else
Limu was there
with him. Limu was there, and I think he was the one who received majority of the damage first. But to think he was able to go toe-to-toe with the damage of a Harith in the late game, it's a problem. I think there was a question yesterday even.
I would say that was not toe-to-toe. That was super one-sided. I did not see Bruno's HP being half.
It did.
And he can just stand there. He doesn't even have to dance around or anything. He just stands there. It's definitely a problem, I feel like, at this point. The Bruno needs to be something to think about overall.
Yeah, and
he didn't even go defensive. He didn't even pick up the tenacity this time. He was like, listen, I'm going damage, Bruno. I'm going like Kelra builds it. I don't need no defensive emblem on me. I'm going to get aggressive.
Yeah, he was so aggressive with the play styles. And I think even compared to game number 1, we saw glimpses of how Makeup Evolve really attempted to adjust. There were more rotations coming in from their side. Every single member felt a lot more involved compared to game number 1. Even Marquinhos on the high lows, this felt like a completely different approach from him. He was rotating towards the mid lane a lot more. I feel like there was some sort of pressure towards Lumu compared to game number 1. And even then, KBG, they were just so careful. If they knew that this was the idea for Makeup Evolve, then they just tried to avoid it overall and then set things up for themselves when they're ready, and that's when they decided to go for the team fights.
But let me just actually pull it into a bit more micro here. We're looking at tiny mistakes. Nitpicking, as you would say. The timing for Maycam is actually not all that great, right? Because even Trex, we watched the fight. There are certain times where they really shouldn't go for a fight. They shouldn't initiate. But they did, and they get punished for it quite a few times.
Yeah, they just couldn't help themselves, it seems. And it seems like it was the same problem as game 1. There was times when they definitely shouldn't go for a fight. In game 2, one of the major times was we saw Matt jump in. Was it third turtle or first lord? First lord, I'm pretty sure.
First lord, yeah.
He came around the backside of the pit, goes in, and even though he makes that mistake, the rest of the team didn't have to follow. They could have said, because Matt ended up getting away there, they could have just kind of, all right, we'll chalk that one up to the game. It is what it is. But no, they full engage on that one engage, and it cost them even more of a game. They were behind about 2,500 gold, and yes, it doesn't sound like a lot, but at that point in the game, Balexi and Limu were on fire, and it was not the right time for the play. They should have slow rolled the Lord.
Yeah, now we got to look at the MVP for the game. It looks like it's going to be Belexi, where again, the Bruno is a problem. We heard of the solution, but now we have a problem here where the Bruno so far, again, on the M6 stage, one of the highest win rates, I feel, all the way from the wild card. The Belexi so far, again, has been performing extremely well.
Yeah, and I also would like to think that each and every time Makeup Evolve really attempted to go for those consecutive team fights, as we've been mentioning, it was also somewhat their attempt to just really look for these targets from KBG, be it Belexi, be it even Aurora, but then every single time they try to do that, we were also talking about it, like he's just able to sustain it every single time. Like they're able to kite them for so long, and by the time they find themselves so committed and invested in the team fight, they realize it's not favoring them anymore. They realize everything is just backfiring for Make 'em Evolve. And even in the laning matchup, if you would look at the highlights, this was an outplay though. I mean, this was an outplay though, but then after that,
yeah, he goes down, but even there, we see that Belexi picked up the Flicker instead of the Purify that we normally see on a lot of Brunos. And it just goes to show the aggressiveness that he consistently wants to bring. Even in that first play when he got outplayed, he flickers in, tries to go forward, and here's Belexi when by this time he has the Malefic Gun in, and he is just spacing well. He's always backing up. Every time Matt comes in, he's able to step out of the AOG, re-engage, and put on the pressure, and Make 'em Evolve is just never able to close that distance.
And I feel like the highlight of the over here.
Oh, there.
Look at Blexi's HP. Look at how much it goes back up. Like, as much damage he takes, he just gets it back. And that's why I feel like, okay, the problem against Bruno is that you can't catch him. That's a situation where we saw he got caught. The heal is like a fighter. Feels like OG Lapu Lapu.
Yeah. With Bloodlust back. There's
Yeah,
something
exactly.
like Bloodlust Lapu, Bloodlust Khalid. Just taking your life back immediately.
Like, he can dish out the damage, he can take it. That's a little bit too much. But while the camera is on me, coming up next is S2G going up in NIP Flash, best of one. Prod, us, take one. Director here, camera there. Oh. I mean, once the game starts, we'll do it. But yeah, going up here, S2G going up against NIP Flash. Early, before we jump in. How are we expecting this match to go, Brigitte?
I'm expecting it to go really intense, and I'm hoping for a little bit of surprise because we haven't been seeing it from NIP Flash at least for
They're
the
hiding.
first 2 games that they play.
They're hiding the strat here, Trex.
Yeah, I think I'm excited for all of the 1-1 games. I think this middle bracket, we're finally getting to a place where teams are maybe facing against teams of equal power leveling. And I think S2G, we've seen a lot from them. We started off slow with NIP Flash, but now they're getting back in their groove. And this is a time where, you know, one of these teams is going to go down, one of these teams is going to go up. And yeah, we're hoping that, I don't know if I want NIP to show what they're hiding. I think they
Hey.
I want them to keep it chill. I think I want to see them keep it chill.
I can see where you're
don't pull
coming
out
from.
like the Martis mid or something like that. It was exciting back in a, you know, but I don't know.
Maybe in best of threes.
Yeah, maybe in best of 3.
Maybe in best of threes. Right? I do agree. The Fanny mid, the Martis mid. The Martis was a big problem back in MSC. Even Vamos was like, we can't handle this. There's nothing we can do against it. But yeah, going up against S2G, something to remember. S2G was the first upset. They defeated Stingray Giants.
Yeah. Remember that?
It's okay.
I don't know if they're looking for more.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Very strong team. Impressively strong.
Yeah.
Imagine a world, S2G going up against NIP Flash, where this time, NIP Flash also was able to take down, who did it take down again?
SRG.
No, NIP Flash.
Oh, NIP Flash. Yes.
Yeah. They took them down. You guys remember that? I think it was Aurora.
Wait. For NIP Flash,
We're losing
it was
We're losing
CFU
it,
and
guys.
Aurora.
Right?
CFU. Remember that?
Yeah.
No, CFU. Never mind. Keep going.
Wait, what? We have a small pillow? Oh, we do have a pillow. You guys have a pillow? Oh, B-roll. I heard a pillow. Do you guys not hear a pillow? No, just me? Just me? All right, now we're seeing him Make 'em Evolve. Unfortunately, got eliminated. They are 15, 16 place. the first team to get eliminated. Tomorrow, we will see one more team getting eliminated. There you go, Brigida. That's how you use a small pillow.
Yeah.
You use the secret lair.
That's what you did
chair
when SRG lost?
for comfort.
Wait, what?
Trex. Trex.
see?
Trex. Shut up.
It's going to be me tomorrow. It's okay. I'm going to feel the same way.
Guys,
Possibly.
if you guys need comfort, if you guys don't have friends, grab Secret Lab. They're not, the response statement will come out later, but if you need a friend, don't get Trex, get Secret Lab. But yeah, we're about to wrap this up, guys. I like the intro, by the way. And we're going for a break.
Okay.
So, right. You want to get off?
No.
Let's go for a break.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit
for ultimate glory starts now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're not doing that
Yeah,
anymore.
we're not doing that.
Let's
It's
call the
okay,
actual
okay.
person to do this.
I mean, maybe tomorrow. We'll pick up something. But everyone, welcome back to the Swiss stage here at M6, where today we have a best of three, a best of one, a best of one, and a best of three. And now we're in a best of one between S2G going up against NIP Flash. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is the guy that you would assume have short arms because his name is Strikes, but no, he has regular size arms. And then Brigida showing. I mean, they're pretty regular. And Brigida showing how great the camera is here at M6 that you can't even see the zit on her nose.
Oh, wait, you have to say that I have
What?
Oh, wait, it's a correction. I have two. So it's not just one.
Okay, hold up. Let's check out the camera. Camera's the one on her face. You don't see it.
You don't see it.
Shout outs to JJ, man. JJ did a good job. So, you can kind of see mine. So it's like, whatever. Trex has immaculate skin. What's
Right.
your secret?
I was just blessed, I guess. I don't know. I'm
You're
sorry.
blessed. You're blessed. Ingan, come here. Show your face. Come here.
Right next to mine.
He's even wearing the tag. Just look at Ingan's face. Close to me.
Close to him.
He has perfect face as well. Oh my god.
Can I also make a point about Ingen? We all decided to wear black today, and Ingen just told us no.
Anyway.
So what's going on? What's next? We have a shout out to do, I think.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Kadia, and only one thing can bring Lefel back is doing the shout out correctly. Kadia, discover the beating heart of Kadia City, the gaming and esport district, the world's first real-life gaming hub, and a beacon of gaming culture. Only the beating heart of Kadia could bring Lefel back from that one. Are you okay?
Alhamdulillah. I'm good. Shout outs to Kadia. Guys, make sure you guys check out Kadia. Thank you very much, Trex, for bringing out Kadia, because if not, I'll be in that state.
Yeah. Forever.
Exactly, forever. That took me by surprise. Let me tell you that, Brigida.
Yeah, I saw the surprise in your face. Actually, I don't know if you saw it in mine because I was
Jealous?
stunned. No, of course not. I was stunned.
All right, now we have.
Okay, you can admit it.
We have a topic here, guys. We have a topic. We have something to talk about here. All right? This is where we're bringing it in. Momentum or misstep, another best of one roulette. Where personally for me, the fact that they're playing today, right, instead of waiting for one more day, I kind of feel like this is good because you have momentum. And you don't want to stop it. And speaking of momentum, NIP Flash won the last battle, but S2G they lost the previous battle.
Yeah.
But before that, S2G won the previous battle.
And started the upsets.
Yeah.
And NIP lost.
So what do we feel about the momentum here coming in from both teams, NIP Flash as well as S2G?
Well, I think for me, I'm really watching out for NIP Flash heading into this match. I mean, I know S2G has surprised us a lot, but like for NIP Flash, it's just unbelievable to see them in this kind of like state. It's a huge development if you've known this team for quite some time. I mean, could you believe that we'd actually say Diablo has only played the high loss for the past 2 games?
What, really? Wow.
I mean,
Okay, don't close up my face. My mind's gonna be showing. You know what? Just keep me on wide shot. I'd appreciate that. But yeah, that's the point. Even interviewing him, and he's like, yeah, people keep saying I'm a bad EXP laner, blah blah blah. But he's great, Trex. Stop, stop, Trex.
I think, I mean, yes, NIP Flash on the rise right now. They had a rough day one. Now they're on the come up. They take a game. They have a chance to shoot up to the top side of Swiss stage. But S2G has taken down one of the favorites, taken down SRG. They went up to the top, got beat by none other than BTK. But still, Turkey's been a region that has never seems to not surprise us, right? Never seems to not, take games off big teams. Never seems to not be able to, pull off a win when we least expect it. So I definitely can't count them out here.
Yeah, now we actually have a full flame graphic here. We're gonna listen to the quote. Still with the Zoom, man. We're going to look at a quote coming in from the coach of Coach Zarate on the power of unpredictability. So we have to see what he has to say here. The coach coming in from NIP Flash. I believe that in a best of one, we definitely have a psychological advantage. Opponents facing us have no idea what heroes we're planning to pick or what the strategies will adopt. They might even overthink, assuming there are plenty of surprises in store. It becomes a matter of preference for them, which cheese strat do they want to deal with. But at the end of the day, we can dictate the direction. We can choose not to cheese anyway. Because of our flexibility, we definitely have an advantage. And I feel like, yeah, that's a big thing. It's like saying I have this in the back foot every single time. You're the one that has to think about what would happen if it comes out, and I get to choose whether I'm going to bring it out or not.
Yep. I think it worked wonders for them, especially going up against the teams who aren't really used to this best of one setup. And we've seen it in action even just yesterday. Like, they just seem so comfortable with the drafting, whereas their opponents felt a little bit more reactive. So I completely agree with the statement that was shared to us by Coach Zarate. And even when I see these guys during breakfast, honestly, they just feel so chill.
Oh, you guys eat breakfast?
I see them every morning, like around 9 a.m. That's breakfast, right?
Yeah, 8 a.m. is when breakfast happens, or 9 a.m., whatever your preference is. 10 a.m. if you're trying to run late for the shuttle to get here. But either way, that's just, we're talking about NIP Flash, and I actually like that. I like the fact that he said that, because I think a lot of people look at NIP Flash and they think they are only cheese picks, right? Their identity is just these crazy picks in the mid or these crazy picks on the off. But the reality is they can also play a very solid composition and do very, very well with it. And I think he put it so well that it keeps enemies on their toes, right? It keeps teams not knowing how they want to approach the draft, especially in a best of one.
Let me just say, one of the most surprising players here for me personally is Vanix. Vanix has looked absolutely amazing. Yesterday when he was using the Moskov going up against Aurora, this is against Aurora. I was like, okay, you guys are coming in with a draft that is very conditional. And they were able to do it. Vanix didn't die a single time. His Moskov was out of this world. And that just shows here that going up against this best of one S2G, they really have to consider what can really come out. So Coach Zarate, he just has choices. Yeah. I can use a normal draft. Are you going to push me to not use it? We'll see.
Actually, it feels like that's where the contrast some of comes in, right? It's S2G, they rarely go out of the meta. Like, it's like they really stick with that. So if like you're comparing S2G to NIP Flash, you have a clear idea of like what to expect from S2G, especially their gold laner, like Sigiboom. He's just really sticking with the meta gold laners, but then he's super good at it. We saw him. He played the Brutal really well yesterday, and it was an overwhelming performance.
Yeah, the way he pressed the basic attack button, man, like, oh my god. And of course his positioning. The positioning. But yeah, talking about S2G here, man, I feel like their fundamental is actually very strong, which is very good. So I kind of feel like against S2G, trying to cheese them might actually work. Because personally for me, if you're going against a team that has very strong fundamentals, whenever the script goes a bit off, the whole tempo just gets disrupted, right?
Yeah, it completely makes you think like, wait, this isn't supposed to happen. This isn't how things are supposed to go, and you just have no way to approach. And some of those picks, you don't know how to lane against them. You don't know how to rotate against them. It's a completely new strategy that most teams have never gone against before, especially for a team like S2G that maybe doesn't have as much international experience as NIP Flash, right? NIP Flash has been around the block a few times. They've been doing this for a long time, essentially, and these players know how to catch teams off guard. They know how to, expose teams' weak points, and that's what S2G has to watch out for today.
Yeah, because, again, fighting fundamental versus fundamental, going up against SG, I don't really know if that's a really good idea. But before we move forward, we have the privilege to actually talk to KZP. So let's see what he has to say.
Hi guys, here's Michelle. Now I'm having the analyst from NIP Flash, Kazapi with me. Hi Kazapi, how are you? Also, hello from my panda to you. Okay, so let's quick talk about the draft, the meta. So your coach has told us your team might or might not go with like the cheat strategy. So in your opinion, do you agree that is a good meta for some kind of the surprises pick to come up?
I feel that M6 has gone into the Swiss stage format. So by going to the meta all along, it has been quite a norm for every other teams.
Yeah,
so
sure.
once a while picking cheese strat to fight against different teams, it may caught them by surprise. So that's one good thing about having cheese strat.
Yeah, so it's still a lot of like the meta pick on the stage, right? So in your opinion, would you prefer like the best of one or best of three more?
I would say that Swiss stage format is new to everyone in the MLBB scene.
For sure.
So I would say that changing things once a while here and there is fine. So BO1 or BO3, we'll just try our best and fight as a team.
Oh, just all the same. But did you guys any different preparation before the best of one or the best of three? A different preparation for you guys?
For best of one, we will try our best to pick our comfort picks so that our players knows these basics to the highest level.
Yep. Sure.
But in terms of best of three, we will try to pick a little bit things more differently so that we can counter each player's comfort zones as well.
Yeah, so you guys have prepared for out of the situation on the stage, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so what can happen on the game, the ISUG versus the NIP Flash? It's a good time to figure out. So the panel, back over to you.
So for a best of one, stick with comfort. Best of three, we'll try a little bit differently. But I like that he is very open to the change. He's like, hey, Swiss stage is new to everyone. Everyone has to adapt. And looking at the score, NIP Flash is actually adapting quite well.
Yep, definitely. It's one of the most exciting teams to watch during these kinds of situations. It's a great way to start and to introduce the Swiss format. So I know we previously talked about it even in the podcast, like how we really wouldn't consider, or we don't think that there'd be much difference in terms of like how teams actually play and respond to this best of ones. But NIP Flash, they're really showing how beneficial it is to them.
Yeah, but for now, we got to look at a lineup coming in from S2G because, again, they're going to be playing a best of one against NIP Flash. We haven't talked a lot about S2G, so let's actually take the time here. Sigima, Pagu, Begin, Kazue, as well as Lunar. And again, they play very, very well as a team. Very coordinated here, Trex.
Yeah, I think, we saw on the first day, Lunar did this amazing job on the Ruby, able to open up the map for his team and Begin almost played as more of the support, not as much as that front liner. And I think as long as they can do that, if they can bring that same strategy here and surround Siggyboom, make sure Siggyboom is in a safe position, that's what's been winning games so far for so many teams. The gold laner has been so important. As long as you can get to those first lords without letting the gold escape you, there's always a chance for victory.
Now we got to look at the lineup here coming in from NIP Flash. Both teams don't have changes for this best of one. We still have Vanix, JPL, Cortese, Hades, as well as Diablo.
And I think we could actually define NIP Flash and their playstyle overall right now as one that's extremely disciplined. It's not straying away that much from all that we expected them to bring to the table. So I'm really excited to see how S2G could bring out that brute force oriented playstyle we've known them to play for quite some time up against this version of NIP Flash, which at the same time seems a lot more predictable, but at the same time they still feel like they're not.
Yeah, and now even though we're looking at the players here, we still have our audio. So I'm gonna ask in 3, we're gonna give our predictions here, all right? It's just audio. Don't bother, Brigida, all right? 3, no, don't do that.
No, it just flew.
Okay, you know what? We'll do an M chat first. We talked to Coach Pao. What happened in the match against BTK yesterday? He said we were performing well from the early to mid-game. The miscommunication during the last 2 Lord dances costed us the game. I believe the pressure got to the team even though everything went smoothly in scrims. In a high-pressure environment, these things can happen.
I couldn't, we talk about mentality all the time. We talk about teams being able to handle the pressure. And there are certain teams that we always see come back to M Series that normally have the ability to deal with that. This is just another Friday for them, just another Saturday. It's just another M Series for some of these players. Whereas new faces, new teams, when it's all on the line, the pressure starts to build up. And that's when those small cracks, those small mistakes start to happen.
All right, I'm going to pressure you guys. In 3, say who's going to win. In 3, 2, 1, flash.
Every flash.
What? We're supposed to do it at the same time.
Oh,
Trex.
S2G.
Trex. S2G.
Sorry, I wasn't on the ROG phone, so I was lagging a little bit.
ROG, you got to give us a phone. Give us a phone so that we can do our jobs well. There you go. But yeah, so going against the flow here, Trex, you know what? Shut up. What do you think? And
he always does that anyway.
He always does
that.
He just doesn't like other people, which I can respect. I feel the same.
I like S2G.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, for me, why I think NIP Flash is probably gonna get this, it's because of just how consistent their performance has really been, and how they don't seem the least bit rattled in this setup heading into M6. So I feel they're really riding on that momentum, even despite what S2G has shown to us so far. So now let's see, because it's finally time. We'll get all the answers we've been asking since the beginning of our panel.
Yeah, for me, I vote for NIP Flash because when I went to the toilet just now, I just noticed I forgot to turn off the flash on my phone. So that's where I know.
I thought you didn't.
No, I flashed.
Okay.
I didn't flash. Okay, I didn't flash. All right.
Important to talk about here. Those bans are coming in a little bit slow right now. On the side of NIP Flash, taking their time. They know what's on the line. If either of these teams lose this, they go down to the lower end and start fighting for their life. Hilda, Matilda, Alpha, Luyi, and the Fanny ban on the side of S2G.
Looking at the bans, we can tell a lot. Look at the bans coming in from S2G. The Luyi as well as the Alpha, making sure that their front line, this basically shows they want to play a front to back kind of composition. Alpha is good against that. The Luyi is good against that. Looking at what NIP Flash has banned out, they want to stop aggression coming into the side lanes from the Matilda, and banning out the Hilda shows that they want to use some kind of assassin. I wonder if NIP Flash wants to let go of the Bruno and then pick up something like a Suyo or a Joy.
There's also a lot to trade here. Yeeve's open, Jushin's still open. I think that that's what NIP, it's like, okay, do we ban out the Suyo here, go for the trade on the Yves, and then so you ban out the Suyo, you toss up the trade, fine, you get Jushin, but we get Yves and something else, or you get Yves and we get Jushin and something else, but no, he goes for the Bruno instead, because either way, he gets the Yves or the Jushin, right?
Dude, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, good choices.
No, this is the first time S2G hasn't gotten their hands on the Suyo, so I'm looking at the Eve here that could be potentially picked up by Curtizi. He's been really great in playing the Eve yesterday. We've seen the positioning of each and every real world manipulation. Aside from that, the Jushin though is one to consider a lot, so I'm not sure which they want to go for. If they, speaking about comfort, they talked about comfort earlier, so the Chu or...
Let me remind you guys, this is a best of 1. The way that they're banning, it looks like a best of 3, right?
It's like, it looks like we're already at the stage of, all right, we learned from the last game.
Exactly. And now NIP Flash, time is going down. Oh, they don't pick either. They're going for the Hylos as well as the Cho. So mid jungle is all open for NIP Flash.
Well, you don't have to pick up the mid because no matter what, you're going to get the trade, right? So I think it's smart, right? And they get the Cho, they get the Hylos. They know they can still pick up the Jushin or Eve on third pick here. Gata over to S2G. Do they go... I mean, jungle at this point, there's no super prio. You could pick up something like the Hayabusa if you wanted to. But again, you have to get that mid, and I love how each team is taking their times with this, because like, do we want to risk it, right? Do we go for something else and risk it?
Let me just talk about this, because most people believe that Eve is the counter towards the Jushin. So that's why it might hit. The Eve might be a little bit more prio, but they pick up the Hayabusa. You called it Trex, but instead of taking it later, they're just going to take it now. So NIP Flash, they have an advantage, or do they? Because if they don't pick up their goal leader, it's going to get banned out. If they pick up the mid laner, they can ban out the opposing mid laner. But now we have a fun fact here. Curtizi's mid lane Martis 4 times. Fanny 1-time picks were unbeaten in MPLSG Season 8. Will they go for this? Is that why?
Who needs a Yve when you could pick Martis mid?
And then just ban both of them. Ban the Martis, ban the Eve, and then ban the Jushin.
I mean, we're expecting all those bans to come in the latter portions of the draft, and who knows? Like, they might just they might really go for that super heavy on the front lines type of composition, but they will secure their goal later here. Though surprisingly, it's gonna be the Moskov, but not even the Beatrix, not even anything else, not even the Harith.
Hey! Like Trex said. Ban out the mid laners. Heck, let S2G ban out the mid laners and then just pick up the Martis and then be like, bro, what are you going to do with it? And then last picking the Joy. The Joy will have the magic damage. Everyone else has physical damage. Build around this.
Yeah, but I think at this point, your S2G, you just ban out the Joy, right? Unless NIP like forces a mid ban, like a little mid ban off. I think you ban out the Joy on S2G, you start banning into jungle here, and you just really limit down to NIP as much as possible.
And I feel like they really have to be careful though with whatever mid lane pick they're about to pick up here for S2G. Like NIP Flash, they are super efficient in their early game rotations, especially if Hades gets his hands on the Joy that you were both talking about.
Gone now.
So they take out the Jushin. Oh.
Yeah, Joy's banned now.
Yeah. I mean, again, we saw it, so they have to see it as well. The question is, what if all of it gets bad, and then they're just like, you know what, we actually just want a Fredrin. Fredrin has been popping up in M6.
And against, we saw it beat the Hayabusa yesterday.
Exactly.
We saw it beat the Hayabusa yesterday. Took a little bit of time. And if there's a team that will know how to slow play it, they will be able to do this. But NIP bans out the Jushin, they ban out the Valentina. They're forcing S2G at this point to ban the Eve.
Exactly.
Because if you don't, NIP gets first pick.
There's still the Aurora. They usually pick that up against the Hayabusa as well, but then I'm not entirely sure if that'll like complement the entire idea of how NIP Flash typically plays their early game. Because if they were to go for the Fredrin, then that would potentially be a slower start for NIP Flash as compared to S2G, who can they like focus and play around the Bruno and just let the Hayabusa do his thing.
They're taking the time here, Trex. They're thinking about it. If we let go of Eve, how are we going to fight against it? Is the Bruno strong enough? Is
NIP even going to go Eve?
Exactly.
They're
not going to take the risk.
Take the risk.
Which I was meant for.
Pick up the jungle. Pick up the jungle so that the Martis can still be up. Or pick up the Martis and then you're like, is it mid? Is it jungle?
Yeah, who knows? Exactly. You just pick up the Martis now and you throw him for a big loop. S2G here, though, still needs an EXP, maybe a roam. You know, I mean, or a roam, maybe an EXP, depending on how they want to flex this. I think they could. We saw them pick the Ruby day one.
Yeah.
I think it works well against the Cho. I think it works well against the Hylos. It works well against those heroes that want to try to get up in your face. And it creates more space for Siggy Boom. Could be a possible last pick here on their side. NIP Flash, first pick. What's going to happen, Brigida?
I mean, there's the Khalid, there's the CC, there's a lot of options here, possibly.
What's it going to be?
But then... Wait!
Ling! I was thinking about this. I saw the Haya and I was thinking, what if they go Ling? And honestly, even if they pick up the Martis, it works well because you can stall for quite a while, but...
Faramis too. They could pick up something like a Faramis here.
Faramis, like it.
S2G, on the other hand, still need EXP roam or mid, you know, however they want to flex things out here. Like I said, I like the...
If they pick up the glue, then I can see a Faramis doing quite well.
Yeah.
They might make the mistake of picking out the glue.
If they do that, then NIP definitely has the immediate answer, the immediate possibilities.
It's either really the...
I think CC.
Ruby CC or...
Ruby would work against the Ling though too, and it's another decent answer.
Oh, I don't know. CC works well against this comp as
CC,
well.
yeah.
They have a lot of options.
Oh, the Khalid. They go for the Khalid.
In the mid side.
The Farsa.
Against the Ling and the Cho.
Yeah, not gonna lie, even against the Moscow. Heck, even the High Loss just opened up the highway and be like, yo, Forza, you're blind, but I'm here, yo.
It's party time, baby. They're gonna have a block party under the feathered airstrike. Could be trouble. Risky pick.
Martis is good against
Martis. Also good against Forza.
We're just throwing away the Aurora, the Vexana. We're not like minding all these heroes and possibly thinking that Curtiz is going.
Brigida.
Yeah.
They're good heroes.
Don't get me wrong.
Is exciting.
Don't get me wrong. The Farza does have the capabilities to always wings by wings away.
Angela.
Ling mid. I mean, Angela mid. So Angeling, you got some feelings about this here.
Oh.
How do you feel?
I don't like Angela mid, but it's okay.
Maybe it'll be Cho mid.
Thank you very much, panel. And now we all just want to throw it up to the gas. Let's go!
Yeah, thanks so much, Lavelle, for that throw, man. It's me, Mirko, again, joined here by Ingan for game number 2, or match number 2, rather, here of day 3 of Swiss Stage M6 World Championship. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, this is not an elimination match, so we can just chill for both of these teams. You get one chance, even if you lose, so it's going to be okay.
Yeah, this is a 1-1 bracket if you guys are trying to understand the bracket right now still for the Swiss stage. I know it gets confusing, but NIP Flash yesterday, they were able to upset again, getting a win against Aurora. S2G were brought down to the 1-1 bracket here, and now we see them collide once again. It is a Farsa against a Ling, not just any Ling, it's Hades, and it's an Angeling. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to jump into the Land of Dawn for match number 2. Here we go, S2G versus NIP Flash.
You know, if the Ling doesn't have a good start, NIP Flash is going to have a hard time. They're going to have to rely on the Angeling combination to get them through the late game, and at the same time, they have a Moscow that's also a late game. So NIP Flash needs to play this safe and at the same time, aggressive enough to stop S2G Esports from reaching their early game power spike.
Yeah, I'm actually quite, versed in the Angeling combination. We've seen this a lot in MPL Indonesia. And you guys probably seen the M6 pass around everywhere, wherever you go. And you guys can go and get it right now. The M6 pass is now available, up for grabs for you guys to get. You can actually achieve the level 75, that's a prime skin, with all the other Baksha skins and the avatar border, all for free. So go get yours today.
A lot of skins, a lot of giveaways. Thank you so much, Ramunton. Thank you so much, M6 World Championship. And thank you for this amazing game. Again, NIP Flash, they have the Cho. So in terms of providing a lot of vision for the Ling to actually rotate to wherever he wants to go, it's going to be vital for JPL to provide this information.
It's all about that mid-prio. It's all about canceling the feathered airstrike. And I think, Lofel Trex, Brigida already brought it up earlier in the panel. There's a Ling, but you don't technically need the Ling to be the one to go on the far side. You have a horse to pop in the Glorious Pathway. You have Cho. And at the end of it all, maybe an SOD too. It's Master Assassin for both the Marksman and the Gold Lane. This is also the comfort pick of Vanix. We have seen, though, however, that Bruno does indeed win you games. So S2G, even though they went for, a gamble with the Farsa, and the Bruno is a good safety net that they can rely on here as they get mid-prio to set up for the first neutral objective of the game. Turtle number 1, purple buff, still not taken by Hades.
Okay, S2G Esports starting things off by having control on this turtle pit, but Diablo and JPL is just waiting for Hades to come in the picture. Here comes Hades, just waiting for the hard guard as well. They're just trying to zone them out. Raging Sandstorm coming in from Lunar, and Hades will secure the turtle.
Now it's going to be a attempt at the Blades. Pagu knocked up. More Defiant Blades on. Pagu with Revitalize, trying to sustain over, but it'll still be first blood over to Hades.
Strong start for NIP Flash. I mean, JPL and Diablo just really doing their job, but Lunar gets kicked into that feathered airstrike though. Okay, here comes a Wiki Shadow Kill, might be able to bring down Diablo, and Diablo is gonna fall down.
Hey, 1-for-1, S2G make it back to equal on the board. Hades with a kill, Kazue with a kill. Though, Hades did not get the purple buff earlier, right? I mean, so now he's gonna have a very long purple buff, technically. He went for the turtle fight. It was purely just Diablo and JPL creating space for him. So even without purple buff, he was all good there. Now, does it look like S2G are trying to go for the orange buff, trying to take what NIP Flash took away from them.
Right now, just JPL just trying to zone out 3 members, making sure for NIP Flash to get the secure. Oh, okay, Kazue will get the kill onto JPL. That was a lot of resources expended, but well worth it for S2G to take down JPL.
Yep, it's going to be another slow game here, I would say, for both these teams. They both should be waiting for the next neutral objective. It'll be a lot of cuts. do want to talk a bit about this matchup though. Vanix, the old reliable, and MPL SG versus the sharpshooting Siggy Boom, Diablo.
At this point, they're just really trying to go for any of the members that they can see from NIP Flash. They're not afraid to burst down and use up a lot of skills and make sure to send a message to NIP Flash that we won't get bullied at any point of the game.
Vanix is going to be sent into the mid lane as well to catch some more waves, to get to that item power spike quicker. If we take a look at the items, Vanix, not yet with the corrosion side just yet. The Haas Claw is also still being worked on by Sikibu, but Kazue has finished the Hunter Strike. So that's an item advantage over Hades, who has yet to finish the Berserker's Fury. And turtle number 2 is coming. Despite NIP Flash getting turtle number 1, doesn't seem like they are on that gold lead. They don't have that grasp on the gold lead just yet. S2G looking like they're gonna set up for a big fight mid-prio towards Begin and Lunar.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think NIP Flash, is this really the best composition for you, considering that Curtizi is one of the highly mechanical mid laners all throughout this this tournament, and you're just giving him an Angela. So is that really the best lineup for NIP Flash they have to offer up against S2G Esports?
It's a give and take, right? Oh, Tempest of Blades? Okay. Hades will just use it to get away from the shadow kill. But back to the point, man. I feel like, yeah, it's a gamble you're playing. You're putting Curtizi, a very mechanical sound player, on an Angela, but it also enhances Hades, who's ridiculous too on those mechanics. This team was once called Hades. Yeah. Hades, you know, we're not gonna say it here, but you know, NIP Flash.
Yeah.
Turtle number 2. It does seem like for both of the teams, they both have assassins. They do not want to contest for the neutral objectives. They'd rather just farm up and wait for those power spikes to hit, and then they might go and fight. This might be like a 1 turtle game, 2 turtle game.
Yeah, it's gonna be a stalemate. Right now, NIP Flash also considered as the Singapore All-Star team.
Oh yeah.
And we can expect that, because again, we have to wait for Kazue to scale up, for Hades to scale up, and specifically for NIP Flash, they're really banking on that Angeline combination. And if it fails, if Hades gets picked off and delays his power spike, it's going to be detrimental for their team.
Oh, gank up top!
Oh, Siggy Boom! The Turkish Triggerman will fall down in hands of 2 members of NIP Flash. Now S2G wants to go for the trade, trying to take down the turtle!
Oh, bursting it down, Kazue gets the retreat down. Diablo with a stun, mid lane, Raging Sandstorm!
And it's gonna connect, but JVL catches it mid-air with the Way of the Dragon. Hades goes in with the Templars of Blades to bring down Lunar as well. And NIP Flash, we thought it was gonna be a stalemate, but right now they're going for the clashes, brawling in the mid lane.
Woo! Just like that, it's another trade on. S2G were the ones to get 2 kills for 1 turtle for NIP Flash. And now it's the opposite. Now it's NIP Flash who are going for the kills. S2G securing the turtle. And Siggy Boom just barely surviving, or helping that turret to survive. Curtizi, what happened in the mid lane? A feathered airstrike took him real low.
And the kill onto Siggy Boom onto the top lane, it really worked wonders for Vanix. Gave him a lot of space to work with, but JPL saw 5 members of S2G Esports just instantly got deleted in the map.
Quick moves by S2G around the map. These rotations have really helped them get kills, pickoffs around the map, but you can see Hades doing the same thing in the bottom lane, as devilish as ever with the trades.
Oh, almost got caught there with the Wiki Shadow Kill plus the Feathered Airstrike. And now they're going to transition onto the top lane. AOG going to be committed onto Vanix, but manages to evade that. 3 heroes of S2G, but goes in with a Spear of Destruction, wants to go 1v1 with Siggy Bomb. Here comes the Hard Guard. Okay, the clash. Oh, look at Hades. Onto the back line. Tempest of Blades!
Coming down already. JPL with the G-Kundo. The turret taken down. NIP Flash using the Hard Guard. So now Hades walking in again onto Siggy Boom. Just a bit of damage. A Feather Airstrike will shoot them away. But they use that aggression to just get the turret.
And this is the clear advantage of NIP Flash. Even if they're outnumbered at any given moment, Curtizi is ready to cast his Hard Guard, whether onto Vanix, whether onto Hades, and at the same time, they're really utilizing the capabilities of their lineup. They have a Ling and a Moskov that's good when it comes to macro gameplay. So even if clashes aren't going on, they could just play the long game and just go for the split pushes, catch S2G Esports off guard, and right now, Raging Sandstorm is going to connect, plus the Feathered Airstrike going in, ganking up onto Diablo, but he casts his Revitalizing Glorious Pathway on time. He stays alive!
And Hades comes in now, goes in for an assassination. Tempest ablaze into the back, Siggy Boom still has to purify in time. Pagu thrown at a spear from Vanix, and it will be a 2-for-1. NIP Flash with the dub in the trade as Hades goes for the purple buff. Just look at Kazue. looking for an angle to probably try to go for the pickoff, but he won't be able to look for it.
And that's a good pickoff, especially considering that the first Lord has spawned, so NIP Flash can just focus on clearing out the minions, gonna get a lot of minion waves pushed so they can position better in this Lord pit. A huge play coming in from NIP Flash to catch S2G Esports off guard, despite S2G actually starting that clash. So NIP Flash, again, going back to their composition, it's easy for them to re-engage and respawn no matter what S2G does to them.
It's very clear from what Begin got, the roam boots here, what they want to do. They want to just stick together and fight. Feathered Airstrike forcing JPL out, but that's a big resource burnt out. Now SOD.
Oh, SOD gonna connect onto Siggy Bomb. Pops this spear right here comes to AOG. He's gonna bring down Siggy Bomb. Just going and working onto Pagu. The Revitalize is there, but Hades goes in with a Semblance of Blaze.
Gets the kill. Pagu is down. Now Kazuha's looking for the trade. Lunar trying to screen Hades. But it's not enough. NIP Flash are just too quick with it. And even if Siggy Boom purifies out of one, there are many more to come. Diablo with the Glorious Pathway, JPL with the G Kundo, and then Phoenix comes in teleporting behind you. Now it's a Lord. First Lord. Should be taken by NIP Flash. Nothing S2G can really do about it.
Kazuha and the rest of the members of S3G just gonna have to give it away to NIP Flash. And so far, this is still winnable or defable for S2G, and at the same time, as long as they are able to save their mid lane turret and just keep their jungle area away from NIP Flash, Kazuha can still manage to bounce back and later on activate Siggy Boom's Power Spike. Again, this is a Bruno that we've seen win a lot of games, and up against a team like NIP Flash, I mean, S2G Esports, they really need to get the pick off that they really want.
Gotta wait for that Power Spike for Siggy Boom, though. He is 400 gold behind. Vanix has hit his item Power Spike. That's the holy trinity of the attack speed items. But for Siggy Boom on the Bruno, we all know what the real Power Spike is now. Usually, Haasclaw's Berserkers, all good. Now you gotta wait for that Melfic gun to be a real threat, a 1v5 kind of carry. So S2G, it can still bank on that. Begin already got the Wishing Lantern too, so he should be able to provide some good poke over to Vanix. Vanix has just been so elusive in these skirmishes, man. Waiting on the SOD, getting so much room from Diablo and JPL too. So he hasn't been poked at all by the Feathered Airstrikes.
S2G just gonna make quick work of this Lord down bottom. Holy Shields are still intact. Let's see if NIP Flash will force a clash. Again, JPL has his Flicker, has his Way of the Dragon. Now they're just depriving S2G Esports of the necessary buffs that Kazuha especially needs to scale up quickly with his Hayabusa.
The Melfic gun already secured by Siggy Boom, so that's the item we were waiting for S2G. But for NIP Flash, fleeting time too for Kurt TZ. So a bit more utility to play. The Heart Guard's going to be on a lower cooldown now, so we can actually look for maybe the cross-map plays around to try to force S2G or punish S2G, who really like to clump up together. So far, even when they're clumping up, they really haven't been able to get the most out of it, right?
Yeah.
NIP Flash have just found ways to split them up or beat them in their front to back. They just dive, man. I don't know how to say it. NIP Flash are local.
Yeah, a lot of credit also goes to the Glorious Pathway, because every time you see the Feathered Airstrike committed, it's always just one or two that connects.
Yep.
And after that, NIP Flash doesn't want to play around the vicinity of the Feathered Airstrike. So NIP Flash really does have a lot of mobility to stay away from the aggressive ultimates that S2G can't pour onto them.
It's mobility and then it's sustain, right? Because when you get poked out, JPL
gets taunted out, and this time gets bursted down by 5 members of S2G. That's one problem crossed out by S2G against NIP Flash.
Everything in the kitchen sink, man. That was 4 ultimates. Poor JPL, man. Just got ambushed like that. But back to the point, mobility, but also sustain. NIP Flash, the reason they've been able to neutralize the Farsa threat was because of Kurt TZ always healing them back up with the photo.
Yeah.
If you can burst someone down like that, then yeah, the healing doesn't really play into the game that much. If you can one-shot or evaporate the members of NIP Flash like they just did to JPL. Hades will steal the purple buff. This is the benefit of having Hayabusa. You're not really too reliant on the purple buff in the later stage of the game, even in the early game. So Kazuha should still be fine. What's really going to be concerning is the fact that Glorious Pathway.
They're going in, Glorious Pathway again, and they're going to bring down the Tarkus Trigger, man. All of a sudden, S2G Esports has to walk away. They have no damage. They have no Pagu as well. NIP Flash will play this by the book. Going to go instead for the second Lord.
That was speed in a flash. S2G just lost their gold laner. You blink and you miss it. NIP Flash are too fast, and for S2G, they've got no peel. Hades secures the second Lord of the game, and this time it will be an enhanced Lord. Even though S2G have great high ground, they should be able to clear out the waves with Siggy Boom and Begin on these picks. I don't know about the dive. You try to go for your ultimates on the Lord, and then Mr. Man Vanix comes around, Hades comes around, and Diablo pops in the red carpet for everybody to walk in your face.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even Vanix voluntarily dives onto the backline just to try and stop the feathered airstrike from being fully utilized for the side of S2G Esports. And now NIP Flash has the luxury of having the enhanced Lord into the middle lane. They can actually take out all inhibitor turrets, or better yet, end the game right now.
That's a base turret in the mid lane, taken down. The feather airstrike baited out. Diablo goes in.
With a glorious pathway and trying to zone out the rest of the members of S2G. They're doing their best to try and clear it out as NIP Flash takes down 2 inhibitors. 1 inhibitor turret left for them to take down.
2 base turrets. Fortunately for S2G, it isn't the far lane, so they should be able to still manage the waves, though it is going to be tough. NIP Flash, though, they're going to stay disciplined with it. Now they're going to bring in another wave up top. Hades is ready. Feather airstrike
goes in with the Templars of Blade, but gets kicked down by JPL as well. Hades continuing his onslaught. 4 blades onto Kazue. Here comes the counterattack coming in from S2G. In a response, Kazue gets a kill, but Vanix is the main problem of S2G Esports, just focusing on the base. And NIP Flash, 1 more hit to bring down the Crystal and take this game.
Diabolical from NIP Flash. S2G wanted to brawl it out. They wanted to fight. S2G could not do it. NIP Flash went straight for the base. There was nothing else set in their sights except for that crystal. Every single member went for it. And even though S2G got the free hits on Siggy Boom, even though they got their win conditions towards the end, everything except for Begin dying, it was not enough. At that point, it was 14 minutes and 59 seconds. NIP Flash, they couldn't wait a single second for that 15-minute mark. No, they had to end it right there, right now.
The improvement of NIP Flash after losing to CFU, beating Aurora, and this time beating S2G.
Well, Fel, take it away, man. What do you think about the game?
Dude, NIP, they don't stop. Once they got the momentum, once, hey, you guys can't take down Diablo, hey, that's good news for us. NIP Flash just keep going and going and going and going.
It felt like it all happened in a flash, literally. They just took that game, and we didn't expect it to be that easy for them.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of fighting going all around the map, but me and Drex, we've been looking at Begin. How is he going to position going up against NIP Flash? And let me tell you, he did well. But there's not much he can do. Once he opens up the feather airstrike, glorious pathway, SOD, the link, there's no one from NIP Flash is letting Begin do his thing.
Yeah, and the problem was as well as nobody from S2G could let Begin do his thing. There was no real peel on the side of S2G.
No, I agree.
There was nothing
you said was wrong. Yeah.
him, nothing. Even the Khalid, it's more of a dive hero. It's a damage hero. Nothing that could really hold them up for just a second to let those feathered airstrikes drop down. The moment that all popped, we saw it at the end there. If it wasn't the Cho, it was the Ling. If it wasn't the Ling, it was the Hylos. If it wasn't the Hylos, it was the next one. I mean, everyone just knew exactly how to deal with it. And you're right, momentum was key, and it completely destroyed them.
So this is one of the situations where if they bring up the Ruby, like you were talking about the Ruby, might be a little bit better because again, Farsa's damage, man. Let me tell you guys, it's out of this world. All you really need to do is let the Farsa free hit, but Begin couldn't do it.
Yeah, there were so much high mobility targets just trying to look after Begin, trying to chase after Begin, and immediately transitioning to the next nearest targets right after that because it was just that easy for NIP Flash. We were also looking at how the timings of the hard guard, they just came in the most unexpected times, but they were always ready to fight. It didn't feel like they were just entirely reliant on the way of the dragon setups. They were making plays individually all by themselves.
Heck, JPL just hey, use everything on me. 5 ult, 4 ults, boom, bang, bada, bing, ah, da. But then my team is like, hey, we see an opening. Right? Many times, JPL just and then all of a sudden it's and he dies. But then everyone else is safe. Isn't that right, Trix?
It's very, very true. As long as he can get at least 3 to 5 ults, which he did every time he died, the rest of the team has opportunity to capitalize. And I love what Brigida said about the Heart Guards, because even early game, we saw Vanix getting bullied for just a second. And before the Heart Guard even connected, Vanix was like, all right, I'm going to re-engage because I know the Heart Guard's about to come, and completely turns a 2v1 into a 1 and a Heart Guard against 2, right? And wins out in the lane for a second. So no matter who got it, it worked out for the side of NIP Flash.
True.
Yeah, again. And we were talking slightly about it. Egan as well as Merkel were talking about it, giving Curtizi something like the Angela. Let me just say, it was not punished. Because the thing about Angela mid is that you move to the side lanes a little bit slower because you take time to clear the minion waves, so you're going to stay in mid for quite a while. Usually the Hayabusa would just take this opportunity and get the Angela multiple times, but we don't see that. Right? We don't see that, Brigida.
Nope, not at all. Honestly, this just really showed us how the versatility of NIP Flash. Like, they're just not limited to one style, to one approach, whatever they actually draft. And the way that Kazue actually had a relatively great early game, he actually got the kills, but not just on the ideal targets, so that you could really build up on those moments.
Yep, I completely agree with what Brigida has to say, but now we have to throw it all the way to the stage with Rose alongside with NIP Flash to see what they have to say after that win.
The only Singaporean team in the M6 World Championship taking another win in the bag this Swiss stage. And right now I'm with Vanix from NIP Flash. First of all, how are you feeling after winning?
I feel good because we were able to do one, and one more win will be qualified for the playoff.
Yes, one more win is all it takes for you guys to qualify for the knockout stages. Now, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people have a lot of opinions regarding our Swiss stage format, where it's very unpredictable. We technically only know the matchup the night before. Now, Vanix, in your opinion, how are you guys coping with this unpredictability?
So for me, for the players, we usually don't talk that much because the draw is quite late. So usually it's our coaches and analysts doing all the work. So they will research on the team and do it after the draw, and then you'll last until like midnight or something, then they go to sleep. Yeah.
I think we can see that based on this kind of like stage where the draws are at night. A lot of the coaching staff actually does sacrifice a lot of time, and to make sure that you guys have enough resources for the match day itself. So the players are just technically like chilling and just doing your own thing, is it?
Yeah, the players usually do their own things. If you want to join, can join also. But for me, I don't.
Oh, you don't? What do you do?
I just stay in my hotel room and do my own things because I can't contribute much.
I see. Okay. That's fine. I'm pretty sure everybody understands that. Okay, now Vanix, I have a question. This patch, I feel like the gold lane is quite a big thing. A lot of people are saying Bruno is super duper OP. You need to get it, but you just won with a Moskov. Now, in your opinion, what are your thoughts on the gold lane meta this M6?
My thoughts on this gold lane meta is like quite OP because the Bruno is a late game hero, and we from the game that we had just now, we tried to shut the Bruno down quite a lot using the Link Angela, like basically dive him so he won't perform. That's how we secure the win also.
Aren't you guys afraid of letting the Bruno go? I think this Swiss stage so far, Bruno has a very, very high win rate. So were you guys really okay with it? And you guys have actually come up with a good counter plan for letting Bruno go?
We didn't expect them to first pick the Bruno. Yeah, we were expecting us to first pick the Bruno because we were like second one. But then they first picked it, so we just came up with another plan, which is the Link Angela, to kill the Bruno. I
see. I think it paid off pretty well.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
now Vanix, before I let you off, before we wrap this up, I just want to ask you, now that you guys are one game away from the knockout stages, it's a 2-1, what team do you guys actually want to face the moment you guys get into knockouts?
Maybe the strongest, because which is Fnatic on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone wants to face the strongest to prove that they are stronger. One the M6.
Yeah, I like that. In order to prove that you are a strong one, you have to go up against someone strong. Thank you very much, Vanix, and congratulations on your amazing win. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game up against S2G.
Thank you very much, Rose and Vanix. And even Vanix was like, yeah, I don't contribute that much in terms of discussion. But let me just say, when it comes in game, Vanix does a lot. And this is also another discussion where even teams are considering, like, I don't think they're going to take Bruno first pick. We want the Bruno. But now teams are considering picking up the Bruno as a first pick. But NLP Flash, a team that has a lot of cheese, you would assume they have a lot of strategies, and they just showed the Angeling can do well against the Bruno.
Yeah, they literally played around Hades, I think. During the early stages, you would recall how they weren't really waiting for signals, they were just scouting for information, but majority of like who felt like he called the fights and began the fights, it was really Hades, together with Curtizi, and they were just really picky about the fights that they engaged in. Every single time they won.
You know, there's something I want to point out here, more on Vanix, because I've been wondering, on the Moskov, would you still pick up the Malefic gun?
Oh, yeah, you do.
Of course, you want to get the Trinity first, but do you fit it in there? And yes, you do. And just like how Malefic gun kind of covers that downside of Bruno, the short range, it helps out Vanix on this Moskov as well, just to kind of seal the deal. He was already winning with just the Trinity build, but then you add that in, and that's that. I mean, it is just this explosive package. We saw it at the very end of the game there. Kazue was getting melted from behind the tower, getting hit by the passive of the Moskov. It was just disgusting, and Vanix has just been able to continuously play these heroes other than Bruno and win out in these games, so it's very exciting to see what he's going to do next.
Let me just tell you, Trex, I've been casting quite a few games where the Moskov does have the Malefic gun, and it's oddly satisfying. I can't put my finger on it, but seeing a long-range Moskov, it makes, especially the sports skin where he's throwing the javelin, it feels like it makes sense. You look at it and say, hey, actually, Moskov should be a long-range hero. Animation-wise, it looks amazing. But other than that, what else did you see, Brigitte, in this game that made it that S2G cannot handle the aggression coming in from NIP Flash?
Honestly, just how stable Diablo was on the high lows. I think a lot of times he was just the only person we saw tanking everything coming in from S2G, and eventually still making it out alive. I mean, if we were to recall these items earlier, he even picked up the blade armor. So he was way ahead. He had a lot of defense in his arsenal, and he was able to tank everything for his team.
Yeah, to the point where even though Kazue went Warcry and still got, I mean, is able to go 5-0-1, do great. I mean, Kazue played a good game there, but the damage, if he couldn't get to Vanix, if he couldn't get to Curtizi, even being a high damaging Hayabusa, he wasn't able to take anyone out. And Diablo did so good at just absorbing all of that damage.
Let me just tell you guys, if you guys missed the itemization, Diablo had 0 magic resist below 13 minutes. His first item was the Warrior Boots, and then went for the Dominance Eyes, and then the Blade Armor. He was not worried about Begin the entire match. He was more thinking about Kazue, more thinking about Sigibum, and then it worked out. We saw everyone piled on him, and he was able to survive. Diablo is known as a damage dealer EXP.
Yes.
But as a tank, I gotta say, he's been doing an amazing job for his team.
Yeah, the adjustments, the growth. I think it's one of the things we're really looking out for coming from NIP Flash. And that just gave all the resources here to Vanix so that by the time he was already online, we saw him, even towards the end, really making the angles, making sure that they would eventually end the base, also while damaging the other players. But our MVP, though, the one who really dictated the flow of the early game.
Let me tell you guys, Hades had a lot on his shoulders. He needs to perform well as this Ling. And Trex, I think it's fair to say he did pretty well.
Yeah, he did amazing, and I want to just point out that without Hades, I don't think Curtizi would have done as good, because you mentioned that Kazue needs to focus and try to get those pickoffs onto the Angela, but with Hades running around, constantly harassing off lanes, constantly going for invades, there was no time for S2G to try to target the side of NIP Flash. There was no time to try to target those weaknesses, so Hades really bridges the gap in that early game, giving Vanix time, giving Vanix space, and Hades just completely brings the game into the hands of NIP Flash, essentially.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that he's a farming hero, but he ganks way more. It almost feels like the OG Frederick is just like, okay, I'm coming in, I'm red 3, I'm going to slow you down, and I'm going to keep on harassing you guys. We're looking at the MVP highlights here, and again, Curtizi is not all about Hades. There are moments where he goes inside Vanix and et cetera, but the aggression, we really got to highlight the aggression of Hades here, showing a full full understanding as well as full trust to his team. Whenever he goes in, there will always be a backup.
Yeah, and they were always together. So it even meant they need not necessarily target Begin first. Like they were, I mean, for the past 3 highlights, it was always Pagu that they were going after, and they didn't need to pursue the fight anymore. But in this particular situation, they had all the liberty to do just that. They can target whoever they want, although punished. But it was really just about ending the game at this point. This was when Vanix was just looking for all the angles. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, and again, something satisfying about seeing a long-range Moskov. But yeah, remember the interview where Diablo was like, I'm actually thinking that we might be 0-2. But now they're 2-1. They're one more match away from qualifying to the knockout stage. NIP Flash, let me remind you guys, on MSC top 4. And now NIP Flash looks like they can be at the top of the world. After this, SRG going up against Falcon.
You had to stand up for that, I guess. But this is a very intense matchup. Like,
Dude, it's a 1-1.
It's here, it's up here.
SRG best of ones isn't their happy place. Let me just put it that way. It's always scary watching Selangor Giants going into the best of 1, but we trust. Oh, wait, I haven't really showed off my watch, by the way. It's like, Ferry gave me this, and it's very nice. Look at this.
It is pretty nice.
It is pretty nice.
Makes you look great.
Right? Yeah, there you go. Full info on Ferry a little bit later. But yeah, SRG going up against Falcon. We're not going to be here.
We're not going to be here.
Thank goodness. What do you think?
I'm glad to be watching that.
I mean, as long as Wolf's not here, then...
You know what?
That's real.
Well, why?
You're new to the English desk. It's okay. We'll explain it to you later.
We'll explain it to you, okay? We'll explain it to you. So, we're going to look at some highlights. So, Brigida.
Yo.
It all started in the previous M series.
Thank you, guys.
You know what Wolf did?
I don't know.
He did this, and then...
starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
ultimate glory starts now.
Our next match awaits us. SRG up against the Falcons, both having momentum from their sides, winning and also losing, dropping down to the 1-1 bracket. There are no stakes this time round, but to qualify, a single best of one will determine their fate. Welcome everybody to the M6 World Championship here live at IOI City Mall in Malaysia. My name is Gideon Q, and today on the desk for the second shift of today, let me introduce to you the boy Husky and as well as Ranmar Santa Cruz. It's good to have you guys here at the desk. And obviously, I gotta kick off with a hard-hitting questions. Who do you think is gonna be taking it away?
Right here. There's only one answer. Come on, right? We're on home soil. This is Malaysia. I'm wearing red. I'm wearing different shades of red. There's burgundy. There's lighter shade of red I call pink, and there's an even lighter shade of red that people call violet. I don't know why they call it violet, but SRG all the way.
I gotta once again apologize to all of our colorblind friends out there. It's clearly red. Don't worry, we got you covered. But what about you, Renmar? Where are your allegiances aligned with?
Well, it's the team up there in front. Nah, I'm kidding. Of course, I'm going for the SRG side. And I'm not just saying that because I am in Malaysia, but I feel like SRG is one of those teams that, just like in the playoffs, never tickle a sleeping dragon. But the sleeping dragon, or the sleeping giant rather, was punched, it was prodded, it was a lot of things happened to it, and then now it feels like they're awakened, especially with their last performance.
I mean, with their last performance, a lot of things could have gone possibly wrong. I'm not going to give much of a prediction here at the very least. You know, it's going to be a little tough to say who exactly is going to win, especially with both teams being red at this point of time. But with that being said, at least we've kind of set the stage for expectations here as SRG is looking to be the favorites overall. Let's bring up the predictions just to keep you guys in mind here. But boys, let's go through it because unfortunately, based on what we've seen for the past 2 days of the Swiss stage, how has it been for you personally before we start talking about meta?
Oh, personally, hella fun with everything that's been going around. That, okay, outside of the hero picks, it's just the action. We're going from, on one end, sometimes it would get super dominating, but games such as, you know, Falcon and Twisted Minds would pop up. Very long, just two teams butting heads, non-stop fighting, but still not forgetting to take care of their minion waves. So yeah, that's this kind of MLBB I want to see, dude.
Yeah, I think overall it's just very, there's a lot of upsets even on day one, right? We had like, what, 5 out of the 8 matches of best of ones that ended up being a big surprise. Now we're getting into the elimination, the advancement series, but at the same time, we are also seeing what all of us kind of talked about behind the scenes, the evolution of the meta. Bruno was basically a world-class marksman from day number 1, and now we're seeing teams pick it up every time it's available, but we're also seeing teams starting to find answers to it. NIP Flash just now, great solution, right? Angela Ling plus a Cho plus the Moskov. So at the end of the day, the evolution is going to keep on going, and I'm looking forward to more.
I'm glad that you brought up evolution because it's only just a matter of time, as some may say here. Let me just put these on real quick because, of course, we have to give our shout out over to Ferry, where luxury meets gaming. With Ferry's first M6 Swiss watches, a special jewelry collection for Jushin and as well as Mia, as you can see right here on my wrist itself. And a brand
brand new championship ring and medals. Follow at Fairy World on TikTok and our website for more updates if you want to look just as swaggy, if not a little bit better, as some may say later today. Now, with Fairy out of the way, and as we were talking about, a matter of time, we've seen different phases of these teams, and some may say that people have woken up from day number 1, and coming into day 3, do you think it's the same thing? Because I feel like this is the breaking point for teams.
Yeah, especially since all the teams have already gone through 2 matches at this point. I feel like, yeah, they've definitely woken up. If not, then they're going to be in dire straits. There's a lot of information to base off of, to base their drafts off of. Not just their own games, not just their opponents. A lot of teams feel like they're learning from one another. Mobile Fred becoming the return of Global Fred. So, yeah, I think that trend is going to continue, and we might see teams really try to replicate strategies and drafts that they've seen from other teams.
I think it's about impression. It's about going over to say hello, Panda, because you can fuel your games with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda for more info. You got one box right over there. No.
Trex.
Please.
Trex finished it again, man. Every time.
They keep doing this to us. Me and Husky felt it during the wildcards as well. LaFell, also notorious for stealing the Hello Panda flavors right from the table itself.
Wait, flavors? We have more than one available?
Yeah. We had chocolate. We have a strawberry.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 we had on cast, but it's pretty
apparently they have like I don't know, like a cookies and cream to go along with it. We haven't tried that just yet, but I'm pretty sure, considering that the chocolate's already good, it's easy to imagine the rest of the flavors are going to be just as great. So make sure you visit Hello Panda's website for more to help level up your day. But coming back to today's matchup, this is a best of 1, and yes, technically there are no stakes, but at the same time, as much as we are leaning towards SRG's side, Falcons have actually shown that they can keep up with some of the best, even with the chants going on the audience right now.
Yeah, I think you kind of can see the contrast between these 2 teams. They've had shaky games, they've dominant ones, right? Falcons on day number 1 was able to take down NIP Flash. That was a big surprise. SRG dropping the S2G. And then you look back at day 2, Falcons kind of went late against Twisted Minds, and that one was turned out disastrous for them. Whereas NIP Flash took down one of the favorites, right? They took down Aurora in that 1-0 bracket. So I think in this current state for SRG and Falcons, I want to see if they can bring out their A game, because after this, you're going to play a best of 3 regardless. It's whether for advancement or elimination.
Well, I mean, it is advancement or elimination. That's why I'm saying that all these teams are currently on edge, because can the Soaring Falcons stop the Giants' awakening? Keep in mind, they are going to be playing on home soil. I don't know if the audience can see the quick little anthem being played in the back, as well as the fandom slowly gathering together to cheer for the squad. But Renmar, if you're in their position, especially for Falcons, you've worked hard to get to this very point here. Now you're facing off against hometown champs. What are you doing?
Well, I remember my training. Falcon, we've talked about them before. They've simulated environments such as these. Their coaching staff, their management gathered them together and said, you guys are going to be playing in internationals now with hometown crowd advantage. So we're going to blast your headphones with a bunch of chanting, with a bunch of noise, with a bunch of drums, and you play your scrims with that. So they're sort of used to this in a sense. But at the end of the day, the actual on-ground experience is significantly different. But I feel whoever is the main captain, the main big brother of the group, just tell them, guys, come on. We already did this in our boot camp. We can do this here in IOI.
That's a funny point, because at least for the Falcons, the last time, I'm pretty sure it was SRG who did knock them out from the previous competition. But that was a very different lineup coming in for the Falcons. Now coming into this, I mean, obviously we got Dax, who's a very big standout for the team, and obviously Benny as well. But now the veterancy, as you mentioned, maybe I'm not sold on it just yet. I've heard this crowd before, and even these headsets don't block out all the noise.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think that might be coming from the coaching staff then. It'll be the coaches who'll have to tell these young men to say, hey, you know what, guys, just chill out. I know it's difficult, but if you get carried away by the chanting, by the energy, then we're not going to get anywhere.
Okay, with that being said, being on home court comes with a couple of advantages. We got to give it over to Yums here. We've got a quote from Innocent and as well as Falcons here. Again, the Beast versus the Claw. Now, this is going to be very interesting as we've seen very standardized picks, but when we're looking at both of these players, they have signatures, and maybe last season it was the Roger, the Harith, you know, undefeated, able to win them international tournaments. But then Falcons, we've seen that it's not just the Bruno, it's also the Beatrix, and honestly, they're looking very similar.
Yeah, very similar in terms of how consistent and how monstrous they can be as a gold laner, but very different in what pocket picks they bring out, right? We've seen Innocent on picks like the Bruno or Beatrix, but he has found a lot more success on picks like Moskov, Harith, Roger, Claude. Same, it kind of is the opposite for Benny, where if you give him Bruno, Beatrix, he absolutely pops off, but for every other hero out there, we need to see more of it.
We do need to see more of it. And honestly, I keep saying that these two players are looking a little similar, but let me just double check because the stats are telling me a different story. Innocent, 13 kills, 8 assists, 0 deaths in 2 games, giving him a 21 KDA. It sounds crazy, but it's only been 2 games, so don't worry about it. 849 GPM, 5,574 DPM in comparison to Benny. 6.5 KDA ratio, 765 GPM, 3,625 DPM. So, Remar, do you think that Benny, this is his moment? Like, the meta has changed. He could be the next Innocent who has his signature pick.
Yeah, 100%. Mainly because, remember, Benny earned a name for himself as the best Bruno in Myanmar before Malefic Gun. Before the world said Bruno is the best marksman in the world right now, Benny was already playing that. So that means you have a marksman in Benny who isn't afraid to get up close and personal, duel in lane, because he was doing that before Malefic Gun came out with Bruno. So if I'm SRG, make sure he does not get that pick in this BO1. Put him in something else. But whatever he ends up with, Innocent has to accept that this young hotshot is going to be going up to his face and trying to beat him in lane.
God, you sound like you work in sales. I'm a little sold on that idea. But with that being said, it looks like we have an interview coming in for the Curse Master himself, DJY. We have Michelle to report.
RM6 dan sekarang anda bersama dengan saya, side reporter terkacak di sini, Popoji, dan bersama saya adalah KOL daripada Malaysia, Mama Jazz. Apa khabar Mama Jazz?
Baik, baik.
Okey Ma, saya ada beberapa soalan penting saya nak tanya. Yang pertama, kita tengok opening match kedua-dua pasukan Malaysia, Selangor Red Giant dan juga
Of course, Poji's got to steal the spotlight from us once again. He's great at doing his job.
We had to kidnap DJ. Well, not we. Someone probably kidnapped DJY. We can't have him, right? SRG is playing every single time this guy talks about SRG. SRG unfortunately has suffered a loss, so I think we got to keep him under wraps. On day one, we tied the wrong guy out. We tied Mirko up, and Mirko still managed to utter that SRG will win, and that's how we lost the S2G. So I do believe.
Yeah.
We gotta take care of DJY.
Oh yeah. He's in the warehouse. We got to kidnap. Okay, thanks. Remar, what do you think about this over with the Wait, no, it can't possibly be. What? I thought we already kidnapped him. It looks like they found DJY. Let's go throw on in with the interview with Michelle.
Hi guys, here's Michelle. Now I'm having DJY with me. Welcome to the M6. I know somebody call you like the clipper guy, right?
Yeah. What's up?
I have just noticed you're clipping the draw. So like, which matches are you looking forward mostly?
I mean, of course, it's the SLG match, bro. SLG versus Falcons, which is like right now, I believe.
Yeah, sure, but we all know that you got a curse. Let's test out the curse right now. Okay, so how many chances do you have SLG gonna go against the Falcon Esports?
I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. SLG 100% winning this. I'm sorry.
100%.
100%.
Okay, so for the last one, like, as we know that you have got like, we have now standing on the home ground of the SRG, and many fans were watching at you. So any message to them?
Any message to like the SRGs?
Yeah, all the fans here.
To the fans here, for all the fans, support SRG, bro. That's all I gotta say. Support SRG. That's it.
Support SRG. Okay, let's rooting for SRG. Okay, now it's a good time to figure out what's gonna happen for the match S2 SRG versus like
Falcon
Esports. So the panel, back over to you.
I can't say that I didn't try to stop him from making a prediction. I'm so sorry, netizens who know about DJY, otherwise known as the Clipper guy, soon to be known as the MLBB guy. But with the curse so strong like this, boys, you think it's going to turn around for SRG? Because Falcons put up one hell of an argument.
If SRG can beat the curse of DJ Yapper, I think we're going to have a good chance moving into the best of 3 tomorrow. I am still going for SRG, of course, but there's also kind of stacked, right? You gotta beat the legendary DJY.
Well, with that being said, let me introduce to you the hometown favorites here. It's gonna be Selangor Red Giants, champions of MPL MY, with Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sakai's, and Krem.
Golden Road still alive for them. They might be the first team to complete it if they continue this winning streak. Of course, a lot of eyes. We talked about Innocent just now, half man, half beast against the Claw, which is Benny. But I personally think Stormy and Yums have still been the most pivotal members on the team. This duo, Stormy as the driver, Stormy as the commander, Yums as the driver, and being able to make these early rotations to help out Sakai and get him ahead. This is something that SRG has been really good at, and it has been what's helping them win.
Yeah, not gonna lie though, as a Filipino, looking at SRG when they play, I go with this idea of if Cram is happy, SRG is happy.
I mean, we say that, but they're up against Falcon Esports all the way from Myanmar, winning it out, but making sure that they are staying strong with Benny, KidX, PX7, Dax, and as well as Royal Milk. Now, you did mention it just now, but highlight some of these players. You are afraid of SRG, but who are the competitors here to challenge them?
Well, that's the reason why I mentioned Cram. Royal Milk has to step up to the plate. You have a Filipino analyst in Falcon Esports. The playstyle that they showed is a great mix of the Myanmar playstyle, the aggression, but the macro-focused, EXP lane-focused gameplay of the Philippines. So Royal Milk needs to be able to duel it out with Cram or outsmart Cram when it comes to the map presence.
Outsmart. Now that's interesting. I thought maybe you were going to think of like, hey, maybe out macro them to a certain degree.
Well, that's my way of branding it. It's not outsmarting just in lane, it's outsmarting in the bigger picture of the map.
Well, that's understandable. But then, talking about that Golden Road, we asked Cram in our M chat, hey Cram, any promises for the Malaysian fans this M6? This is what he says. Hello Malaysia, this is my promise. We'll give everything we've got, take every chance that comes our way. This is our only shot at the Golden Road, and we hope to achieve this big dream of ours.
Only shot, right? Very important phrase, I think, in this whole conversation, because we already know how hard it is to even get to that possibility of a Golden Road. Who knows, right? If it ends here for SRG before they win the trophy, we might not ever see this run ever again.
Speaking of the Golden Road, Renmar, you have witnessed many teams, champions even, get close to the Golden Road but not close it out. Does SRG have what it takes, and if so, what's making them different?
I mean, hell yeah, they have what it takes to achieve the Golden Road. It would be disrespectful to say that, no, probably not, but they're here in the World Championship. They've won the title twice. They've won MSC. What makes them different is that how the hell does SRG adapt and rise up from defeat so quickly? From getting knocked down to the lower bracket by Todak and then going back crawling, winning the championship 4-2, going through what you did to MSC, going undefeated because you know how to learn from the game defeats that you get. That's what makes SRG stand out.
And the craziest part is that the meta continues to change. As we go into the drafting phase, Falcons going to be on blue side, SRG going to be on the red side with 2 bans from each side already done. Matilda as well as Yi for the side of Nayocha. Coach Arcadia decides on Fanny and Jushin.
So very standard openings. I do am wondering if, let's say, the Bruno sort of goes through, because a lot of teams are still willing to let the Bruno go through because there are a lot more priority. It could be one of the first picks choice for Falcons because they are so comfortable with it. I like the Choban, a lot of respect, not just to Yums, but also to Crab.
Yeah, for Falcon, they definitely have to consider the possibility that SRG might actually just go back into playing Fredrin, man. I'm not going to turn off that idea. And then rushing the Bruno as one of their first 2 picks. The Fredrin come in definitely way later into the draft. But now with a lot of power picks open in the frontliners, you have the High Loss that's becoming one of the best picks that you can go for. Even Hilda up in that first pick. A lot of teams actually want to contest for those 2 heroes. It's like if you get 1 power pick, you're giving up, again, The Bruno.
The Bruno. I mean, we talked about Beast versus Claw each and every time. Honestly, very standard bans coming out from both sides. First pick going through for Falcons. Bruno coming in big.
We kind of saw this coming, right? Like, you literally got the best Bruno in the country play. You gotta give him that Bruno. Not to mention that you reach that late game, he's just such a powerful pick. We've seen what Twisted Minds did. We've seen just now what Maycam Evolve did as well, right? You want good late game insurance. Bruno plus Sicilian is sort of like that combo, but you do give the Loi over to SRG and the high loss. We talk about how Loi is such a good hero on prodigies like Stormy, on people like Super Friends, and now he gets that. The macro game for SRG is going to be so much more different.
Now, if I am Falcon, you take away another strong frontliner that could show up for SRG, and they will not. They actually take away a pick of Sakai's, they go for the Joy instead, and then they have the Vexana in their mid, just so that they can get a little bit more of strong team fighting presence with the crowd control. So now they have to make sure that the Roam and EXP are chunky. It cannot just be pick off, it needs to be able to hold the front line, but it's so weird to say that because now we've seen the power spikes, the one item power spike of a Loi, with how well it can poke down the tankier presence of the front line earlier on in the game at around 5-6 minutes into it. So whatever the tanky front line of Falcon will be, it has to be something with a little bit more mobility, which is quite rare.
So it's gotta be a power lifter who does yoga, gotta be flexible, but still able to block a door frame.
Yeah, quite demanding to ask for in one man, right?
It's a lot to ask for, but at the same time, I can understand the sentiment, right? It's gonna be difficult when you have to not only think about your flanks, but when that glorious pathway comes down, it's a signal that something is about to happen and you need a way to disengage. Now the Suyo is going to be the final pick here to finish off the first phase of the game. Second phase, what are we lacking here?
I think for Falcons, they can go down two different angles. The very first one is you keep on banning Yoom's hero pool like Tigreal, right, Edith. So you sort of force this high loss into the XP lane and then you pick a counter matchup into it. But to be fair to SRG, there are still plenty of options, right? Khalid is still up, Todd Kacha is still available, but if you're SRG, you probably will be looking at the XP lane. Yeah, so the 4 is bad.
Yeah, Falcon, I think 100% needs to ban the Tigreal. They have the Joy with them, and the presence of the Tigreal, who we don't think of him as like the fast crowd control, but one press of the implosion, then suddenly that Joy is going to get caught out. They're still respecting the next best gold laner that they can go for, which is the Beatrix, but then the Harith is still active in the map. Pairs very well with the high loss, pairs very well with the low E. If SRG don't want to go magic for their gold laner, I mean, Innocent showed off a Granger in the very first day.
He did. Honestly, I do want to see that again, but there has been this trifecta. If Bruno has taken away the usual go-tos that we've seen so far, has been either Granger, Beatrix, and what NIP Flash continue to show, maybe even Moskov could be part of that mix.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Moskov, and when you have the Loi, you always have the safest pick for Innocent, which is you always kind of fall back to the Claude, right? We haven't really seen that up to this point, but it can always be at the back of SRG's mind. They go for another ban. This one's going to be the chip, so I do like it. You don't want anyone to be able to match the Loi.
Yeah, if Falcon open up the Tigreal here, I wouldn't be too crazy to say that maybe they're thinking of pulling off something off of the Team Spirit playbook and picking up an Akai somewhere there, whether in the EXP or the Roam. Again, in the scrims, leading into, well, the 14 seasons for Philippines and Malaysia, a lot of teams were floating around the idea of Akai being popped up more to counter the presence of the Tigreal, so I wouldn't turn off that idea.
Actually, wait, hold on. Husky was mentioning earlier that, you know, limit down on the support section so that you do maybe see the high loss go into that EXP lane, but if with that chip ban and SRG being on red side, technically they could have picked it up for themselves.
Yeah, technically they could have, but I feel like you just want to... means that they don't want to go down that route, right? I was thinking either Kaja or Franco ban because you want to protect this Joy, so they go for the Franco ban because Joy is kind of right up in your face, but it doesn't eliminate the possibility of a Kaja, although it does make it slightly awkward now that there is the high loss kind of floating there in the draft. I wouldn't be surprised if FCon is thinking about something like what we saw from Team Spirit. I think the glue wouldn't be too tricky to pull off in this current situation.
Glue for Falcon?
For Falcon.
Yeah, in the XP lane. Oh, wait, no, yeah. I'd be totally okay with that. That seems like a good idea. It seems like whatever SRG would want to go for into the gold lane, just the presence of the glue would be annoying enough to buy time, maybe for the Bruno to just be able to free hit. And that takes up one of our conditions of a strong frontliner. Granger, as we mentioned earlier, for Innocent. So if it's a glue, well, they can go ahead and pick the Tig here, right?
Glue Tig, yeah.
Glue Tig?
Maybe not Tig. They could also go for a Kaja themselves, depending on how fast they want to go though.
It depends. As you mentioned at the very beginning, it's about the angles that they want to take, right? Based on what we're seeing, do they want to play to their style? Keep it a little chaotic, make sure that you're always guessing how they're expected to approach the fights, or do they just take Coach Arcadia's team head on?
Okay, so they take away the Edith option, yeah.
Such a smart pick. You take away that flex, right, for SRG that we kind of talked about a bit.
Yeah. Oh, there's the thing, yeah.
Okay.
Ah, they make it an Edith EXP instead of
really clamping down on that hero pool for SRG.
Yeah, this is going to be a little awkward here because, again, it's very final pick. They've held on to the high loss as a flex, maybe to try and get Ikram himself the power pick, the winning matchup on that side of the map.
There is one hero I can think of, but I'm not sure if they would consider it the X-Borg for SRG.
Ooh.
In that XP lane, right? You put high loss, you put Yums on high loss, and you have this X-Borg. Decent backline dive, great against the front lines of FCON. They want to be in your face.
Oh, yeah. Export will be supplemented by the high loss, supplemented by the low E as well. It's not going to be the perfect pick. There's still a chance that either the Joy or
the Glue as well.
Vexana might just be able to take away his armor.
They could also consider Glue, I suppose. It's not that bad either.
Yeah.
I say the hard part is, do you want an answer to the Joy, and do you want it in the EXP? Oh, Guinevere! Wait, we don't know what the Guinevere is going on just yet. It looks like Cram.
Yums, right?
Yep, it's Yums on that Guinevere, Cram on the high loss. Okay, after this, final predictions.
Oh. SRG's draft is a little bit hard to pick up, but I have faith in them, so SRG for me.
Falcon is simpler.
All right, with that being said, let's throw it over to our casters, Naisu and Staffa. Take it away.
Thank you so much for the breakdown panel. Welcome to the caster desk. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu and joined, as they mentioned, with Staffa. Staffa, we haven't casted together since what? MSC 2022, also in Malaysia. How are we feeling? I'm guessing which draft you like better.
I mean, there's already a bit of bias going on there, but I think we are in for a very exciting series right here, ladies and gentlemen. We shall witness the Giants tremble the earth as the Falcons take to the air for a battle between land and sky. The land of dawn shall bear witness to a duel upon the M6 Swiss stage.
With that being said, jumping into the land of dawn here. Again, it's a best of one. This is going to be the Falcons soaring high to take down the Giants. We will find out. It's a jam-packed house here, and you could probably hear behind us. They've got the drums out and everything for the home squad team, SRG. Now, looking at the lineups, like I mentioned, you know, Staffa, I know you're loving SRG, what they brought to the table in this composition, but also for Falcon Esports, I've been really impressed with how they've been able to play up to this point throughout the Swiss stage. And the fact that they went that first pick for Benny, one of the marquee picks right now of M6, and a lot of the cause of debate on what should happen to Bruno, it's a solid choice for them to go ahead and start things off. Not only that, but even the fact that they have a Tigreal and a Vexana to help set things up. You throw in an Edith there too. That's a whole lot of crowd control that SRG has to deal with.
Yeah, I agree with you, Naisu. Like, I definitely want to root for SRG a little bit, but I cannot deny that Falcon Esports has a draft that actually is pretty terrifying, right? They have so much set up with the Edith and Tigreal to follow up on things, and Selangor Red Giants are very reliant on this Guinevere actually landing onto Dax. And that's a joy. You're not going to catch her easily.
Not going to be able to catch her easily, and I think part of this too is I really got to see. I know it seems, hold on, top side.
Trying to go for the top lane, gank onto Royal Milk. Not quite able to finish off Evil Queller. Going to miss right at the end there.
You know, how many times are we to see that too, by the way? Just low health bars and a Suyo across. Royal Milk's got to do it again.
Ooh, a nice dash from Royal Milk just to make sure that he's not going to get picked off here. Dax already waiting in the brush, but don't think going to try and challenge this. They have their eyes on the turtle.
And this is what I want to see here, Staffa, is how is SRG going to utilize, especially the Guinevere pick? I know we've seen it pop up a couple times now. Some teams obviously finding more success than others. But this looks like it's just going to be an objective in the hands of the home squad, SRG, locking that one in. Not enough, I guess, utility available just yet for Falcon, but look at the play. Down bot.
Immediately towards halfway in, and Yuki even flickers for it. First blood claimed by Stormy with a full team rotation to the gold lane.
Just a huge play already. As I was mentioning too, you know, hey, Benny got his hero that he loves to play, that he performs so well on, but if SRG decides to just go ahead and
focus down Benny and make his early laning phase a living hell, then what can you do but to support him? And that's going to be up to Falcon Esports on rising to that occasion and dealing with that, because that's going to happen time and time again. And for Innocent, you know, the beast on this Granger, we know what that turns into late game. Yums, he gets poked down a little bit. Ultimately going to be fine. First items being picked up here too. That's the Hunter Strike now for Innocent. Meanwhile, over for Benny, still locking in that first one. What do you think they need to do to Benny so that he has a good time here? Do they just plant Kid X down on the gold lane for him?
I think you definitely don't want to keep Kid X in the gold lane forever, but a little bit of an increased presence is going to benefit Falcon. Generally, the traditional playstyle will lean towards Benny's side of the map anyway, so I think they can stick to what they're comfortable with. It's just that SRG went so quickly because they knew that Kid X didn't have Implosion ready yet to punish them for grouping up that hard. Now that the levels have actually caught up on both sides, we're probably going to see SRG tone it down just a little bit to make sure they're not caught out in a big team fight ult.
I mean, we have seen that, you know, even the beginning days of the Swiss stage where SRG, they made a couple mistakes, and a lot of people were wondering, you know, what happened. And even Coach Arcadia himself said in that quote, you know, they basically beat themselves because of the lack of discipline that they face. Oh, hold on, mid.
Speaking of, they caught Kid X. That's a Violent Requiem. No Implosion because you are already dead. Right into the diversion play. Going for Benny in the bot lane. Glorious.
Oh no, Benny.
They are diving the tower. There is nowhere to run. Purify will not save you. 3 kills for Selangor Red Giants.
It is not a good day for Benny in the gold lane. And man, that's the answer right there. Yume's able to find the mid lane. This turtle, though, I don't think at this point Falcon Esports really wants to contest this. They are getting in position for it. Implosion is available. They're going to have to fight for it.
Royal Mid already popping Primer Wrap. A 2-man knockout on Kid X. Guy's already securing turtle, but truck buying beats comes out. Dax securing the double kill as a counterplay to the Red Giants.
Falcon Esports will be able to get something, you know, 2 objectives now in the hands of SRG, but you got to give it up to Falcon Esports. Still able to find ways to keep things from getting too out of control, and that's exactly what they have to do. With Benny already being 0-2 early on, they know that at this point, they've got to give him even more time. We all know what Bruno can do once those items are locked in. It looks like they're going to go for this top turret. They do drop down the Glorious Pathway. They'll stop it from getting taken down. It's 1 HP away. So eventually that turret will go down, and Falcon Esports really maintaining from that deficit in the gold lead for SRG, getting it 2 out of hand, and I feel like they have to do this. They have to do this for the majority of this early game. Even if it turns into a situation, Staffa, where it's 3 for 3 turtles for SRG, they could still fight things out if Falcon Esports gets enough time.
Ooh, great flicker timing from Royal Milk. Avoids the spatial migration from Skies. Diversion once again. They're going to the bot lane. They have their eyes on Dax, but the Joy has already dashed out. So an unsuccessful gank coming in here from SRG.
That turret top's finally going to go down. Benny working on it. As I said, it was 1 hit away earlier on. Good plays from Falcon Esports. Even against this diversion, Dax.
Skies with the 1v1. Stormy flickers in, not able to find a Glorious Pathway to try and cut off his path, but Dax still able to dash away just fine. SRG will take the bottom tier 1 as consolation.
All right, so they trade it. They trade out the turrets for now. Both teams still putting pressure where they can, cross-map especially. Oh, Innocent.
Innocent trying to dive this, dropping Benny 10%. Purify already used on the Bruno. Kid X kind of missing the Sacred Hammer. Here comes the Violet Requiem, locking down Kid X. Innocent not able to land the Death Sonata. Flicker used by the Tigreal. Cram is here though to cut things off. Implosion on 2. No Sacred Hammer usage. And I think Kid X, there's no way he's escaping this one. But space created for the turtle. Falcon Esports should be able to get this easily. Sky's not in the area, but person cuts off Dax. He's able to dash away. Yume's not able to find him, but they will find PX7.
And that's how you play with the Louis Yi power plays on the macro level. Able to shake things up, keep them guessing. But Falcon Esports, you know, they got the objective. They responded. Innocent went forward. Great response from Yumes earlier. I mean, both teams doing actually a pretty good job on both fronts. It's just right now, SRG obviously feeling that momentum a little bit more, carrying into the gold lead that they have. But you can't count Falcon Esports out just yet. Yes, Benny had a hard time in the early game, but as long as he can keep farming up and doesn't die anymore, then he should be able to get to a point where, yeah, his damage is a big threat for those team fights later on. And remember, Kid X, he hasn't found that right implosion just yet, but if he does, and we're talking about the Lord fights later on, or even on a defense, we have seen that change the course of games before. So right now, Falcon Esports in a position where they just need to go ahead, stay calm and collected, farm up what they can, and get back in a fighting position against SRG. Because right now, it does feel like they're just kind of trying to catch their breath at this point.
Yeah, Falcon Esports can definitely afford to slow things down somewhat. I think the onus is actually on SRG to really try and make something happen, because we all know what kind of damage Bruno can output by now. He will normally hit his spike around that 15-minute mark, but since he's already died twice, SRG have been able to prolong that timer just a little bit. But once you get into the real late game stages, those 5v5s can be really scary. There's Sonata comes out! Innocent! With the sniping across the map, taking the Falcons out of the sky.
Oh, and Hume's jumping in.
Yep, he's still finding more Violet Requiem. There is nothing Kid X can do here. Selangor Giants will take their jungle.
Right now, the Beast is winning the battle. Royal Milk, too, doesn't want to overextend into that, because right now, this Lord is up. You can see the pushing going on here on the top side, but it looks like this is going to be a Lord for SRG. And still, they just keep the momentum going. Definitely looks like they're a lot more disciplined this time around and ready to carry in towards the base. They've got the tier 2 still to work through, and even that tier 1 up top. But SRG in a good position. Even looking at the damage dealt, I mean, my goodness, talk about the Beast here, Innocent. Look at the damage profile on this Granger.
That is very, very impressive. Innocent, he did debut this Granger in the first game of M6, but they didn't do all that well, but now they're changing it up. Divergent play into the back line. That's going to be your knockup on Royal Milk, killing spree for Skies. And we can see that Selangor Red Giants are continuously applying pressure on the bottom half of the map. Skies even cutting off the back line. A flicker forward by Stormy, Purify used by Benny. Like base, two-man implosion from Kid X, but Skies is still running forward. Mega kill for the Suyo, but they will trade Stormy for it, and Benny even picking up the shutdown.
They got a couple of kills. Benny's out of the picture again. Lord is still up in the mid lane as Kid X and PX7. No Eternal Guard available for PX7. They should be able to get this turret. Still putting the pressure there. They drop down the Glorious Pathway. And this is, remind you, what Coach Arcadia said, SRG will stay disciplined. They went a little overzealous there on the bottom side. They didn't get that tier 2 there, but they do get out. Just focusing on the turrets. It was only that first Lord. And so Falcon Esports, you know, they're seeing that gold lead get a little bit bigger across from them, and they're feeling the amount of pressure that's being put. And it's really up to them to go ahead and slow things down, farm up to where they need to be. I think even to a sense, you know, Benny, the fact that he was able to get a kill and that we got that preview of that implosion, but with the difference in terms of the value of items that they have, it's really difficult to capitalize on the implosions right now. Like, if you think about all the crowd control, where are they sending this diversion? Oh no, Benny.
Benny should have seen that. I don't think he did, but he's still kind of at a bad angle that SRG can't really connect on, so they will eventually pop out, even the Glorious Pathway, just to make sure Falcon doesn't catch up with them as they back out from the jungle.
At this point, Falcon Esports just trying to scrape up what they can. And you know, this has been the struggle, Stafa, of the Tigreal in general. Like throughout these past few days, I think even the sense in the wild card. It's great to have him, and then you're just traditionally a tanky hero, but if you fall behind and then you have this kind of scaling happening for the opposite team, you're just a guy that's throwing your body to the wind and hoping that you get an implosion off. And if you do, then that's great, but sometimes you're even dead before the team can shine and follow through. That's a Malefic Gun picked up now by Benny. This is the item that definitely is needed with a Bruno and has found a lot of success with. But I think even then, it's still, you're far away from getting to the point where you're able to actually turn some of the tides of this fight. This next Lord is coming up, though. And I think for Falcon Esports, we see them check things. They might actually try to fight it again because Kid X has a flicker available. Royal Milk could be the one to set things up too. And that's what we haven't seen too much of just yet. This Edith value. Has he been able to find those flicker combinations with the Onward and Earthshatter combo, where then, again, Kid X doesn't have to be the guy to do it first, and he can follow through. But look at the amount of poke coming out from SRG already. Royal Milk at half health.
Diversion?
Only on Cram. They're cutting off Royal Milk specifically from the rest of his team, and the spatial migration will come in. Implosion on 2, but it's on Cram and Humes, and it doesn't even matter as Kid X is just held it down from behind. Falcon Esports, no way to connect. This is going to be another free Lord for the Red Giants.
Another Lord taken by the power of the macro play that comes with a Lo Yi, man. It's something about this hero that just keeps teams on a guessing game throughout it. Where are they going to come from? What bush are they in? And here's a glorious pathway in the mid.
I love the way Cram is using these just to set up space, and Innocent with the Death Sonatas. PX7 almost dead just like that. Dax can't even run in with the electrifying beats. Selangor Red Giants are looking to tighten the noose, put the final nail in the coffin for Falcon Esports. Lord now pushing in mid lane, gonna crash in, mid inhibitor gone easily for SRG. Royal Milk trying to hold the front line, but he knows that it's dangerous for him to stand too far forward. Even Primal Wrap used just to clear up the Lord, and they will finally at least hold against the SRG minion waves.
Gonna be able to hold it. They only lose that mid turret. So Falcon Esports still trying to stay into this. You know, this is looking a little dangerous and a little dire for them though, because of just how much poke from a range is gonna happen from SRG. And then again too, even if Humes has the flicker available, they could push it in. Diversion going to be used again.
And a Cram right into the back line. Cutting off everyone into the spatial migration. Royal Milk knocked out. Mega kill already for Innocent. Implosion actually going to be able to punish Cram. Benny picks up a trade. And now Dax shutting down Innocent himself for a mega kill. So getting shut down by Skies right in return. For Falcon Esports able to trade even 2 for 2 in their base defense.
Hey, they send in Cram, but hey, it's hard to shoot a joy that's electrifying your beats, basically. You know, you can't really hit him with the Rhapsody with the way that hero alone has that kind of mobility. Good kill, honestly, to get. Keeping Falcon Esports in the game. Yes, they still have a huge deficit to work for, but that's a little bit of hope that they can work with, because looking at the items too, you know, you're getting to a point where your damage profile is getting better, your defense is getting a little bit better for Kid X, but even so, Royal Milk and Kid X still both are getting melted. And now that you have a Malefic Roar picked up by Sakai's, this is in a situation where you almost have to play in a sense of, let's punish SRG if they actually go ahead and use those diversions, because often it's been that. It's diversion, send in Cram, here's a glorious pathway. We're trying to cut you off, Falcon Esports. And maybe it's in a position now for Falcon Esports where they can actually punish that and get someone down fast enough. Immortality also could play a part here for Kid X, because now he doesn't just get melted and blown up.
Yeah, we have to note, Falcon Esports traditionally is known to be a team that's actually quite good at high ground defense. And their composition right now is actually pretty effective at that, especially if SRG overcommits resources and gives Dax enough free space to walk in without having to worry about that crowd control. We are now at the 16-minute mark. This is a very, very crucial timing, because whatever happens next determines whether Benny just takes over the game.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about it, and why Bruno has such a high win rate, contest rate as well. I think this is ultimately still obviously a Lord in the hands of SRG. They're not going to get here in time. Kid X checks things out. That's Lord secured. Cram will just drop down the glorious pathway. He's going to be fine, because they know they just wait for this Lord to spawn up before they get ready to march into the base. Now, Falcon Esports, this is where we look to see if they bought themselves enough time. You know, almost 17 minutes into the game. They've got some key items that they just recently picked up. But can they actually withstand another push into the base, especially with only one base turret left? This damage is just insane from Innocent. And honestly, at this point, like I said, for Falcon Esports, they're probably not going to get to Innocent. It's really difficult for them to even get in that range, in that zone. So they have to just wait for SRG to approach, hopefully punish, especially against this diversion, and then turn the tide of the fight. The Lord's going to be worked on. Down in the mid, there's Cram jumping in.
Glorious pathway opens up the path. Primal Wrap used by Royal Milk. Last inhibitor will fall for Falcon Esports. Use with the 2-man knockup right into the Stormy combo. Falcon Esports on the loose. Royal Milk straight away. Implosion comes out, but Kid X just melts instantly. Skies loses immortality, gonna be taken out by Benny. Falcon Esports still actually holding on to the crystal, but it is a 3v4 defense. Next minion wave coming in mid lane. PX7 gonna nuke it, do some damage where they can. Dax looking for an opportunity. Purify spent on PX7. Another gold used the flicker in. Locks up on Dax, but no Violent Requiem. Cram creating space, but SRG can't quite get close enough. They cannot find the executions they need. So the crystal still stands for Falcon Esports, and they're trying to make sure that they can keep their hopes of moving on to the next stage alive.
Oh, they're going to defend. They actually end up doing it. Great usage of the Purify earlier in the space and positioning from Benny, because if Benny was gone, that whole damage profile would have been diminished. Yes, PX7 is able to go ahead and hold things steady, but ultimately it comes down to Benny. And if SRG can take him out or not. I mean, both gold laners, hey, the panel previewed this leading into the matchup. It's the Beast versus the Claw, and that's exactly how it's fallen into place. You can see the items with both gold laners. Like, they're pretty much where they need to be. And now for Benny, you know, he's in a position where, yes, he can go ahead and sustain through some of the fights. He's even got the Rose Gold Meteor here. He's actually helping him with the Sea Halberd too, with some of the sustainability with that Revitalize across from them. But still, you have to be able to go ahead and defend maybe one more time if they actually just give up the Lord to SRG, because it's actually looking pretty difficult. I mean, look at the stacks here too for Innocent.
Wow. 840 stacks on the Granger there. But there is a notable weakness. Granger is a skill spam based marksman, which means that unless he is able to get close enough, he actually cannot whittle down crystals very quickly compared to something like a Bruno.
Yeah.
So Falcon Esports, as long as they can keep Benny in the back line, so SRG has to break through the entire lineup to actually get a chance at ending the game.
They do, and right now it looks like this time around, Staffa, they actually want to go ahead and contest this, at least showing face here. No immortality this time around for Kid X. It was expended earlier on, so they might rely on Royal Milk. Conceal going to be used.
Conceal play already used. Baiting a flicker from Stormy. Cram now forming the front line. Glorious Pathway slowing down Falcon Esports. Royal Milk has to flicker away. Dak looking for Innocent with the provides bait. He finds him. He gets the execute, and now the implosion comes in. Double kill for Dax. And Falcon Esports have found 3 members of SRG. The next Lord belongs to them.
And the Falcons will find flight as they get a setup they're looking for and finally get a Lord. This could be a turnaround point for Falcon Esports. A big mistake from SRG. And that's exactly what Falcon Esports has been looking for the past 20 minutes, man. Send in Royal Milk, who cares if he's half health, and then let Kid X come in with the implosion. And now it's them knocking on the base of SRG.
SRG now has to hold another 10 seconds before the rest of the members come up. Yumes misses the flicker, implosion catches them, and it's a killing spree for Benny! An absolute reversal as Falcon Esports topples the Giants and takes the victory!
The Falcons will soar once again. Discipline and determination on the base defense time and time again, and I know our crowd, they're a little quiet right now, guys, because what a turnaround from Falcon Esports. Amazing performance, amazing discipline. Remind you, Benny did not have a good early game. They had to scrape, and just bring it back in their favor, and that's exactly what they did, and why you cannot count any team out, especially in these best of ones. Another victory added here for Falcon Esports. Amazing, amazing performance. Some adjustments for SRG. Let's throw it over to the panel to see what they thought about this comeback.
Thanks, Naisu, as well as Staffa. What an absolute banger of a game. From dominating victory, what it seemed to be a dominating victory for SRG, Falcons turned it around in one singular fast sweep to knock them down and sweep them under the rug. Big Sag here on the desk.
I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. You know, 2 days ago when they lost to S2G, our Keita said in an interview that we lost because we didn't have the discipline. It happened again. lack of discipline. They had the advantage. All 3 inhibitors down for Falcons. All they had to do was to wait, but they got impatient, and you know how Falcons operate. All they need is one good swipe with the talents, and it's GG. It's GG.
Okay. You know, real quick, you know what that felt like? You know what that felt like? It felt like Kid X looking at Stormy and just going, "Who?" And Stormy flinched.
He did.
He flinched for that moment. To be more accurate, he flickered, and that was the signal to go.
It was painful. It was painful to see, but honestly, an amazing game coming in for Falcons. With that being said, we do have one of the players coming up to the stage to have an interview with Rose.
Taking down the hometown hero Selangor Red Giants, Falcon Esports claims a victory against the hometown heroes. With me here we have Coach RC. Coach, how are you? You seem very nervous.
Yeah, super nervous.
Why are you nervous?
I don't know, because the crowd is so many.
So many. Okay, yeah. Malaysians are very supportive. Okay, now Coach, we know compared to your opponent, you guys actually are coming back from a defeat. How did Falcon Esports react to the matchup draw last night, knowing that you guys got drafted to go up against Selangor Red Giants today?
Actually, we know that their strength is early game to mid game, but I said just stay put on discipline, wait for our timing, then our late game is on ours.
I see. Now, I think we can see that Falcon actually did manage to play on the late game today, especially with their hero composition. We can see that late game was indeed theirs. Now, Coach, back in an interview with MPL Philippines, you have mentioned that you guys have been training for 2 months without break. Not even 1 day?
No.
Okay, now that you guys are just 1 match away, technically from the knockout stages, are you guys gonna like chill more, or are you guys still on that grind set mentality?
No, we don't want to rest. We want to continue the practice.
Continue the practice. So how is it looking like so far with no rest? I mean, is it very tiring, or are your players just as hungry for victory?
I think it's normal for us to straight practice without even resting. Yeah, just like that.
Just like that. Okay, Coach, I think another notable mention is that Dax said that you guys want to surpass whatever standards Burmese Gold has set in the past. Now, and you mentioned that actually you guys prepared a lot for Selangor Red Giants. What other teams do you think that could get in the way of this achieving greater than ever victory for you guys?
Actually, all of the participants in M6, we only want one team, and that is SRG.
Oh, all eyes were on SRG. Maybe you can share with us why?
Because of the MSC. Actually, on that MSC, we want them to face from that bracket, but we failed to how can I say? We failed to go in grand finals or maybe semifinals, something like that. But this day is for us is a grand finals day for SRG.
I see. So meeting SRG was like grand finals.
Yeah, we
for
have
Falcon.
a full respect for SRG.
I think that's very nice. I'm pretty sure the Malaysian audience respects that you guys actually respects their favorites. Now, Coach, maybe last words to the fans who came down to support you guys?
Thank you for those who support on Falcon Esports. Thank you guys for coming here. And also, thank you for Malaysian people. We love being here. And I can say Malaysian fans is so fucking big.
Okay, thank you very much to Coach RC. And with that, let us right back to the panel to break down what happened in this matchup against Selangor Red Giants.
Ooh, Falcons dropping the bomb there. Dropping the bomb.
They can't spell Falcons without the bomb, right? So Falcons, just pretty big crowd. By the way, that.
Yeah, just put that aside for now.
Falcons.
Don't change allegiance so quickly. Don't change allegiance so quickly.
Look, with the amount of overheats that have happened in this game alone, big upsets once again. Falcons have put a lot on the line, and honestly, they were eating dirt for like 8 minutes into this game until finally they got the item power spikes towards the end.
Guys, guess what I just found?
What'd you find?
I found this unfinished gummy bear for my suit. I think it's just to calm me down after this potential loss, so don't mind me.
You know what? Go ahead. I mean, we'll give you some more Hello Panda later too. Don't worry about that. But yeah. For the people who didn't get to see it at home, there's actually a live win rate prediction for the live audience here. Leading up to that fight, it was 2% Falcons, 98% SRG. Falcon Esports pulled out the 2% from out of nowhere. They had a 2% chance of winning it.
It's crazy, honestly, but let's break it down even more in the post-game. Because again, there's a lot of interesting observations that we need to point out. Obviously, standardized builds coming in specifically from Benny, but then, I want to talk to you guys about Granger builds right now. We've seen many different variations. Hiko prefers having the Sky Piercer alongside with everything else. Some even prefer going for the War Axe on top of having Festival of Blood. So, in your opinions, where are we going with Granger?
I think for Granger, the one major trait that he doesn't have is a finisher, right? And it's very skill shot based. So at the end of the day, for the Granger, you want to be able to deal out damage and have your team finish the opponents off. Sky Piercer solves that problem, but again, if everything is a skill shot, there's a chance you miss it, and you need someone on the team to supplement that finisher. In this case, you're probably looking at Sakai to do the job.
Yeah, I'm glad that you pointed it out. The Granger isn't the main piece in terms of finishing the job. At most, you even see Innocent going forward, similar to the best Grangers that we've seen so far in M6, wherein they go forward, pepper down anyone, go back, and then have someone else go forward to finish the job. You have the Loi with you, you have the Suyo with you, so you don't need to be the finisher here. The best highlights of Innocent are actually him saying, wait, I brought this guy low. Nah, I don't need you guys, it's all good, it's fine. But that was rare and few. And that was them making the most out of Falcon's mispositioning, of them being a little bit too forward, not respecting that their formation can get broken by this high loss.
Two things that stand out to me, right? SRG, they're really good at these conversions, right? Oh, I force you out of Edith out of lane early on. Next thing you know, you're on the opposite side of the map, diving Benny underneath this tower. But Falcons, I think they've got some good tempo breakers. As much as we were laughing earlier about a couple of moments from Kid X, absolutely whiffing entirely with the implosions and even with the Sacred Hammer, it did boil down to his opening to allow Dax to slip right through into the back line.
For Kid X, W can mean two things at the same time: whiffs and wins.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is that one moment, right? One moment, one good implosion. But I just want to quickly kind of follow up with sort of what we discussed during the game, with how SRG were just so dominant in a macro sense. They were forcing a lot of uncanny moves from FCon and forcing them to kind of play that defensive game. You look at the damage chart, right? It tells you the entire story. Innocent dealing the most damage with that Granger. At the end of the day, you still lack a finisher, and unfortunately, people like Sakai and Stormy don't really necessarily have the tools to consistently be that cleanup crew, because you still have to deal with Kid X and Royal Milk. We've seen a few times Sakai dives in, gets eaten up by an implosion, and he disappears, and SRG has to reset.
Yeah, and I think that last team fight especially, we got to see the two point of views that we've had at the end of the draft. You went towards SRG, and we got to see why. It was easy for them to pull off a complicated strategy. They're controlling the map, they knew where to go with the diversion plays, and that rattled Falcon Esports. But then, suddenly SRG faced a big Falcon problem in that last team fight, which is once Falcon can see that opening, just a little bit of glimmer of hope, then you can jump in and enter as the Tigreal to get that W set to turn things around.
Yeah, and I'll quickly talk about our MVP of this game, right? We have Dax on the Joy. The first thing I brought up looking at the draft was, how are you going to catch the Joy, right? Guinevere doesn't necessarily have the best tools.
Yeah.
The high looks, you need the law and order, but most of the time, Cram is not going to be in position to deal with a Joy that is just sidestepping every single ability. So your best chance is to watch out as the game goes late. And the one moment they needed to stop Dax, they couldn't.
Yeah, I think, Remar painted a really good picture here, because again, we saw both sides, and as much as we want to stop Dax, I think the answer from SRG was tempo. We're going to try and out-tempo you so that you were always going to be on that back foot. But then once it kind of evened out, and especially in a position where there was all missing inhibitors for Falcon, it looked pretty grim. Generally, that's where you expect the end game to actually happen, but when you pull up the highlights, you could see how devastating the game was early as it slowly transitions into the Dax game.
Yeah, what Dax was able to do here, it mitigated what could have been an absolutely even worse situation for Falcon Esports, getting wins when he can. That double kill felt like that should have been a big warning for SRG. That felt like foreshadowing that if you lose your position, if you are not careful, if Dax is in a great place to just jump to where Innocent is, he will take that chance. When you go back to what happened in that big final team fight, that's exactly what happened.
This is sort of also like SRG. You have the idea of, okay, we want to siege, but we're giving away too much, right? Dax always has been able to find these moments, and that was his only death, but at a very good cost. He stalled out the game leading up to this late game, and who is going to stop him? There's no one. Innocent was exposed, Dax just dances on top of him, and then the implosion follow-up. Very good patience for Falcons Esports to really exploit the fact that SRG were not only out of position, but also didn't have crucial battle spells.
Yeah. That's the best thing about, well, simple to pull off lineups. When you have one clear condition or two clear conditions, compared to a lineup that you mentioned, Gideon, they had to set the tempo for SRG. They had to be the ones going forward, making sure that Falcon Esports doesn't get an opportunity to position and be comfortable. Because if you put them in an uncomfortable spot, how are they going to set up a team fight around that tick roll? They can't. How are they going to set up for the Joy? They can't. But then once it's you give them that opening, again, as I mentioned, if you're one frontliner, one of the best options that you have to actually stop that Joy goes a little bit too forward. Once the flicker is gone from the low Yi, then that's all of the chances that you need, all of the room that you need to make a play.
Honestly, I gotta give it over, especially from like mid going into the transition to the late game. PX7 played a solid game, despite only going 1, 2, and 2. The disengages were especially important for Benny to not take any more deaths after that early game.
Yeah, I mean, Rema talked about the 2% win probability for Falcon. That 2% is DJY. So. I knew we should have tied him up somewhere.
I tried to get him. I tried to lock him up to not go for that interview, but you know, he's somehow able to break free. He's one slippery boy. With that being said, though, we want to quickly shout out for all of our stressed out fans, for all the Myanmar people who shout out yes to Falcon. Enjoy the Secret Lab Chair Titan Evo. You can once again play better for longer with ergonomic chairs designed to keep you on the top of your game. The Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. So not only is it great for PC gaming, you can enjoy proper ergonomic support while mobile gaming as well. So treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort enjoyed by the best MLBB teams that we have here at M6. The Titan Evo, the way to go for you, whether or not you got wide shoulders, Secret Lab has got you covered. Boys, you guys have been sitting on the Secret Labs. Have you ever, you having posture problems or anything like that?
No. Renmar just showed me that you could lower the chair to a comfortable angle for you to lean on and cry.
Great point, because when we're talking about uncomfortable angles, there is one particular key moment that we have to highlight in this game that changed absolutely everything. Renmar, you are the one who brought this up to us. Please break it down.
Please, I will break it down while Husky breaks down beside me. So, let's look at Stormy where he is into the map. Kidex is going to pop up right in front of him. Innocent provides the vision already. Conceal play, Stormy flinches and flickers. Royal Milk, you could actually argue that that was a very early ult, but once Cram stepped forward, Dax knew, okay, I know where the frontliners are already. We had vision on Yumes, that means the backline is easy to access. There's no more flicker on that low Yi, meaning I can go forward. Let's bring it back right a bit. It's a great read by Dax, honestly, to just know I can go forward, and then Kid X to finally landing that big implosion, the one that he was looking for all this game long, the one that can set up the team for success.
Man, very jittery, you're right. I mean, the initial flinch already looked good, but also the angle that Dax found using the Lord as, hopscotch to finally get into the back. He hopscotch off the Lord, then Stormy, and then what's up, Innocent? How you doing?
Yeah, that's really impressive. Like the journey that Joy went on from the Beetle to where Innocent was close to by the wall near the purple buff, that's crazy.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's just very unfortunate that we look at a lot of these top tier teams and we talk about what sets them apart from everyone else is the macro game. SRG making a bit of a uncanny rookie mistake, but thankfully they're still in the Swiss stage, just pretty unsafe in that 1-2 bracket.
Hey, don't worry, we got a palate cleanser coming up next. Nobody would have expected that Mina is coming up big and strong and looking to qualify our very first best of 3 to see who's going to make it to the knockouts. It's between Twisted Minds up against RRQ Hoshi. Now, Boys, this match, this is for the very first slot here at the Knockouts. It's going to be very good seeding, and generally most people are going to be leaning towards RRQ's side, but Twisted Minds have really reshaped how we think about MENA.
Yeah, hopefully RRQ Hoshi would go into this realizing that there are two big power picks for Twisted Minds, Sicilian, Bruno. Take those away, you're forcing Twisted Minds to play in a way we haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, there's one more from the pocket is also the Joy, right? We've seen that Joy take down Vamos on day one, even sort of exploiting a shortcut. So if this one was an upset, Twisted Mind against RQ Hoshi might be a bigger upset.
I mean, it's going to be crazy. This is for the very first slot in the Knockouts. It's going to be a best of 3, but with that being said, you guys are currently watching the M6 World Championship live here in Malaysia, IOI City Mall. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, more MLBB action.
starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit
Welcome back, everybody, to the M6 World Championship here in Malaysia. Currently, it is 5:56 GMT plus 8 here at IOI City Mall for those tuning in all across the world to watch our very first team to make sure that maybe after this best of 3, we'll qualify for the knockout stage. An exciting time to be alive. My name is Gideon Q here as your desk host, alongside Huskin as well as Ranmar as well at the table. We just experienced a pretty big upset coming in from Falcons. A single moment is all it takes. Could it be the same for Twisted Minds as well as RRQ Hoshi?
I feel like for this one, it's not going to be as clear-cut. There's a clear underdog going into this one. But at the same time, I feel like it's gonna have to be multiple moments for real if they want to pull off that upset.
Multiple moments? I mean, let's break it down, right? Because we got to give a shout out to Qiddiya Gaming and Esports District, which unites gamers, communities, and fans all across genres and all walks of life. But the main opinion amongst the community, even in Qiddiya, is that MENA was supposed to be, especially after MSC 2024, one of the weaker regions. 6 months later, well, technically 5 at this point, 5 and a couple more days, MENA now looking to be the first team to qualify for the knockout rounds.
I mean, if you tell me that it's going to be Twisted Minds against RQ Hoshi for the first advancement series to knockouts a few months ago, I would either say that you are dreaming or I'm dreaming. But it's not a dream anymore, right? There actually is a chance for one of the biggest upsets in the Swiss stage.
Which begs the question, who is going to win? Who have you guys decided to support? Remember, from November the 18th all the way to December 29th, you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift Draw. Join the draw for a chance to win a Claude new epic skin, the Challenger Flare. I mean, this model is perfectly showing you what you can earn in-game. The Beatrix new M4 epic painted skin, a Lightseeker, and don't miss the rare opportunity to get the Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a very limited amount of time. So those of you who've been DMing me, how am I going to get all the other skins? We got you covered. But Renmar, talk to me here. Because Twisted Minds, are you with the same opinion with MENA being one of the weaker regions now emerging to be maybe one of the strongest?
I mean, heading into this one, yeah, there were a lot of questions, especially in the Swiss stage, because when we saw GK Esports perform in the wild card, well, to be fair, we didn't get to see them perform to their peak. There wasn't a lot of give in that one. So Twisted Minds, the expectations for them weren't quite there yet. So now that we've seen them go into the 2-0 bracket, now being one of the first teams to potentially get into the knockout stages, they beat the team that just beat SRG to make it here. Now you could definitely say that if not MENA, at least Twisted Minds. At least Twisted Minds is up there.
Yeah, I think they also are helping the whole region to re-establish sort of like the expectations for them. Like Renma mentioned, right? We looked at GK in the wild card and we were like, okay, Twisted Minds might not be that great, looking at the second seed itself, but right now, they are looking greater than ever, for sure.
I mean, that's the whole theme coming into M6. But for this particular match here, I hope you guys are ready. For Twisted Minds and as well as RRQ are going to be waiting for this best of 3 to start, especially that drafting phase. We're all excited for it. But the Sang Raja awaits. A trial by fire for Twisted Minds. Now, we were talking about Twisted Minds, but let's come over to the Kingdom's perspective. Sang Rajas, this team, and especially if we're pulling it back into history in M1, they were this close, one game away to be the first champions of the M Series. Unfortunately, taken away from them, it's been a very big struggle for RRQ to get back to that point, and this could be their very first step by qualifying with a perfect record.
Yeah, that's why it feels like the whole universe is just against what Twisted Minds would want to do here to make it into the knockout stage, because it feels like RRQ just goes against what the universe wants. They go against the trend. In the very first day, when everyone was getting surprised by the results, RRQ said, no, we're gonna make it into the next. Then they got past that challenge and made it to where they are now. So I feel like at this point, RRQ are a team just looking destiny in the eye and saying, no, you're mine.
I feel like, I mean, yes, there is a lot of history going behind it, but at the same time, I feel like the veterancy is coming into play. They've been known to be like, oh, RRQ was very, very brawly, but now they play a more macro-centric style. What do you think about this, Husky? Is that veterancy and, more importantly, the understanding of both styles helping them in the Swiss?
I think the understanding of both styles is definitely a lot more helpful because you need to be multifaceted, right? People say that this is a meta where it's the brawl meta, it's great for Indonesian teams. I agree, but you also have to understand how teams drag games out. Twisted Minds has shown that, how they beat Vamos and also Falcons yesterday. Both games went pretty late and Twisted Minds have very good control of it.
Yeah, we have to point out something real quick though. Twisted Minds is more experienced. This roster is more experienced than RRQ Hoshi in the M Series. They were here last year as Triple Esports. They went through MSC. This RRQ Hoshi roster, it's Skylar, that one veteran leading the charge for M Series first-timers.
That's an interesting point. Actually, you know what? If this is the opinion of the desk, what about the opinions coming in from RRQ's very own Kezcute? We quickly talked to him, the battle of masterminds, and he mentioned that we know that Twisted Minds represented their country in IESF, even defeating Indonesia's representative in the group stage. We can definitely learn many insights from the games. Twisted Minds has the potential to go far in the tournament, especially with the help of 2 Filipino coaches. This BO3 will be the test for them, particularly against us, RRQ Hoshi. I believe we will be able to pick up on their drafting patterns.
I definitely agree, right? Like Bruno has been a big pick for Twisted Minds. As Sicilian, we've seen the power of that as well. Like, we were alluding to it during the first day of Swiss stage, and when they finally show it on day 2, it was a big boon for them, the joy as well. So I think for RQ Hoshi, like we kind of established early on, it is a trial by fire. And when you call back to RQ's journey to get to the world stage, it wasn't easy, right? People were looking at the kingdom to win the local league, but like Mirko said, at the night of the revolution, the castle walls fell. But right now, the kingdom is looking solid, and if they can get past Twisted Minds and get into the knockout stage, I think hope will be restored for sure.
And I think you said the keyword there, solid. Definitely RRQ Hoshi have to be solid up against a team like Twisted Minds. When you get to know these players a little bit better, of course, their past where they were painted as the villains of MPL MENA, learning from that, getting humbled, eventually becoming champions, you have in here a team with a DNA of the moment they smell an advantage, they will jump. But that is something that can be countered by discipline, by being solid. If you don't give them that sense of an advantage, they won't be able to make a move.
Wait, hold on. Because we've seen 2 games coming in from Twisted Minds, and in both of those games, we've seen 2 different sides, where the early game was definitely a lot more favored in their first match, and then in the second match, it went the distance, and with no inhibitors, were able to turn things around. Husky, now that you've seen both facets of the Twisted Minds, is that going to be enough against the rock-solid RRQ?
It's going to be enough to put up an even fight, right? I wouldn't say that they will beat RRQ 100% because that is too bold of a claim, but I think it can put them on an even pedestal against RRQ, even against Vamos. They were sort of put on the back foot because Vamos that time had a chip. They were playing extremely fast, but Twisted Minds outwitted them at the very end. And then against FCon, it was the exact same thing, right? They had literally nothing, and Twisted Minds still, with discipline, hung on.
Interesting. I mean, this is all about play styles, and I mean, now that we're coming into BO3s, I think things are going to get a little shaky here, because we've seen plenty of best of 1s, but coming into the best of 3s, we have opportunities to actually adapt. BO1s or BO3s, how teams approach the games differently. I'm going to start with you, Renmar, because again, you've seen these teams actually play. RRQ looking a little bit more consistent, but in a best of 3, is the adaptation going to be key, or are we still looking for maybe those explosive picks?
Well, adaptation, I feel like, is going to be the approach here for RQ Hoshi, with Coach Kezcute mentioning that it is the drafting in his quote earlier that they're going to be putting a little bit more focus on with Coach Lyric and Coach Daliot and Twisted Minds. So I feel like that's going to be the mindset of RQ Hoshi, that, okay, let's not think of them as a team that we can just simply dominate in game. Let's go ahead, chase those power picks. We might need to get crafty. They have that Sicilian. That means that they have a team that are willing to try different things in the mid lane, either for early to mid game burst or the mid to the late game holdout. So you're going to be drafting around that. RQ Hoshi has competed up against a wide array of playstyles in MPL Indonesia alone. As much as we want to say the brawl playstyle, the brawl meta, brawl server, anything like that, it still varies from the different teams in MPLID. So if I'm RQ Hoshi, you're going to go into this with the learnings from your region and think about it as, all right, we got to beat them in the draft first.
Okay, with that being said, it's time for us to sell you on the teams that we're thinking are going to win this best of 3. For me personally, I saw RRQ play. I've seen Twisted Minds. I've done some research on them. For me, I'm going to go with RRQ Hoshi. I think this might be an interesting matchup, and I think that even in a best of 3, this should be a 2-0 victory. Wait,
there we go.
2-0 victory for RRQ Hoshi. I think, not only the veterancy, we've seen them get really, really crafty as well, just like the Twisted Minds, if not so, more fluid in their plays. That's 2-0 for me for RRQ. What about you, Husky?
I'm guessing, not guessing, I am saying RRQ is going to win. I know my predictions from the first day of Swiss Stage until now hasn't been great. I've been losing 99% of my prediction, but this one, 2-0 RRQ, for sure. I have a lot of respect. Hold on. I have a lot of respect for the players. I love Susujin, I love Skylar, but for me, I think Kesq has a special place in my heart, right? Because this guy transcends different game titles. He has such a robust experience and the way he looks at a game, especially in this genre. So yeah, Kesq is the man.
Well, now social media is about to call you guys the most professional, best talents, casters, analysts, because this is my prediction, but this is my pick.
Oh, that is interesting. 2-1 for Twisted Minds. Sell me on this. There's got to be an angle you're seeing that we're not seeing here.
Maybe, honestly, I feel like at this point I might just have been carried away by what we saw from Pocket versus SRG. That, hey, what if that's going to be one of these days where somehow, some way, it's actually Twisted who's going to qualify first, even though in my mind as an analyst is telling me to just predict RRQ Hoshi, please. Everything that we've seen from their drafts, how they play, what they've been doing in SPS before this. Again, of course, even though they were unfortunately eliminated from that one. But there's enough evidence in your mind, Renmar, that RRQ Hoshi will win this. But I don't know why my twisted mind just goes into that.
Yeah, I mean, the Twisted Minds have already got you speaking in third person at this point, right? That's how crazy the tournament has been going in the Swiss stage. You never know what's going to happen, and I get that momentum. What about you, Hazi? Is that going, if let's say, Twisted Minds take the, we predicted 2-0.
Yeah, we did.
If Twisted Minds take that very first game, is that going to shake you up? Is that going to break your stance?
No, I still would stick with RRQ Hoshi. I still think that overall as a team, as much as, in reality, Twisted Minds lineup has a lot more experience in the players, I still think RRQ Hoshi has what it takes.
All right, with that being said, it's time to sell you on these teams even more. As the very first team lineup, it's going to be the Twisted Minds with Sano, Troll, Coffin, Hoda, but this time with Mike Sama coming in to play EXP instead of Sanji.
That is an interesting choice. I wonder though why. Mike Sama, of course, we haven't seen a lot of him even in MPL MENA. Yes, he has performed. It hasn't been that long since he played, but this might actually change the dynamic. I may or may not be regretting the prediction already, but okay, Mike Sama, he's definitely going to be the focus here. If he gets brought in by the coaching staff, that means he's ready to perform. So how do you help your EXP laner? Well, make sure you win the mid. I'm going to default to that. Troll and Coffin here have to get picks that are aggressive in the map and can rotate. This cannot be let's focus on the counter punching style and try to punish RRQ Hoshi mindset for Twisted Minds. They have to be the ones to be proactive to try and match the aggression of RRQ Hoshi.
I mean, if we're talking about matching the aggression, we don't know what version of RRQ Hoshi we're going to get here today. The Kingdom continues to try and reign with Skylar, Edok, Rin, Sutsujin, and Dairin.
Especially when you are looking at Dairon in that XP lane, this matchup is going to really come down to how fast Twisted Minds can kind of accelerate the tempo, right? Because Dairon has shown in the 2 previous games that they played, he is willing to go fast. And even Skylar, you see when they are ahead, Skylar, Edok, they start making those plays. It's not just big plays, but also they add on some style and flair into their execution. So RRQ Hoshi just play the way that they do. They have that Frederick pocket pick for Susujin every single time if they need it. I mean, the Akai could somehow pop out as well if it comes out to the situation. So RRQ Hoshi just play how they did in the previous 2 series, and I think they will be fine.
I feel like every single time we talk about RRQ Hoshi, there are moments in their games where they do feel like, oh yeah, let's go back a little brawly. But no, the macro. But the brawlness kind of seeps on through every once in a while. And I'm hoping today, maybe the Twisted Minds could, get under their skin to hopefully bring that out of them once more.
I think I realized something funny.
What?
As to why maybe the universe was trying to will me to predict Twisted Minds. You know Mike Sama's actual first name? It's Ren. Maybe that's what I was sensing. Maybe it's not even like an analytical thing. It's as simple as a universe like, yo, a dude with the same name as you is playing. Predict him. But again, I don't have a lot of info on Mike Sama. A majority of the time, it is Sanji playing for Twisted Minds. So maybe that's the approach for
maybe.
Twisted, where RQ Hoshi is expecting this specific playstyle from a specific style of EXP laner. Suddenly, RQ Hoshi's like, wait, who's that guy? How does he play like? Right? That could be a factor.
I'm also thinking maybe there's the possibility of it, turning it around, right? If we're talking about switching out a player, is there a macro influence on it, or is it a micro influence? And if it's micro, is it a damaged EXP laner?
It could be. I mean, damaged EXP laners, we still hasn't been seen much. I mean, we saw that early on from Maycam Evolve that Makino, it didn't really pan out too well, right? The Paquito, there were some merits to it, but it just doesn't fit into what we've seen so far. There are some teams, even in MPL Malaysia, that has done these kind of switcheroo. Todak, for a good example, they not only switch out one player, they switch out an entire squad. Vamos has done it with Sapat and Smooth. So in this case, with how tough XP lane already is, maybe Mike Sama could be the solution.
Mike Sama could be the solution, but at the same time, it could just be a curse as well. I mean, keep in mind, guys, we're going to be looking at the players up on this stage. They had a bit of a ping test with the new ROG Phone 9 Pro. It's looking good for them to make, and honestly, these happen so quick.
Yeah. I mean, that's how fast the ROG Phone 9 is, right?
Yeah.
Those ping tests just go breeze by quickly. The moment you're in there, everything's all good. Connection, fine. Performance, mint. You even see RQ Hoshi smiling about it.
No show plays don't make themselves,
Yeah.
They have that good frame rate, got that good fluidity, got a good graphics. That's how you get the best gameplay from the phone to the screen to the ring.
You're not going to finish it up? Come on. You even voted for RRQ as well, to the king at that point. But, Renmar, I got to ask you, because again, you are going for Twisted Minds. We're looking for ways, especially if you were in the shoes of the Twisted Minds, how exactly are you going to approach RRQ? It's going to be a drafting battle overall. Yeah. Are there key picks that come to mind?
Well, then you're going to be looking at the picks of IDOC, number one. If you want to beat a team, the quality of RRQ Hoshi, you have to look at the center of the map. You look at the Chos, the Khalids, the Matildas. You take those three away, or at least challenge or be prepared for that, then that's one part of the game plan. The other one is, how are you going to translate your control in the middle of the map to making sure you get to supplement Saano and help him against Skylar?
Okay. That's an interesting approach. But we quickly asked a troll, you're now one step closer to the knockouts. How are you feeling? He says, I feel too excited, like I'm shaking on stage yesterday, and we're not nervous or stressed out. We'll just take it one step at a time.
Can only imagine the emotions going through, right? When you start taking down big teams that has been towering over you and your regions for, competition after competition. That win means a lot more, and sometimes that's kind of the momentum that you need, right? For that underdog story, for that anti-hero, well, in this case, the heroes of MENA, which is Twisted Minds.
Well, with that being said, it is time to start this game. Let's head on over to the drafting phase and figure out what exactly the masterminds are going to equip their players with the best weapons possible. As we head on into it, it looks like, from the looks of it, it's going to be Twisted Minds on a blue side with RRQ Hoshi on the red.
Okay, so they ban out the Hilda, meaning that they are looking into making sure that they get the best possible matchup in the EXP lane. Now, one thing we have to acknowledge here is that the importance of the EXP roam responsibility juggle in-game in this meta, where EXP laners sometimes are the ones going forward, getting vision and acting like the roamer, while it's the roamer who's maybe peeling back a little bit more to help supplement the backline, something that EXP laners are usually doing in the past. But you juggle that, and how well you do that is what distinguishes the best EXP roamer tandems in this meta. But now you have two roamers and EXP laners who speak the different language. So how will the communication fare off? So are you going to go for something solid and rush something like the high loss? Or, well, you rush your power pick in the Bruno for Saano?
has been a late game monster. We literally saw Bruno beat FCON beat SRG, but yesterday they also used this Bruno to take out FCON, right? But they didn't let the Juicin through, so that will be an instant pickup by RQ Hoshi alongside the Gatot. I do like that Joy ban. We kind of spoke about it a little bit, the Joy being one of the pocket picks for Twisted Minds. You take that away, and right now Twisted Minds, they might still consider that Sicilian being a late game option like they did with FCON, but we saw how that was dealt with earlier today as well.
Yeah, Sicilian and Bruno won't be a 100% win, but come on, just chase your comforts already. You're up against RRQ Hoshi. Get your comfortable strategy and get something like a Cho or someone who can go forward, get vision, and help control the tempo. If they cannot be the ones to actually take hold of it and dictate the tempo, at least stop RRQ Hoshi from ballooning to a crazy level.
I think at that point you might as well just go, what, Cho, Cecilia once again? Oh, interesting. They're going to take up the high loss, but they're also showing the Nolan very early on in this draft.
It does allow you to play incredibly fast against squishy targets like Juicin, Granger. You have that great burst potential, but I'm surprised that they went for Nolan instead of a Suyo. I would assume that would be kind of the choice. Perhaps looking at the Juicin, they don't feel as comfortable. It has been sort of that direct counter matchup per se. So I can understand, but still, you need an answer to get to the Juicin. Only love.
I think if Twisted Minds, if that's the case, it might be going a little bit more run and gun here. And of course, RRQ Hoshi are respecting that power pick in the Sicilian. So honestly, maybe it's because we don't see Nolan that often, especially here in the Swiss stage, that I'm leaning a little bit more towards the RRQ draft for the first 3 picks, especially since right now we're not fully too sure what the roam pick is going to be for Twisted Minds and the mid as well. That for most of the what we call powerhouse regions, you pick Juicin against a team from outside the powerhouse regions, and then you see the Juicin tearing it up. It might actually end up becoming that's going to be the case in the early to the mid game.
That's a good possibility, but we've seen potential. Well, I mean, there's a couple of potential answers here, right? We've seen Skylar actually deal with Juicin using the Wanwan, but now that you've already got the Bruno locked in, it feels like there's a bit of a clash of styles.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of ways to deal with Juicin, not just with 1-1, but with heroes that are very mobile, right? Like Cho, Moskov, heroes that can get by the Juicin and make it really hard for it to start stacking the Lantern Flare stacks onto you. This Tigro ban from Twisted Minds is definitely kind of to try and limit what Edok has in his arsenal. There's also the Cho to consider as well. He has been insanely good at finding picks that you don't even think is possible. But taking on this Tigro also means that Twisted Minds needs to start thinking about what Tro is going to go for. He has already lost Matilda. Now he doesn't have his primary Tigro with him. What is the next option? Maybe the high loss.
I think even... I want to say yes, but at the same time, I'm more concerned right now for Coven. Because again, there is a bit of a pinch in terms of the mage pool, right? Sicilian is already out. Now the next thing is going to be Aurora for disengage. That kind of leaves you with like Valentina, but Valentina completely gets outranged by, unfortunately, the Juicin.
Yeah,
Vex, I guess, right?
Yeah, Vex is the last best option, it looks like. But then if they're going to go for something like a Valentina, if it's not the Vexana and they go Valentina, that means they're pairing it up with high poke, high aggro, like just go in, then weave out, bob in, weave out. I feel like that might actually be their approach for this draft now then.
So they banned we still haven't seen the jungler yet. They could be a Fredrin, like you don't really have the damage to blow through the Fredrin until Bruno kind of stacks up his items. We've talked about Fredrin being a 3rd and onward picks for most teams, especially on that red side. This Phovis ban could open up maybe Khalid or the Cho for RQ as well, right? It directly contributes to stopping these mobile heroes for the team.
Your team is
Oh, yeah, the Cho does come true. I think seeing that Phobius ban kind of reaffirms RQ in RQ's mind that this Cho is now a very viable pick.
I have to agree with it. Now, honestly, for me, the question is whether Granger, is there a possibility? Because Sutsujin has used Roger before. I mean, people who play Roger tend to also have, dabbled in the Yishin Shins and also pre-reworked Granger.
Yeah. Minds. If they just end up defaulting into the Vex here, they might actually just pair it up with the high loss in the front, and then we haven't seen the EXP laner yet. So what?
Actually, is there a possibility? I mean, you already see the Granger before, so therefore, if you're expecting maybe another projectile, is it worth picking up Lolita specifically against this Granger?
It doesn't solve the big problem, right? Like, you have a Lolita, but then you are getting lifted by Juicin, you're getting kicked away. This chip could change the dynamics, right? Again, it opens up that macro versatility for Twisted Minds. But this also feels like you are relying a lot on Nolan to play the Nolan chip from early to mid, and then late comes all the way down to Sano.
Where? Is it really just gonna go into the roam? What if they're
Granger?
What if they're mad lads enough?
What did
Yo.
Yes!
Granger jungle. Wow, for
Yeah.
Futugen.
Let's go! Because they've got a lot of setup. Although my only issue is the Harith. I was thinking maybe Beatrix. I mean, there's a lot we're going to be talking about all outside of the cast. Let's throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
Hey, we shall. I'm super excited to see this one around, and I feel the same way. You know, we're going to have this Granger jungle now here in front of us. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Staffa to bring you the action for the matchup ahead of us. But I don't know. I'm liking the drafts here for both of the teams. I know there's a chip, too, over there, Staffa, but I'm wondering if they'll be able to utilize it, because we have seen in the past, maybe the chip doesn't work out because it was a power pick for the longest time, but let's see.
Upon the land of dawn sits an empty throne, eager for a new king. Will the kingdom rise to claim it, or will their mind palaces be twisted beyond recognition? Welcome back to the land of dawn for RRQ Hoshi versus Twisted Minds.
Okay, jumping in the game. We're going to find out if this is actually going to work out for them, because we know that, again, the momentum that both these teams have had throughout the Swiss stage has been pretty good. But with that, you know, looking at this now, I think when we talk about the specific heroes that could change the course of this game, wow, already quite aggressive.
And mid lane, a lot of damage being done. It's somewhat to be expected, right? Cho Zusin mid combo is going to be very oppressive just in terms of level 1 damage.
Make sure you guys go ahead and grab yourselves the M6 pass. It's available now from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December. You can complete all tasks in the game to reach level 75 for free, and there's a ton of rewards waiting for you guys. Of course, the Claude battle emote, the Glory Avatar border, the battle emote for Baksha, and the new special skin for Baksha as well, the Dauntless Shield, all for free. So back to the game. I think one of the things here too, Staffa, is the pacing, I guess you could say, this time around for RRQ Hoshi. We know that they love to fight, especially early on. With a lineup like this, especially with the Granger, I think once you have that level 4 available from Edok, like we've seen him do in the past with this Cho, they're going to be aggressive already.
They already are. Troll almost dead, 10%. Hoda going to be able to block that Death Sonata to make sure First Blood isn't given too early on. But a beautiful Lantern pull on Coffin, going to continue the pressure on for RRQ.
Again, pressure is what we expect here with the lineup from RRQ, and wondering if Twisted Minds will be able to answer it. The fact that they have a chip, they start up this turtle right away.
Yeah, Hoda's just going for it and instantly seals it away before RRQ Hoshi can even respond. We're going to see Mike Sama pull it back with the Lantern, going to use the Glorious Pathway to get out.
Very decisive decision to go ahead and start up that turtle right away based on how things went, and they secure them the objective. Great for Twisted Minds. Taking a look here, emblems-wise as well, this is nothing, you know, too out of the ordinary. Of course, on both sides still, you have the revitalizers for both these teams to go around with. But even then, the matchup in the jungle alone, I'm wondering how the pacing will be, because so far, even for Hoda, he's been doing pretty good, you know, dealing with the pacing that needs to be set up against the Granger jungle, able to farm. This is one thing we know about Nolan, is even if you don't force these fights, Nolan can shine later on, especially by just getting to the back lane or even putting pressure on the opposite side of the map, and then you have to respond to this. You know, we usually see this with King Kong before when he loved to pick the Nolan pick up, and they'll go ahead and work around that. But so far, it's been a struggle to really find that pick off from either side. But now that Edok has the Way of the Dragon available, this is where we see them possibly trying to make a play. Sano's going to get the information. Whoa, the kick.
Good flicker from Troll, though. Not going to let the Way of the Dragon go in the direction they wanted. Pops on the shortcut. Troll will be taken out. First Blood over to Sutsujin. And even the Twisted Minds takes the portal through RRQ Hoshi. Instantly scatter their front lines and don't give them any space.
That was the right idea, man. You know, like, they went in, Troll goes in, Zaman Force.
Here comes Hoda, looking for Skylar. We're gonna see the flicker used, Zaman Force as well, allowing the Harith to jump away easily from Hoda.
Good flicker, and that's the point I was gonna say earlier on. You know, that was the right idea. Drop the shortcut, go in. Edok actually survived that initiation through the portals because he had the flicker, and then Skylar there too. burning that will stay alive. First item pickup, the priority here for Sutsujin is going to be the Sky Piercer, man. So wondering what else the build will be here for this Granger in the jungle. But this time around, RQ looks to go ahead and secure themselves this turtle. So now 1-for-1, both teams. Edok, it's got to be a little bit careful here. Doesn't have a flicker available, but still has the backup of the team Rins there as well. So still, both teams kind of looking for this side of the map where they can actually really punish things.
Yeah, RQ especially, we know to be a team that's quite aggressive early on. They definitely have more of an early to mid-game power spike. So even though you're on a hero that can actually scale up with stacks like the Granger, we see Sutsujin going for Sky Piercer to just full out aggro the early game.
Here again, focus on the bottom side. This is what we see teams really do, especially against the Bruno right now, and this might be the play for them, but so far so good. Troll's been exactly where he needs to be. Kind of keeping an eye on Sano there, making sure that, you know, doesn't get too out of control from the pressure being put by RQ. And so they still kind of look for things, and this is still the answer, though. You can see them really focusing down, doubling down on the side of the map. They want to start to get some of the tier 1 down if they can, and Sano trying to keep them at bay, but look at the damage.
Ouch! That is a lot of damage. Purify used by Sano in the back line. Portal drop down in the front line, and they're going to be able to catch out one, but it's going to be a Skylar trade for Sano. Vocal later's gone. The knock-up, wave the Dragon, Jikundo onto Hoda, but he's still able to dash away. Dyron now on top of the Nolan, going to be able to pick him off with Rin's assistance. As Enoch is picked up in the back line, it is trade for trade for trade, as Sutsujin picks up one for himself. Only 2 players remaining on both teams. Avatar the Guardian going to look for the knock-up, but Coven still has Purify, so the Zuzin is able to walk out.
Yeah, even trade. You know, 3 for 3 so far. Sano, though, joining the fight again. Gonna force them out of the jungle. Taking a couple shots from the Rhapsody, too. But ultimately, a good fight from Twisted Minds. You know, able to go toe-to-toe. It was unfortunate that Sano kind of got cut off, and then, you know, he got caught away from the team, and Rins was able to clean it up, and then the shortcut came through. And it looked a little chaotic for a while from Twisted Minds on exactly what they wanted to do in that fight. But ultimately, the fact that they got some kills out of the exchange was great, but they are losing these turrets. And that is going to be the advantage that RQ plays with as they work on this third turtle. Secure it here now, 2 in their favor. And also, again, the space here. Troll, though, joining the fight.
Yep, Troll dropping down the shortcut on Skylar, but multiple members of both teams going to be taking it through. Skylar now being surrounded. Avatar the Guardian, unfortunately, in a bad spot from Dyron, so not able to save him. But now the lift up on Hoda, going to be one traded over. Sano doing so much damage on the backline, though, as RQ Hoshi is dealing with all of the bulky frontliners, and they're not able to break through. One more down. Here comes Sutsujin from flank. Not able to finish off Troll, though. Rhapsody comes out cuffing, going to use the ultimate as well to escape from Edok. And RQ Hoshi has run out of resources. Twisted Minds comes out on top.
Really good fight from Twisted Minds, and it could have been way worse, but great usage of playing some of that front line to block some of those shots so that Sutsujin couldn't just like walk in and then capitalize on some kills there. Again, both teams really trying to go and scale up, but yes, there's still this lead. There's still also the macro advantage that RQ has, and this is, you know, what they're going to play around with. The fact that they got those early turrets down, they can play into it. Good item power pickup here for Sano. Malefic Gun is picked up now. Key item that a lot of the Brunos need, but a look at the pressure here now on this side of the jungle from RQ. And they look to actually stare down this tier 2 turret. Couple shots with the Destinata. They will trade. Finally, that tier 1 goes down. Twisted Minds still pushing up there on the top. Looks like they might even trade this one. But they're going to have to go back and answer it. They do send Skylar up there, but this is a great kind of mirroring happening from Twisted Minds to deal with that pressure that RQ is putting around the map.
Yeah, I really like what Twisted Minds is doing right now. They understand their opponent, right? They've definitely done their research and knows that RQ is a team that wants to play for early game, ideally for snowball, and so they're simply not giving it to them, even if it means sacrificing a few towers. The goal is to get to that power spike around that level 15, where Bruno just immediately takes over the game with the 4 for 5th item.
How do you think that's going to work out here, though, Staffa? Like, when we get to the late game, especially the level 15 in mind, and you have those 2 gold laners, a Bruno and a Granger, who has that upper hand?
Well, we have to remember Granger is actually the jungler here. Hold on, Troll gonna get kicked. Drops the shortcut in time, but he's already gone. Cuffin comes through. AOG to stop anyone else. Hoda actually comes through right at the end. RQ able to destroy the portal. Twisted Mind's not gonna lose any more besides Troll for now, but that is the chip gone. And here comes the full commit from RQ. Glorious Pathway, not able to escape, but Sano doing so much damage from the flank, able to take out E-Dog. That's a trade on Mike Sama as well for RQ. Lord dropping low, Sutsujin secures it. Man, now Cuffin steals the Zeus. Jumps forward, takes one, but is not able to finish off Sutsujin. That's gonna be a double kill for the Granger.
Double kill for the Granger. Sano's still going though, takes a couple shots at Dyron. And yes, like you mentioned, there's the taunt.
Still going in, gets the passive in time to set up for the Zaman Force. There's Sonata, not quite long enough though. So Dyron, unfortunately, giving his life for nothing.
See, I'm so used to seeing Granger in the gold lane. Yes, you are correct, right? In the jungle. Even that matchup, though, it's still going to be crucial for this fight because, yes, Skylar, his job on this Harith is mainly dropping down the Zaman Force they can find in it, but the range battle, especially with the Granger in mind, you know, you're going to be trying to deal with Sano shooting off, especially with a Malefic gun, and this is what he's doing.
Yeah, look at how much damage, how much pressure Sutsujin is applying all by himself. The Ray, the blow up, the shutdown, the monster kill as Sutsujin plays one final Death Sonata for Sano.
That's what I was talking about, man. I mean, the two marksmen technically on the map is what you have to deal with in the range. It seems like the advantage really going to this Granger, and you take too many Rhapsody shots, and then next thing you know, boom, Death Sonata, and you are gone. Oh, Hoda.
Hoda trying to look for Skylar, but the Zaman Force comes out. We can see even Skylar is scaling up now despite not having any kills. And Sutsujin dropping Mike Sama to 30%, forcing out the glorious pathway before the fight even starts. Death Sonata just pelting at Sano from all the way across the map.
How do you catch this guy? You know, how do you actually put that pressure where you need to? They're going to put it on the top turret right now. Trying to salt the base down. Again, it was only that first lore that pushed in. They will lose those holy shields, those holy defenses in the base, but ultimately Twisted Minds does hold on. We get a preview of the stacks, of course, for the Granger, but also the Sky Piercer. He's got 5 stacks right now at the 50 mark. And this is the thing. You're already seeing that preview, and I think that's what's got to be answered here. How do you deal with this? How do you catch Sutsujin? Because, you know, even if you tried to go for that angle, then this is why I was saying the Zaman Force plays that part where at least you can drop it down, and then Skylar can do his thing, and he's been farming up for the majority of the game. And it does get a little more difficult, and I think that's why we have to see Troll utilize the shortcut in a specific way to be able to offset RQ Hoshi's kind of positioning when it comes to the team fights.
Yo, Sutsujin is actually insane right now. Double the farm of Hoda, nearly triple the damage dealt of the second highest DPS in the game. He is showing us how Granger jungle is meant to be played. And I am terrified because I am going to see him everywhere in my pub games after this.
You know what? At this point, there's been some trendsetters so far.
Troll found Sutsujin.
There it is.
Shortcut comes in. Cuffin with the shutdown. And now Rins has to use ultimate defensively. That is the kill that Twisted Minds have been looking for, but conceal play. Flicker forward by Troll to escape. Unfortunately, still going to be cut off by 4 members of RQ looking for a little bit of vengeance. Zaman Force should be the final nail in the coffin here as Skylar finds a little bit of revenge.
Oh, you see what's happening here too. Twisted Minds gets that information. They make their way to the Lord. They know that Susujin's down and gone. But RQ, they actually want to stall this out as much as they can and possibly even fight this. Can they make it happen?
AOG gonna miss on Dyron. Actually zones out the way of the dragon onto Hoda, right into Rins, but Hoda wasn't quite ready. Still able to get it though with the Zaman Force comes in. Dyron buying a lot of space between Cuffin and Sano. Gonna eventually lose his life because Bruno is starting to hit pretty hard. But RQ Hoshi will secure the position they were looking for around the Lord Pit. Sutsujin finally respawned. Cuffin trying to drop Rins down, but Purify already used. Has to use the ultimate as well. Sano looking for Skylar, not able to find it. Rins gets executed at the end of his life, but the job is done as the Lord falls into the hands of RQ.
Great play there from RQ to actually go ahead and stall things out, find the right target, take out Hoda, and that bought him enough time for Susujin to make it to secure the Lord. Good attempt from Twisted Minds, but ultimately they find themselves on the defense. And you know, earlier what they did, the way they utilized that shortcut to be able to go and crash into Sutsujin and take him out is great. I'm wondering if they're going to replicate it.
Well, speaking of, they literally used the shortcut again on Skylar and Enoch this time, and the latter is already gone, but they will trade Coffin for it. Troll now being chased down by Sutsujin, not going to be able to escape into this banana. I think that's the Sky Piercer proc. Double kill for Sutsujin as RRQ trade 1 for 2. Lord crashing in mid lane. Mid inhibitor already gone for Twisted Minds.
Edok did go down, but this is, again, a play that RQ can go and now knock on the base turret, still up top and bottom of Twisted Minds. Definitely still have to respect what can be set up here.
Glorious Pathway comes in, a nice fracture. Sutsujin at 10%. There's no Sky Piercer though, not enough to finish him off. Skylar with the killing spree. Sano will trade for Rins. Zusin going a bit too far in, but that is another inhibitor gone. And with the final one falling, Twisted Minds no longer have any structures.
That was so close, Staff. I mean, good thing for the Revitalize to help Sutsujin there because he got really low, and that's what I was saying. You got to be able to respect the damage still that can come from Twisted Minds. We saw a preview of it, and if they get caught in a Glorious Pathway trying to escape, then they might be in a bad situation. Twisted Minds, I feel like at this point, they almost have to twist their own minds to be able to go and find the right target, which is Sutsujin on the backside, utilizing the shortcut, taking a look at the items. They nearly have exactly what they need. This is a good item pickup too for Troll because he has to be kind of tanking up those shots, the Rhapsody or whatnot, even those basic attacks from Sutsujin, now that he has the NT Karas here to help him up, soak that up. But even so, Mike Saman needs to get a little more defensive because part of his job obviously is utilizing the Glorious Pathway, but then the Revitalize. And like I said, Hoda, we see this time and time again with a Nolan, man, able to go ahead and try to assassinate someone before you end up going down or escaping are all going to come to play. And even for Cuffin, you know, what ultimate is he usually taking? Well, it's usually Rins's Beacon, and he picks up a Divine Glaive. So damage is going to be great from Twisted Minds. The hard part is really solving that puzzle of the team fight and the positioning that they need. Because some more big item pickups obviously are going to RQ now that they have the 6k gold lead. And even earlier on, you saw how much gold and damage was done from Sutsujin alone. He's picking up the potion now too. He's locked and loaded at this point.
Oh, Desanada, they scouted out Troll. No ambush attempt here. And RRQ, you can see how effectively they are using this hero pickup. Twisted Minds, like you mentioned, do need to delay the game a bit longer. Their frontliners are just not durable enough. In comparison, Dairen and Iraq both already have Twilight armor. So even Sano not going to be able to get through them too quickly.
It's a really hard positioning to take here against this Lord, take against RRQ for Twisted Minds too. Cuffin's still looking to take an ultimate from this. We'll see what he ends up doing. They are going to go ahead and stay away from Cuffin's entry point. Rins is going to wait patiently there. The Lord is going to be started up. They still have to, again, take time because Troll can actually go ahead and utilize this chip in this situation. But look at the placement of Hoda. Hoda's on the other side again because he knows that he can shortcut down through. Half health on the Lord. Here's the green light. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, RQ makes the executive decision, but Troll is in the backline with the shortcut. Skylar picks up the Lord, but here comes Glorious Pathway, and Twisted Minds are surrounding RQ hosting. But Sutsujin is too much damage, so it's going to be a mega kill. Sano going to be trading 1 for 1, and now Skylar has been shut down, and Sano is going insane. He finally gets traded away, but what does it cost? All 5 members of RRQ. The kingdom has been wiped off the map.
Twisted Minds twisted their mind for that one, man. I said that's what they had to do. They do it. They diminish the gold lead that RQ had. They still have to deal with this Lord, but what a momentum shift that Twisted Minds just had. We're going to get a good look at this replay. Again, brought to us by Kadia. Look at this placement. Troll comes in, conceal, finds Riz, crash courses in, does a ton of damage too, drops things down. The AOG wasn't enough to help them out, and then even from Troll, he takes this aggressive flicker forward to cap out a kill. And that is a fight that definitely goes in the hands of Twisted Minds. Great usage of the chip, and again, this is why that hero was usually banned out majority of the time, because things like that can happen. RQ still in control generally of the game because of the advantage they have with the map presence. Those turrets are down from Twisted Minds, But that's exactly what they need to hopefully turn things around in their favor if they really want to cap out game one. Again, it is a best of 3 this time.
I've personally observed so far in the Swiss stage that when you are playing against a Bruno, if you are not able to end the game by the 15-16 minute mark, it doesn't usually end very well for you. And Twisted Minds have bought themselves a lot of time with that previous engagement.
Yeah.
So I am actually quite worried for RQ now. They really got to play the next few minutes carefully or we could witness another comeback.
Twisted Minds has been doing that. You know, we saw that yesterday. Get another look here at the stacks, of course, for Sutsujin. He's also a huge threat. You know, we talk about the Bruno a lot, but it's still the same thing. And Twisted Minds, eventually, they have to do so much. They have to line up so many things right to be able to shut down the right marks here from RQ. And that's what they did. So still, Troll, he's going to have to replicate the same thing because most likely it's a stalemate until this next Lord comes up, unless they actually force a fight for that numbers advantage. RQ Hoshi, considering the fact that they have control around the majority of the map, they could do that. But it also exposes them if they aren't able to actually land that setup they're looking for, whether that's Edok, whether that's even Dairen. They're better off kind of just taking it slow, waiting for that Lord to come up, and then trying to go about it a different way. Because this time around, I don't think it's going to be the same thing. You know, RQ Hoshi isn't going to fall for that play that we saw earlier from Troll, setting things up through the portal and then dropping the shortcut.
Yeah, RQ Hoshi basically need to mind the positionings of 2 players on Twisted Minds, and that is going to be Troll and Sano specifically for reasons that I don't think need to be too definitively explained, right? We know that these are the main targets that RQ could lose the game because of, and because of that, they gotta adopt a slightly less aggressive positioning around this next Lord.
It's a really crucial one again, 20 plus minutes in. Still take note of the positioning for both teams on the map. I don't think Sutsujin actually, you know, wants to fully commit to this just yet, too. Cuffin taking the Avatar of the Guardian this time around. And as RQ gets ready for this fight, you know, manages the waves, they want some of that pressure to still go, too. And that's why you also have the Hoda dealing with that wave up top, because they've got all 3 lanes kind of pushing in because the base turrets are down. And so they got to manage that. They might even try. Looks like they wanted to possibly push into that tier 2. It does. It might go down. They sent Skylar up to deal with it, but both teams kind of just staring each other down. If they could actually get a surprise attack on someone here for Twisted Minds, if they can actually find one of the members of RQ and take them down, then that sets themselves up better for the Lord take. But it's half health now. And Cuffin holding on to this Avatar of the Guardian. It is going to go for a reset. They're still staying up top, though, too. They're up Hoda alongside Troll. Both teams not really wanting to overcommit on this Lord.
Yeah, in this case, Twisted Minds going for the macro decisions here. And Troll finally taking the shortcut through. Flickers forward. Doesn't really find the target he needed, but Portal comes through finally to set up Hoda. Comes right in, gets the Lord very, very easily. RQ Hoshi looking for retribution right now. Trying to pick up Mike Sama, but he's able to run away. And Cuffin, even with the Terrify, prevents further engagement. Twisted Minds snatches the Lord right from under RQ Hoshi.
Again, another box ticked here for Twisted Minds to go ahead and turn the game in their favor. They made the right move. They went in, they got the Lord, and then they disengaged. And now they can kind of recuperate themselves and get ready to go ahead and march further with this. Look at the gold difference between the gold laners. Sano's done an amazing job at really farming up. Still obviously locked in with everything that he needs. Going with the no boot route here. And just picks up the potions because he wants to be able to pop off as much damage as he can when things are set up. Cuffin still holding on to the Avatar of the Guardian too. This could be a very scary defense for RQ Hoshi to defend against as that Lord makes its way up top. They try to hold on to these turrets the best they can. They still have the tier 2 turrets, and it looks like they'll clear things out that way. But also defensively. You know, earlier I was saying Mike Saman needed to get some more of that tankiness, and now he's got it. Even with the immortality, able to help him out from this. So RQ, as the waves are going to be managed out, how do they approach this base defense? When we look at it, their base defense isn't too bad, but they're most likely going to have to utilize the Zaman Force to clear some of these powered up waves, because this is a rather strong Lord pushing in at almost the 23-minute mark. They want to hold on to the base turrets, but we might see a exposed base from RQ. as they get ready for the defense.
Roy's pathway comes in. Twisted Mind looking for the kill angle. Dyron caught out. Cannot. AOG out to safety. Killing free for Hoda. And the stolen AOG knocks up Enoch. He has to flicker away.
They gotta deal with
They're
Lord.
able to pick up Troll. The Lord is on top of the crystal, but it's dropping low. Zaman Force comes out. RQ Hoshi will be able to clear it away as Twisted Minds now retreat. Skylar blows up in a single second as Sano kicks him in the face with a bowling ball. Twisted Minds in full control.
Yeah, those aren't footballs anymore, Staffa. Those are bowling balls at this point from Sano. And you can see just how much damage it is doing.
Troll even going back in. Shortcut comes out. Cuffin takes in. Mike's out as well. His pathway drop down. Edok gonna be targeted. Still has immortality. Suchijin trying to clear the way as much as possible, but they don't have enough damage. Twisted Minds have turned it around. They have taken game number 1 from RQ Hoshi.
You cannot count these guys out. The Twisted Minds, man. I said it earlier. They got to twist their minds, get back into the game, make it work. They were down by so much, and they scrap it together again, just like they did yesterday. Even without the Sicilian, what a performance from them. Panel, take us through game number 1.
Holy cow. Game number 1 already. Things are already shaking up here. Now, I mentioned earlier, Husky, if Twisted Minds take game number 1 in the fashion which you just witnessed, has that shaken up your predictions?
A little bit. Shaken my predictions a little bit for sure, but still have faith in RQ Hoshi because we saw the pros of both teams, right? RQ Hoshi, early to mid, very clean with their engages, very good ideas. But when that late game rolls around, we all saw how Twisted Minds win the previous game. It's all that mid to late game, the macro play, Cuffin and Troll. Oh my god, what are you guys made out of?
Remar, have they twisted your minds off?
Heck yeah, they've confirmed. I'm not crazy to believe that possibly, potentially, you know? I really appreciate what Twisted Minds did go for the last pick chip, how they played it, even though they lost it. And we were talking about this, we were like, is Twisted Minds just gonna be playing for the late game now? And then Husky, you mentioned, oh, maybe that's how they win, you know? And they dragged it out to the point where they could just find an opening, and the opening was through macro, with showing the chip and the Nolan up top, or well, no, the chip was hiding, showing the Nolan top, and then suddenly you think, all right, we're gonna fight. Nope. Here's my portal. Suddenly, Hoda goes through and just goes there to retry, not to fight. They escape, they push forward with the Lord, and they continue the aggression.
So many things happen in that one sequence. Like not only showing your jungler top, forcing Skylar to respond, chunking on Susujin, forcing that recall. I gotta say, we saw FCon against SRG. You asked us if we believe in the 2%. Do you believe in that 1% win probability for Twisted Minds that they just made come true?
Yeah, again, there is a live win rate prediction here in IOI. It got to 99% RRQ Hoshi will win this, 1% Twisted Minds.
It's pretty crazy how things are shaping up. 20-19 was the final kill score, 23 and 40 seconds as the duration of the game. All right, looking at the items, first things first, obviously, Bruno is Brew, yes, for sure. We know that. It is tried, tested, and true. Sutsujin on the Granger jungle. Walk me through this, because again, they've got a good distribution of damage. They got magic in the gold, they got physical in the jungle. However, I'm looking at his item build progression, and he is swapping out. He was rich.
Yeah, he had to constantly swap it out. He would get BFB, he'd get whatever item they decided needed at the moment, and then would buy back the boost so that they'll have the stronger retribution once it got to the point where objectives were the main name of the game. You really gotta appreciate what RRQ Hoshi did in their draft. I am more subscribing to the idea that they picked that Granger as a flex. It wasn't locked in yet for the jungle. The moment they saw the chip and they thought about the possibility of how this team fight would go, they decided we need a second carry. It cannot just be, let's say, if ever it was, the idea was Skylar on this Granger. We need another carry, so if one goes down, the other one will cover. And that's why RRQ dominated for a good amount of the time. Because Twisted Minds, yes, they would fight, but they could only get one carry down. They couldn't get both Susujin and Skylar for the longest time.
Yeah, and that was also partially because Twisted Minds, from the early to mid, didn't have the damage just yet, right? Sano still needed an item, Cuffin still needed an item, Hoda had a rough early game. At one point, he was 4 levels behind Susujin. But also, credits to Twisted Minds like Troll for finding those angles, right? Constantly able to jump on Skylar, bring his whole team in, jump on Susujin. And the same problem with Granger that we saw, you need a finisher. Susujin was trying to be judge, jury, and executor, but at one point, when that Bruno comes online, no one's the wiser.
I mean, let's double check how much damage he did, and yes, he is going to be topping the charts for his team. However, on the opposite end, both Skylar and as well Susujin, like you mentioned, Remar, as the duo carries, also putting up some good numbers. So really, it's not about whether or not the execution is good. I want to talk about team fighting and also specifically positioning, because Cuffin pulled it out on some critical moments.
Yeah, that sudden entry to go for the Shadow Strike, to be able to dash forward. There was one clip there where we saw Cuffin just, helping check out bushes, the shrubs, because the chip wasn't there. He saw Susujin, poked him, brought him down to 40%. 60% of his health gone in just one combo from the Valentina. And the fact that he would be getting the Crimson Beacon of the Juicin, it essentially turned into another Juicin, except with a deadlier outsource of damage. Because the Valentina isn't going to be using the Lantern Flare for damage. No, it's her Shadow Strikes and dishing out that damage coming out from the Crimson Beacon as well to help reposition and stuff like that. Oh, what a game by Cuffin, man. Cuffin season is real.
I mean, it is Cuffin season, but Sano at the end of the day was the reason what got them over the finish line. As much as Cuffin was able to kind of clutch it up to get this man to his item, Power Spike, he is, at the end of the day, the finisher.
Again, when that Malefic, he bought Haskell Malefic Gun, and then I was saying that he needs that Berserker's Fury.
Yeah.
Once he got that, you saw even Dyron and Edon, they could not walk up. They take a few soccer balls in the face and they drop to 50%. They gotta start backing off. So Sano, he's definitely been able to get the time and space to hit that item spikes, but again, special mentions to his teammates, right? Cuffin not only taking Crimson Beacon, but switching to the AOG in that late game. He's like, if throw isn't enough to dive, I will be that diver myself.
I mean, if we're talking about dive, and more importantly, I'm a little curious about your thoughts on the chip coming in from Troll. Because the angles which he found, and also a couple, I think we'll see it in the highlights as well, a couple of these angles were a little questionable until we look later into the game how flexible they are, and more importantly, even Hoda, right, utilizing the portals in a very interesting manner.
Yeah, we have to discuss here and acknowledge the double-edged sword that is what we call the brawl playstyle of Indonesian teams. Indonesian teams are some of the best, if not the best in the world with team fighting. But those team fights can get really messy. Not all the time, but when you have a pick such as a chip available on the other side, that's how you can exploit the breakdown of formations that sometimes happens with Indonesian teams when they team fight. And even the best team fightings in the world succumb to that. So Twisted Minds, again, the angles that Troll was coming in, that's probably why they picked this. It really just shows that Twisted Minds went into this acknowledging the best things about RRQ Hoshi and realizing that even in the best qualities, there are weaknesses. Let's pick up a chip to make the most out of that.
Yeah, and we even sort of question, right, that for this ban enable not just a Cho pick, but almost everyone else from RQ Hoshi, and we're thinking how is that draft going to come together for Twisted Minds, but like Rema pointed out, the chip angle from Troll really exploited the fact that RQ Hoshi not only want to brawl, but they also don't have the longest reach, right? They constantly have to be moving forward with the Granger and the Harif, and every single time they overstep, Troll shows up, and then suddenly his entire team is on Skylar, and there's nothing that RQ can do about it.
And there's something that you mentioned earlier, as you led up to your question to me, it's the man marking on RQ Hoshi, where once that Troll, the chip portal comes up, once you see the chip, it feels like RQ Hoshi is like, wait, which angle do we go? They had all of the tools, yes, to turn the team fight around. That's why they were team fighting well. But at the end of the day, it felt like they were overwhelmed at times by all of the angles the Twisted Mind members were coming from.
It's interesting to see, because at the end of the day, I thought they would have man-to-man defense much earlier on. Do you think there was a little bit of disrespect coming in, especially for the first couple of minutes into the game?
I didn't get a hint of disrespect, though. They were managing their minion waves. They were positioning relatively well. I think it's just the surprise factor that a chip brings, and we were reminded as to why chip was the priority ban for a good amount of this year.
You can't be sleeping on this pick, and obviously, hold on, let me just put on the aging glasses here. Hello Panda is going to be fueling your game, because with Hello Hello Panda. It's crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. You can level up your day and visit Hello Panda website. Do we have any on the desk right now? No, we don't have any on the desk.
Nope, they haven't refilled us yet.
I'm pretty sure Troll has some. I'm pretty sure the Chip has some, right? Because the Chip loves that Hello Panda. In fact, when he opens the portal, he says, "Hello, it's me."
Panda. It was building up to that. I'm pretty sure. I remember seeing a box here. I'm pretty sure Trex has already stolen it from us once again. But with that being said, honestly, with the way that these games have been shaping up, even I'm going to need some fuel to digest all the information happening in this game. Well, as these games are going to go by, and more importantly, as Game 2 is going to be starting soon, real question is about adaptations. We're going to be here on the desk thinking about that, but we're going to be throwing it over to our side reporters, Michelle and as well as Poji. I'm curious to see what they're up to.
Hi guys, here's Michelle. So now I'm having the analyst and caster from Indonesia, Arashi, with me, and also Pogi is joining us, right?
Hi.
Okay.
Poji.
Poji, sorry for that. So Arashi, welcome to Malaysia. So what brings you up here?
I'm here to support RRQ, my favorite team, and also Indonesia. Hopefully, we can have a great performance here in M6.
Okay, sure. So after watching the first game of the RRQ Hoshi, how would you like to reflect their performance?
I think they did pretty well. I saw a lot of good moments there.
Sure.
Of course, it's the M series. You never know what's gonna happen. But I feel like the drafting phase is solid. Keskute over there is doing a great job. And when it comes to the mechanics, at least, RRQ is always solid.
Yeah, but Twisted Mind shouldn't be underestimated, really. It's still strong enough. So, like, after you knowing that RRQ Hoshi is qualified for the M6, how's the feeling? Because they were missing for the M5, right?
Oh man, it felt really bad because for the longest time, RRQ wasn't really doing so well. But now we've did the rebuilding. We had great new members, new rookies coming in. So I think they're doing a great job. They made us proud already in MPLID because they improved so much in one season. So we're all looking forward to the performance on the international stage. They are new, but I think they have a lot of potential and you cannot count them out.
Yeah, new roster and a new arrow maybe. So about how long you have waited from Indonesia to here?
About how long?
How long? About the distance?
Oh, it's about like 2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours is long enough. It's long enough, right?
It's not as long as you.
Yes. So any message, any words you want to say to RRQ Hoshi and about all the fans who is back home watching from Indonesia?
Okay, I guess I'll do this in Indonesian.
You can say that and we're gonna translate for us, right?
Sure, okay.
Okay.
Fans RRQ yang di Indonesia dan di negara lain, Kingdom, doain terus tim kita semoga juara, semoga bisa membawa title M6 ke Indonesia. Viva! Viva!
Serumpun. Oh, dapat cakap. So kepada semua peminat-peminat RRQ di Indonesia dan juga yang berada di Malaysia, all around the world. So come, show your support and always pray for your favorite team. But kita nak tunggu apa lagi? Oh, sorry, I have to speak English with you.
Yes,
so,
sure.
What's next, Michelle?
Yeah. Okay, that's good for us. Thank you for the translation. Thank you for Arashi. So now it's a good time to start the game pipe. Let's get it back to the panel.
Thanks, Poji, and thank you, Michelle, and as well as Arashi, RQ's #1 fan, watching here at IOI City Mall from Swiss Stage all the way from the beginning till the end. However, it's not over yet, and now it's time to discuss the most important part, adaptations coming into game number 2. Because Twisted Minds, they've shaken it up for RRQ now. I think they're gonna shape up. They gotta tone themselves. They gotta stay disciplined.
They gotta ban the Bruno.
Yeah, like it's a hot take. It's a very hard to swallow pill, but you gotta ban Bruno because this is M6 World Championship, not the goddamn World Cup. Ban the Bruno, man. Ban the Bruno. Please, Keskute, please. Ban the Bruno, okay? Ban the Bruno. Yalla, ban the Bruno.
It's desperation here because, again, Bruno has been doing so well, turning a lot of these fights, and especially when it comes down to the late games, it's not a good time. It has not been a good time for teams who face a late game Bruno. Let's look at the players' current conditions right now, and based on the faces that I'm seeing up there, things are going serious. Things are getting dark.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna look at what Bruno has done for the entirety of the M6 World Championship so far, at least look at Saudi Gold himself. Look at Sano and what he's done on that Bruno. That in itself warrants a respect ban. You tried to play into it. You did what you could to come up with a lineup that could challenge it, but still ended up becoming the MVP anyway.
It's pretty disgusting, but we got to talk about EXP laters and Dyron. Very accomplished. I mean, he achievement in MPL IDC's Vorti's dream team, but his history, right? All the way from Rebellion, and then eventually joining RRQ on the 12th season. He continues to grow, and he's had his ups and downs, right? He had to even go to the MDL for a certain degree just to come back to achieve second place with RRQ Hoshi's main lineup.
That's why when we talk about RRQ Hoshi, I feel like in the past few days when the lineups would come up and even in the draft, the conversation would always just float to Dyren, what he can do in the game, what he can do for RRQ Hoshi. So I think that's one thing that RRQ also needs to look at. I mean, he was present in the previous game, but with the RRQ draft in the last one being a little bit more focused in having the double carry setup, now you might want to go back to basics. Put Dyren on a hero that could potentially bully lane and out-presence the other members of Twisted Minds.
Out-presence. I mean, there's a couple of things that we're going to be looking for in this game. In terms of adaptations, Husky's already mentioned Bruno. I want to bring attention to even Chip might be utilized well for either one of these teams, right?
Yeah.
So let's see how this is going to play with RRQ choosing to be on blue side up against the Twisted Minds on red.
I agree. I think the Chip also is now a hero that can definitely be considered. More so on that red side, since you have that last pick potential. When we talk about being control and not kind of having a tempo broken, Chip is sort of the one that always jams that extra screw into your machine. So they do ban on the Chip. I like this start from RRQ, and because they're on blue side, if that Bruno goes through, they can take it for Skylar.
Are you gonna have a similar meltdown if Twisted Minds lets the Bruno do this time?
Please, man, Bruno, please. please, right? Like, if he wins 9 out of 10 games, there is a reason.
I mean, I think there are good arguments to be made. However, you only have so many bans, right? If you're willing to give something up and it's so focused around the gold lane, which half the time, you don't see the gold lane from like mid to early unless there's a heavy snowball. But here we go, finally.
Yes.
Coach Lyric is like, I got you. I'm getting rid of the Bruno. This is going to be an interesting gold lane matchup now.
Yeah. For the first 3, I was thinking, yes, one of these. I'm looking at trades for Eve, Kali, Cho, Gatot, Suyo, Alpha as the main. Oh, and excuse me, Granger as well. Now that the Bruno is gone, and of course in link to the Beatrix. So all those heroes I mentioned, I feel like we're going to be seeing in the first phase, unless Twisted Mind suddenly swerves to the 3rd pick and says we want to pick up a coffin hero now, either the Aurora or the, not even the Valentina, Sicilian. If they could prioritize Sicilian over the Valentina, go for it.
I think there's actually a good argument to be made for it, especially when you're up against Eve. Because again, that laning phase can be a little bit difficult if you're like Valentina, for an example. Take too many Void Blasts, you're out of lane. Can't really out-push the Eve once she gets her first 2 items. Can't do much about that. But Sicilian doesn't need to worry about that at all. Outranges the Eve and scales really well.
The Joy did get led through, and it is one of the first picks we saw from Twisted Minds in the first day of Swiss Stage, right? So Hoda, great on the Joy. We saw how it was utilized using the Chip, which thankfully was banned now, but I do like this opening. So easy trade for RRQ. They go for Gatot, Suyo, big power picks to go with the Eve. Instant Moskov. This is one of the few picks that if you want to create a vacuum, Moskov can play around it.
Yeah. Oh, this is really interesting. Because I'm looking at the lineup coming in from RRQ. It looks kind of similar to what they played in their grand finals against TLID. And then we cut back over to the Twisted Minds, and I think they've got some really good concepts. No Chip. All right, let's keep this fight messy, but there's a possibility for Sano to make it into that backline more reliably.
Yeah, when you see an Eve on one side, the high loss is one of the most go-to counters you can go for if it's not either the Gatot or Kali. It's a little bit more honest. You're going to be running up into it, but it provides what you need, that extra boost of movement speed so that you can break through formations. And then of course Joy, who says, what formations? I'm Joy. Yeah. I will somehow find a way into the back line. And of course if they're going to be playing around the box, then you have the Moskov to go in with the Spear of Destiny, Spear of Destruction from a different angle. One thing that RRQ Hoshi might want to consider respecting here, and that Twisted Minds might actually surprise with, if they could do it with a Chip, they could also do it with a low Yi.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's the low Yi. If you want to look at roam options, there is a Cho right now. If Troll is comfortable with it, you could take it. If not, then maybe you can just ban it, right? Because you're on that red side. If not, if you want pickoffs, the Kaja is always like sort of that option. You want to get to the Eve, you want to stop this Suyo from dancing around your backlines, that can also work as well. Really comes down to how messy Twisted Minds wants the team fights to be, just like game 1.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit more awkward if you're going to play as something that's a little bit more ult reliant. Right now, I mean, with the Join as well as the Moskov, they can basically fight on a dime, right?
Yeah.
I think that at this point, looking on based on where the bans are going for, what?
Wow, they banned the Claw, huh?
Interesting.
But why? Do they want to play Farsa or something? But then they've already got Gatot, and then there's also like Suyo who can cancel it out.
Yeah.
What are they worried about with Bot? Is that
whoa? They're trying out there.
It could be because they want RRQ Hoshi to play with a marksman that isn't really going to be splitting the lanes, but joining the other members of RRQ Hoshi, looking to win via the team fight. So that's why good ban by RRQ. They read it. They read it. The Loyi.
I mean, they did it in the previous game, you know, with the first 3 picks, the Even, as well as the Loyu getting banned out on top of the Hilda. But at least now, for the side of RRQ, I think at this point, what are they worried about, right? Are they going to be prioritizing whether or not, you know, Gato going into the EXP4, Dyron is going to be a good option, or are we thinking it's just about priority?
I think right now when you have such huge power picks, you're thinking about how to bolster that, but I think in the back of the mind is also first how to stop the Joy and how to get to the Moskov, right? Like these are two very slippery heroes that can easily not only kind of mess up your battle formations, but in these moments of chaos can overwhelm you.
Anytime.
Especially when the late game rolls around, right? Like we talk about the Cho being picked up, you want to split those battle lines, that Cho is perfect.
Okay, you have your Vision Getter, you have your Front Holder. Is Skylar gonna go pick up one of his iconic picks in Season 14 of MPLID in the Nathan, or is he just gonna follow the trend now and consider either the Granger or... Oh wait, Iritel's another one of his iconic picks. Okay, so are they gonna look for another source of magic? Need another front. It can't just be the Gatot. Ruby. Oh, nice micro stun up against the Joy. Oh wait, now they can go Valentina again.
They can go Valentina again. They've got some pretty relevant ults at this point, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, right? Because it doesn't matter what mid-duel, whether you switch out for Ruby for the Gato Gacha, they are going to have full control over that mid lane in I mean, as long as you have a concussive blast, right?
I mean, as much as we say that if Cuffin gets his hands on the RWM, it sort of defeats the purpose of what RQ wants to do. You have a Gatot backline die, but everyone else wants to run in, and you don't really want to run into an RWM.
Yeah, and if there's a real-world manipulation on the side of Twisted Minds, that's a little bit happier for Joy as well, because RQ is trying to get out of that, but then at the same time, they'll have to try and get away from the Joy.
Of course. Still go back for Sicilian.
Of course, go for your Sicilian, yeah?
Late game monster, right? So much late game damage.
I mean, it's the classic, right? Again, walk me through which draft do you think is going to be taking it away? Is it going to be enough?
I'm leaning a little bit more towards RRQ Hoshi, but we cannot deny that Sicilian needs to be respected.
What about you, Husky?
Same. I like RRQ's draft a lot more.
All right, that's the opinion from the panel. Let's throw it over to the casters to get us into game number 2.
What? I'm not sure which draft I would go with here because there's both both have signature picks, and the fact that Twisted Minds just got the Sicilian, they can replicate what they just did in game 1. And I think part of this too is just the determination that they showed in game 1 already. If they carry it here, again, they're at match point in this best of 3. Can RRQ bring this composition to the table to get them to a game 3? Because of course, both teams want to move forward to the knockout.
The Land of Dawn remains a silent witness to history lived and rewritten. But will it bear witness to history twisted for the first ever Mana team making it to an M-Series Top 8? Only time shall tell in Game 2 between RQ Hoshi and Twisted Minds.
And as we get a look at the junglers here, this is going to be a crucial thing. We've seen so much of the Suyo pop off and a lot of early game potential, but same thing can be said now often with the Joy. She's been it's just been a pick that's popped up a lot. It's quite durable, it's quite mobile, and against this kind of lineup, that's exactly what you need, and maybe that's also why there's a little bit of that catch, you know, that comes through with a Ruby. The mobility itself can be matched with Skylar now on this Irithil. A lot of early aggression already.
Troll gonna do some poking, but actually ends up overcommitting himself. Has to use Flicker already at the first minute of the game.
As I was saying, you know, Sanafa, that's part of the plan with the Ruby. A pick we haven't seen too often throughout the Swiss stage alone. But it's there to be able to catch, you know, any of these heroes out, really, that Twisted Minds have brought to the table. And it could actually end up being in a situation where, yeah, maybe Troll overextends a little bit, tries to get that set up or that kick that he's looking for, but then there's a Ruby across from you. And even for Hoda to try to bounce in between, like we've seen so much of Joy just escape situations, you know, with very little health left, but now that you have the catch here available, that should help them out. Little trying to delay this a little bit more from Hoda, but Hoda's going to be fine. Now go into it when we lead ourselves in that first objective, that first turtle, so to speak. Which team has the advantage here when it comes to their lineups?
I would say that RQ Hoshi definitely has a composition that plays towards their comfort, right? Which is that early to mid game. They've got a lot more resources, a lot more access to early game damage, and having a Ruby to stop Hoda on this Joy as well means that they can take fights very, very easily. We can see that Twisted Minds isn't even going to try and contest the first turtle.
Yeah, they really got to wait for that level 4, I feel like, for Troll, you know, to be able to pick people off if they can. He doesn't have it just yet, but
Hoda coming in, electrifying beats used, not gonna overcommit on Edok though. That is gonna be Hoda's ultimate enemy. Twisted Minds needs to respect their opponent's positioning this game.
This might be one of those games too where Twisted Minds just waits for the late game, like trying to drag things out the best you can. If you do get a pick off with utilizing Troll here on the Cho, then great, but if not, then play for the late game and build up into the fact that you have the Sicilian this time around, and even the Moskov for Sano. Because the pacing really from RQ, just like they did in the previous game, they're the ones that started things up. They got things going, and I expect them to do the same here in the mid.
Top in a lot of trouble. Flicker hook from the Ruby, and Rin's gonna pick up first blood in the mid lane.
That's what I was talking about. You know, you set things up with the real world manipulation, helps slow things down a little bit, but then you throw in a Ruby, able to catch things out. Couple shots here. Troll's trying to help out here for this, but oh,
the Flicker jump going to miss actually. The CC from Edok messing with Troll's rotation. That's not going to be a catch on Skylar they were looking for.
I feel like this is enough of a wrench thrown into the cogwheel. That Ruby pick. Oh, mid!
Cuffin literally getting smushed into face by the AOG. Electrifying beats, but it's not going to save Hoda as the I'm Offended pulls him in and gives Sutsujin his first kill of the game.
The stock value on the Ruby definitely going up here. You know, at this point, this is a very big lead already early on. Purple buff.
Sano gonna actually take the Spear of Destruction. Purple buff still stolen away by Sutsujin. Unfortunately, his presence not gonna matter too much. Moskov doesn't have enough damage, but the Glorious Pathway is committed anyway. Sanguine Claws pulling Dyren back. They're looking for a kill, any kill they can get, and they'll find it. Sano gonna finish off Dyren, and now Troll jumping forward gets CC'd, but there's so much damage actually from Twisted Minds. Cuffin having his first kill. Real World Manipulation comes out. Blade Surge actually stuns Cuffin, and he's still stuck in the death box. He's gonna be finished off by Sutsujin, so RQ will trade a little bit back.
A good showing that they still want to fight, even though they lost the purple buff. They'll go for it. They're trying to make a play up top.
Skylar in a lot of trouble. Hoda's just going to chase him down with Sano, but Skylar! So much Sano! Almost picked off, but not quite enough. At the very least, Sutsujin is able to grab the turtle on the other side of the map.
Trading blow for blow, whether it's for kills, whether it's for objectives, both teams finding something in these exchanges, but still it's RQ Hoshi that holds on to the lead. 2,000 gold up, some big items being picked up, those first items locked in. And so we see these fights break out, and we see Twisted Minds really trying to fight it out, but ultimately they're just getting a little bit overpowered, you know, in terms of strength. They're gonna need some time to build up on what they need, but they do find something. They still hold into the game, and they did the same thing in the previous one. As long as they keep it from getting into, you know, crazy lead territory like we've seen in the past, through the past couple of days where you're talking about 6,000 to 8,000 gold leads, then they should be relatively fine in securing the late game.
Way of the Dragon finds Rins into the AOG. Not gonna land, unfortunately. Rins able to pop up that real world manipulation, and now Twisted Minds completely caught out. Troll is gone. Mike Sama falls. Double kill for RRQ. Both given over to Skylar.
Such a good job from Edok there. Just literally all he did was plant himself in between where Cuffin was from that fight, because Mike Samat jumped in with the Avatar of the Guardian, and then Cuffin really didn't have a way to actually enter that fight and use those bat impacts the way he was looking to. So right now, RQ Hoshi, you know, they looks like they've solved this issue that they had previously, or even what they saw in the previous game when the Sicilian was picked up by Twisted Minds. And both junglers just kind of battling it out. No one else here really to help him out. Well, 1v1 though.
That's actually a bit of a mistake in rotation from Hoda, and Sutsujin will punish it. Killing spree for the Suyo on RRQ. They're gonna look and continue chasing, zoning Troll backwards. This next turtle should easily be in their control.
I know you're elusive on the Joy, but that's not a fight you want to take. You don't want to take the 1v1 versus a Suyo, especially when those retributions are available. And now this turtle's up. And this is just going to be a 3 for 3 for RQ. Troll goes in, jumps in again.
Ooh, we have the Dragon canceling here. RWM comes out, RUG as well. Sutsujin, this whole time is just taking the turtle, and even despite his absence, RRQ Hoshi are taking control of the entire team fight. Troll just going to be funneled in here, trying to run away, but he also knows that he's licked. They're going to try and surround Sutsujin to get some payback, and they will find the shutdown for Cuffin.
Good pickup on a kill on for Cuffin here, but still, you're seeing it. You know, these team fights are not going the way of Twisted Minds at all. And it's a little bit more difficult this time around because they're just going for the front. You know, they don't have this chip this time to throw things off and come in from a different angle. Or like, for example, when we see the Luiyis with the diversions, this time around, they kind of just rely on Troll to go in with the way of the dragon, the kick, but then you're so exposed because of the fact that you're playing into real-world manipulation from Rins that it's really difficult to actually get the angles you're looking for. And this is just now turrets getting knocked down, worked on here from RRQ, building up on the lead that they have. And Twisted Minds, how do they get back into this game? You know, how do they actually get some control in their favor? Even though they found a couple kills here and there, that's great for them, but it puts them in a bad position for the First Lord. They're gonna have a hard time here. Kicks coming out from Troll.
Yep, Hoda trying to follow up on Sutsujin. Electrifying is gonna come out. RWM not gonna be able to stop Hoda, but they're gonna be able to find the taunt with Dyron, and that is a lot of damage. But Hoda able to dash away. Even the Glorious Pathway used to support their escape. Meanwhile, there's a 1v1 between Skylar and Sano in the bottom jungle. Sano has to run off. You can see the Heritage starting to hit that power spike. Spear of Destruction going to miss on Edok as well. So RQ wanting to look for trades wherever they can.
Still gotta respect the fact that Twisted Minds is willing to take these fights even down what they are in terms of economy. They're still trying to make it happen, trying to make it in a position where, yeah, they're not at a huge disadvantage for that First Lord. And given that, you know, they actually might be able to contest this. They might be able to go ahead and go toe-to-toe with RQ Hoshi, as they've gotten themselves in a position where, even for Cuffin, you know, I'm wondering how many stacks he has. I know it's still early in the game, but also a Malefic Gun being picked up here by Skylar. Some more defensiveness for Dyron. And Troll, he's going to have a hard time making this work. It's been difficult for him so far. He's going to get pulled this time.
Literally the moment you said it, Troll faces even more difficulty, not even able to escape from that brush because of all the crowd control from RQ. Glorious Pathway comes out. Hoda looking for Skylar, not able to connect as Edok flickers forward and stuns him. Hoda has to run away, and that means Mike Sama going to be abandoned in the backline. Cuffin trying to support with artillery fire, but it's not going to be enough. And Skylar grabs a killing spree.
This is just going to be a trade now. Lord being taken here. That tier 1. Sano takes that down on the bottom side. They'll still try to hold on to the mid turret. Looks like they do, but Edok popping the conceal. That Spirit of Destruction won't land either. So this is just cross map after cross map happening for both teams. Hoda, though, they're going to have to get together, restructure this at this point because they got a Lord to deal with. And Twisted Minds, they've put work in, you know, trying to get some of these turrets down. They've managed to get 2.
I'm offended on the Troll. Gonna get pulled away. Still has Shunpo though. RQ not gonna full commit on that just yet.
That's why I was saying it was difficult here, Snafa. I mean, he still got the flicker, you know. But as the Lord comes in and they try to hold on to the turrets, they're gonna have to make this work. Hoda Gonna get spotted out. Look at the damage.
The melting damage from Sutsujin. Dairon not able to chase, but that is all of Hoda's resources down for the count. And the Lord is still gonna be pushing down bottom lane. RQ gonna be able to do a lot of tower damage with this next push. After all of that was baited out, Glorious Pathway comes out from Mike Sama to slow down the push. Edok actually stuck inside, but RWM actually catches out Mike Sama instead. Mega kill for Rins, and AOG continuing to zone out Twisted Minds into their base.
Shields are popping. Lord still has to be dealt with as Twisted Minds finds himself on the defense without Mike Sama for a little bit longer. They're going for the base turrets right now. Still going to be worked on. Edok is a huge threat on this Ruby. I'm offended.
Once again on the troll, and he's just gone melted as if he never existed. Skylar hitting that power spike, and Coffin slain as RRQ Hoshi, eager for vengeance, eager to twist their opponents right back. They will take game number 2 and bring us to a full series.
It's what we expected here. They didn't waste any time. Again, 11 minutes, 12 seconds. They saw the Sicilian, they saw what happened yesterday, and they're like, that is not happening here. Not even giving a chance for those stacks to build up. Great adjustments from RQ. Very clean game. You know, this time around, right off the bat, able to punish. And again, I think the value here in that Ruby pick was just on the mark because it solved a lot of the issues. It solved a lot of the problems that maybe that Cho would have made for the team, or even the setup potential. But the fact that you have the Ruby there really helped them out. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to see what they have to say about Game 2.
Thank you, Nice as well as Sadaf. Man, that game definitely saw a different side of our RQ. A lot cleaner, a lot sharper, but we did see the mechanical mistakes get heavily punished as Twisted Minds. Unfortunately, that early game, 1 or 2 of those was enough to send them spiraling.
Yeah, I think, you know, RQ still kept the same playstyle that we've seen, still loves to brawl, still does it cleanly, but like you said, right, it really came down to Twisted Minds. They went into this game having a pretty hard to execute composition like game 1. I would say arguably even harder than game number 1, but they were playing it in a way as if the draft from RQ is from game number 1. They were not really disrespecting the Ruby. They were really trying to force a lot of fights. You know, like Hoda was trying to force a backline dive whenever the team wasn't ready. Lot of minor mistakes that RQ punished.
Yeah, there was a time where the Ruby and the Eve were a killer combo, and they were killer with punishing teams that overextend, don't respect the roam in the mid lane or reach, their ability to poke down. And it was just like that, rinse and repeat. They played around the box of the Eve incredibly well, and the moment that Rin saw that, hey, I'm gonna pop my real world manipulation, I'll use it now, build an advantage, they did that.
I think that, you know, in particular, the Ruby pick was already looking very good. Husky, we were talking about this while the game was going on. It had a lot of overlaps, a lot of potential answers. Cho could barely move. Even Hoda had to be very careful with the way that they positioned around it. And even so, unfortunately for the high loss, that glorious pathway is only in one direction.
Yeah, you don't really have a way to keep the Ruby kind of at bay, right? You don't have someone that when the Ruby walks up and he's like, hey, you can't walk out like this. You can't just walk up and pull my teammate. High loss feels like the only person, but you don't really want Mike Sama to be in that position. That's why we sort of were going back and forth a bit about a potential Valentina that can not just, you know, be there with the Terrify, but the utility that you can steal from RRQ to benefit your teammates if RRQ plays fast. Twisted Minds don't really have that. It ended up being a more one-dimensional. Let's get to the late game comp, get Hoda and Sano online, and they never made it there.
Yeah, you can see the Twisted Minds at least kept the joy with them to have an aggressive option. But then the fact that they picked up a Moskov and then a Sicilian just goes to show that Twisted Minds showed to RRQ that we're playing for the mid to the late game. We are going to try to out-macro you, we're going to space out the maps. Similar to what you mentioned is they went into game number 2 with the idea of playing it as if they played game number 1. That's why RRQ read that Aloy could be a great option for Twisted Minds, took it out. So they forced Twisted Minds in this funnel of either picking between the Valentina and the Sicilian, which, yes, the Sicilian has great reach, but of course, it needs time. And the Ruby and the Eve do very well, paired up with a Suyo to take time away from their opponents.
Wouldn't that mean that at the very least Twisted Minds should have been playing on the opposite side of the map? You know that, like, at least for Joy, 2 items is kind of where you're looking for, unless you get a super early first item. I mean, Coffin obviously is going to need 3 and the stacks on top of that. And even for Sano, you're basically not a marksman until you get the Trinity finally complete.
Yeah, I wish Twisted Minds maybe could have considered a different marksman than a Moskov. I get that they were playing for macro, but now I think this is a reminder again, even though we've seen Moskov win twice now in very iconic performances, I am still a Moskov hater for a reason. And we got to see it here. And RQ picked up a great Irithel that isn't the Trinity marksman. She builds a very different path that scales much faster once she gets her Berserker's Fury at item 2.
Yeah, and just for Moskov to work, there has to be certain conditions that need to be met, right? First of all, your team needs to be able to go in and go in hard against a Ruby Yip that is already eliminated. So that condition, with that condition kind of wiped out, Sano has very little space to play with. And second of all, I think Twisted Minds, when they kind of lost Coffin 3 times in a row in that early game, it definitely shook them up a lot, right? I feel like they definitely could have slowed down if this Sicilian didn't just kept being picked off.
I mean, RRQ demanded respect and Twisted Minds eventually had to fall to it, right? 3 times the mark, but let's give it up to the man who not only dominated the lane, but created those opportunities. It's Rins from RRQ. I mean, his GPM isn't going to be the highest because, again, his pivotal moment is, hey, I just need the utility just enough to do enough damage, and plus, we're winning pretty much every one of these neutral objectives and team fights.
Yeah, exactly. And remember in game number 1, we came up with the statement wherein the Jushin pickup usually goes into, like, if you're from a powerhouse region, you pick something like a Jushin so that you can mess up non-powerhouse region teams in the center of the map. Eve does the same thing. It's a little bit more honest, it's a little bit more vulnerable, but it goes to show why she rose up in priority and why teams would want to chase her as the first pick.
Let's quickly look into these highlights, right? Because again, a lot of these moments, it's can you punish the mid laner and then start opening the map from that point onwards. And after that third death coming in from Galkim, these are his only first 2. You could see that even Twisted Minds were trying to adapt to it, right? Potential counter engagements, they're just not expecting RQ to have that many reinforcements.
Yeah, not just reinforcements, but also how fast those reinforcements arrive. I think Twisted Minds failed to realize that throughout the game, how fast RQ Hoshi actually moves throughout the map. You have this board created by Rins, but you also have people like Suyo, Gatot Kacha, even the Ruby to a certain extent that has movement abilities that can allow them to get close to you when you least expect it. And from that point onwards, it was just a snowball, right? Like RQ Hoshi are willing to press ultis just to pick off single targets.
Well, I mean, considering how this game has been looking like, what are some of the adaptations that Twisted Minds can actually improve on, or at the very least look for in the draft? Because again, it's very mid lane focused between both sides. Again, take away, that cornerstone, the whole structure starts to crumble.
Yeah, I'm trying to think up of better picks. I feel like, especially that game number 2, as we've been mentioning already, it was more of, not disrespect, but again, maybe they were a little bit too happy after what happened in game number 1. A little bit too excited. And, oh, yo, it's RQ Hoshi, come on, let's go. We can take them. Oh, what's this Ruby? What's this Eve? Suddenly, I think I gotta agree with Husky here and said, like, Twisted Minds needs to slow down. Now, I mean, this brings you back to earth. You are up there in terms of excitement with your victory over RQ Hoshi in game number 1. Now, in this game number 3, RQ Hoshi have shown that against Twisted Minds, they're looking at Coffin and saying, you're the problem, and we're going to be focusing on the center of the map now. So you're going to have to pick up something that crowd controls a little bit better, that stops invades a little bit better, and funny enough, they did that, but they were just countered by a really great Ruby Eve pick.
I mean, it sounds great, but at the same time, there is respect given to both sides. Like, even Kesku was talking about, the masterminds coming in from Twisted Minds itself. And, I mean, let's look at the quote here. I think this will explain a lot, because we got a quote specifically, if I'm looking here correctly, it is from Day a Lot here. In his quote, it's talking about being rivals with Coach Lyric back in MENA, and when Twisted Minds eliminated them, after that, he decided to join MPLPH. And here's the scary part. We've seen a lot of these Filipino analysts, coaches, whenever they come back, whenever they drop down and they feel like, oh, I'm about to retire, a team picks them up and suddenly something changed. Arcadia had the similar story.
Yeah.
So many, I can go down the list if you want to, but I think this says a lot about the motivations coming in from the back end of the Twisted Minds.
Not just that, but also kind of the value that they bring, right? Like, there's a reason that even at your lowest moment, people still see you as something greater than you do, and that's how Arcadia sort of ended up winning 2 MPL titles and an MSC title with the same team throughout a two-season journey. journey. But I think in this case, for Twisted Minds going into game 3, look back at Cuffin once more. He's the playmaker. You want to enable him as much as possible. Maybe Sicilian isn't the way anymore unless push comes to shove. And I think on top of that, it's just start thinking about how a best of 3 plays out, right? If this was a best of 1, I think that celebration was warranted. But best of 3 demands deep pockets, and RQ has shown some of that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna tweak your last statement right there. Sicilian could still be the answer. Just hug the tower a little bit more, maybe in the laning phase. Don't be overstepping against an even Ruby too much.
Okay, wait. I mean, we saw Joy in the previous matchup. We're talking about adaptations. Potentially, we need to have a discussion about Joy. Now, question is Joy, yes, no, maybe, is Joy overrated? I felt like when we saw Hoda play in these games, it's, to me, I'm undecided on it. I feel like there's a certain tipping point where Joy suddenly becomes yes, but a large majority of it, especially the early and especially when you see Suchiji play with the rest of his team, as an individual, it's hard.
I think the word we're probably looking for is situational, right? Like, I'm not saying that, Joy is too popular and, and ended up having a horrendous win rate. No, but games that Joy won, there were reasons, right? You're enabled to head into the back line, you can find angles, you get your items on time. Games where Joy lost was like the previous game where you are just getting control to oblivion, you don't have that enabler by your side. So I think teams, if you want to pick up Joy, by all means go ahead, but you need the right support system.
I know, completely agree with Husky here. The best Joy games we've seen comes from the fact that the Joy is supplemented well. It has people getting vision for it, the Roman mid aren't losing that terribly, and it is given space to shine. So it's not overrated at all. With the marksman meta, as a good amount of marksmen have been starting to call it, with the rise of some of the best picks in the world, you need someone like Joy to be able to access the backline, to break formations. Marksmen thrive in slow front-to-backs, having all that space. And Joy is one of the best jungle picks right now to destroy that space. But again, it's not the easiest to pull off.
Well, I mean, Joy isn't the only assassin that kind of does that, right? We have Ling, we have Hayabusa. Those are the classic ones.
Yeah, but then I'm going to throw back to what you mentioned yesterday. This meta is all about those chunks of damage. And Joy brings out that chunks of magic damage that isn't easily countered up until maybe the 7th or 8th minute mark, maybe even closer to 11 or 12, when the frontliners have magic defense items.
Honestly, especially with the Joy in the late game, the ref is just telling you, protect yourself,
Yeah,
keep your hands up. I can't do anything. I got all the MR, but it doesn't matter as we head on into the draft for our very final game. Only one of these teams are going to move on and qualify for the knockout stage in advance, while the other will have to play another best of 3.
So it's going to be Yves and Loyi banned. We kind of go back to basics a little bit, right? Twisted Minds wants to have RQ play in a vacuum, and I also respect the fact that RQ banned out the Bruno. Jusin is open, but there have been ways to deal with her. Bruno being one of it, that has been taken out. We've seen dive comp like Moskov, Ling Angela, those are decent as well, as long as the Jusin cannot just kind of statically put the lantern on you. See if Twisted Mind decides to go for that, or alternatively, they could start looking at the more flexible picks.
I mean, if we're talking about flexible picks, I mean the Zushin, right? The Zushin makes every composition feel really, really nice, especially when you need to fall back onto an anchor that doesn't die very often. Zushin comes to mind straight away. No surprises here. They're going to be locking it in. Now, what is RRQ's response?
Okay, with the Jushin over there, honestly, I think they'd want to go for the Cho and the Suyo.
Cho Valentina doesn't look too bad as well. We did see Valentina take the Crimson Beacon, and you don't need to spend time just holding out your lantern, right? You are consistently doing damage. You are technically a lot more mobile than Jushin with the Crimson Beacon, so you can make use of it. They've been playing Gatot Kacha 2 games in a row as well for Dyron, but in this case, you'd probably just go for your mid lane.
They might actually just chase damage and get the Harith.
Vanquish the Suyo?
Okay, so it was the Cho Suyo that I mentioned earlier. So
you called it. But here's the concerning part. I feel like at this point, if they're going to devolve back into a regular RRQ style of play, I think they're going to hold their gold laner all the way to the very end here. I feel like if they show the potential answers to the Zushin, like 1-1 like we saw the last time, it's going to get hard countered by the Irithel. So there's got to be a give and take.
Under the condition that Twisted Minds doesn't get the read and ban the 1-1, right?
Exactly,
like
yes.
I think if you're Twisted Minds, you might be looking at your gold laner now. So you
Yeah.
can start shutting down what Skylar has for options. So they take the Gatot away first and the Hylo, so very honest.
Okay.
So they're both now fighting for that gold laner.
They just went ahead for the tanky boys. I mean, I'm not gonna knock it, but at this point, I think you want to consider either the Aurora or the.
Yeah, I think you pick one.
Oh wow, they just won one right away.
Yeah, because you saw Hylos and Gatot, right? You saw Hylos, Gatot, and Justin. If you don't take 1-1, she's gonna get banned out.
Exactly.
This guy is gonna start scratching his head like, what am I gonna play?
Now you just need to get rid of the bad 1-1 matchups, and then you're kind of set for the rest of the matchups. Unless it kind of depends where Twisted Minds wants to go, right? Because at this point, if we're thinking about bad matchups from the gold lane, all right, that's not what Twisted Minds is concerned about. They're more concerned about, hey, we've already shown our flex pick at this point. There's got to be a jungle pick that needs to open up and find these opportunities, and it may not necessarily be an assassin. I'm hoping that Alpha might be taken into consideration here. That might be something that RQ might bans out. No, if they're going for Nolan, I'm expecting the Alpha to follow suit, right?
I really appreciate this Nolan ban here by RQ, because when you mentioned the Alpha, I agree with you, but then I realized, oh, there's still a 1-1 on the other side. That's a little bit happier for the 1-1 now, because you have the Alpha, the Gatot, and the Hylos now to potentially mark down and hit with the crossbow of Tang. So they took away what they needed, which was the best burst physical marksman that's assassin that's hard to catch by taking out the Nolan.
Yeah, it also eliminates the potential of something like a Fredrin, right? If Twisted Minds ever considers that, because you don't want another beach, you don't want another like crossbow Tang setup for the 1-1.
It's a free setup, but at the same time, this composition may be thick, but it needs something that scales, right? That's where where all of our heads are at currently.
Yeah, so Granger is also one because it outranges 1-1.
Oh, that's a good point.
And again, right, you not only eliminate him from the gold lane, but also the jungle, unless we see something like I feel like we probably just devolve back to Hayabusa, or if we go down even further, maybe the Julian for Twisted Minds, but I've not seen Hoda play that. The Joy, maybe.
It's a little tough, right?
Yeah,
because Alpha and Julian are both in that same boat where it's like, it's kind of hard to get in range of 1-1 anyways. So that means you're probably going to have to look for other ways on the map to actually punish our opponents, take away that front line maybe. That's why I'm leaning a little bit more into the Alpha, but I think that RQ, now that they banned out the Granger on top of everything else, it's, I mean, where are we going to go with this?
Twisted Minds might consider wanting to ban the Phobius here.
If there's any day for Phobius ban. So they banned the Valentina. I can respect that, right? Like you have good ultimates for Valentina to steal. Like Glorious Pathway, AOG, Crimson Beacon.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, some Valentinas aren't afraid to duel up against and get close to a Juice in the laning phase, and those Valentinas often win.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have the Vexana available for him, and I mean, one of the classic answers to the Hylos and the Gatot Gacha.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
So it's a clue. Yeah, kills two birds with one stone. Hylos, Gatot does not matter.
Yeah.
And who is going to kill the glue?
It might not really not have enough damage, because even if you draft something like a Harith here, then the presence of the glue is difficult.
So it's a Moskov Joy again.
Oh,
so this time they do have tools that enables the Joy a lot more, right? It's not in the previous game where you're getting stopped by a Ruby. There's no room for a Ruby right now for RQ. That mid lane though, the Vex now feels better.
Yeah.
Vex is great now.
I think you kind of don't have a choice at this point, right?
Yeah.
Your Aurora was probably going to be like the best way to handle it. Even the Valentinas, they all deal with these, melee heroes very, very well at mid-range. Now it's going to be like high execution. If you miss your fear, you're basically as good as dead.
Yeah.
I wonder if Twisted Minds also picked up the Joy, thinking that maybe RQ are thinking of just picking something weird like a Faramis because of the aggressive team fight that you could chase after that. So,
that's one way to deal with it.
Whoa.
That's one person that the Joy does not want to get on top of.
Ooh. What is more Indonesian than a Kadita pick in mid?
Yeah.
Interesting. This is going to be an interesting matchup here. Some decent bursts, and also, I mean, we might see Cadito go up in win rate this time around. We're going to throw it over to our casters to handle this very final game.
It's all coming down to just this one game for either of these teams, Twisted Minds or RQ Hoshi, to make it to the next stage of the M6 Championship here. It's the knockout stage, that top 8 spot that they're looking for, and really it's in either team's grasp at this point, based on everything we've seen up to this point in the series alone in this best of 3. either team can grab this, but Twisted Minds, they have to make a big adjustment from that very quick game victory from RQ Hoshi in the last one. Can they replicate what they did in game one with this lineup? We'll find out, because it's about to happen.
On one side, a kingdom representing the pride of a nation, and on the other, a squad representing the hopes of a region one step away from reaching top 8 for the first time. Only one may remain undefeated into the M6 knockouts. Will it be Twisted Minds or RRQ Hoshi?
Right now, Rin's taking some damage, but he's going to be fine. Also, the Kadita, the fact that this comes out at this point in the tournament is great. You know, we've seen previews of this before, but what a fitting way to go ahead and grab a victory if it is RRQ Hoshi. And now Twisted Minds, on the other hand, like what they mentioned, you know, with this, whoa, actually already very aggressive from Rin's. Troll goes in with the Unbreakable.
A good knock-up, 3-man Jeet Kune Do. Sujin not able to follow up though, and now it's Mike Sama even coming to join the party.
Wow.
And no casualties so far.
No casualties, 2 flickers used though from RQ Hoshi. Cuffin will take some damage here. He's going to be fine as the mid lane still fighting for control.
Yep, Cho gonna get pulled back, taunted as well by Troll. Concussive Blast doing a lot of damage. Cuffin pulling Edok back one more time, but not quite enough damage to finish him off.
Threading the needle there, Edok. The fact too that, again, he didn't have the flicker. Surprised he was able to go ahead and withstand that. So still, neither team getting the first blood. Still trying to set the pace, and I think that's the thing too, you know, this Mozkov Joy pick this time around might work better for Twisted Minds than in the previous one, just because of the fact that they have, you know, their bases covered when it comes to the initiation, when it comes to the front line. They're running a double Revitalize composition too, so they're really trying to extend some of those fights and withstand a lot of that damage that will be kind of bursty early on from RQ Hoshi, especially with the Kadita. And then you have the 2 Purifies, so they have a lot of sustainability and utility that they can work with this time for game number 3 on RRQ Hoshi. Playing into it, Skylar and, wow, Sano going 1v1.
Yeah, Purify used by Sano, but Skylar showing superior skill. First blood claimed on the Mozkov. And now on the Turtle Pit, so Sujin on top. We're gonna see the blue jump in with the split set up for the rough wave. Troll surviving all of it with the Revitalize and still going in with the passive, still surviving. Sujin gets the turtle, Rin's gonna be traded away. Troll still alive after everything, and Direct gonna get pulled back by the Susin one more time. That's gonna be 2 kills for Twisted Minds in the Turtle Pit. Edok jumps in, gets the knockup. Sujin lands on Troll as well, finally picking up the kill his teammates could not get.
They weren't going to let Twisted Minds get all that, and then, of course, not get a kill on top of the turtle that RQ Hoshi gets. But yeah, you saw it, you know, how surprising it is when you have 2 Revitalizers to be able to go ahead and withstand a lot of that damage and extend those fights, but also in the gold lane. The fact that Skylar gets that 1v1, gets an item a little bit of ahead here, picking up that Corrosive Scythe already, so still also a level ahead against Sano. He's going to have to rely. Sano needs the help of the team to allow himself to get back into this, at least the matchup for a little bit, because right now with Skylar having this advantage against the Mozkov and having the notion of, okay, I have momentum in my favor, it's going to be really difficult for Sano to try to go ahead and go face-to-face against a Wanwan. And that's not even considering the fact that later on, you know, Skylar, we've seen this earlier in the tournament when he loves to pick this Wanwan and gets the airtime he needs, has items, and just turns fights around. And I guess that's, again, why you have this double Revitalized composition. You want to be able to withstand it. And then the Winter Crowns will come into play later. But still, as Twisted Minds tries to keep things from, you know, getting too out of control, they're working against just a 1,000 gold deficit at this point.
Yeah, I think what RQ Hoshi is going to be identifying right now is that Skylar has already gotten a much bigger lead in the gold lane than you would have previously expected. So they're going to try and extend that pressure over the rest of the map as well. This is already a composition that's very well designed for the one. Oh, hold on, Sano being focused again by Skylar. Actually able to get the crossbow tank, but not quite enough as the AOG comes in. Taunt on Skylar. He cannot connect the crossbow tank. Sano keeping his distance. The rest of RRQ too late to save their gold laner. They'll transition over to the Turtle Pit instead, but Twisted Minds already in control of it. And they should be able to zone them out and take it.
See what happens. Susujin's just around the corner. They're going to fight for it, though. Split already used. Turtle for the taking.
Susujin jumps in, steals it away from Twisted Minds as Toda is kicked away by Edok. Now the Split jumps onto Mike Sama. Will they be able to get the pull in? Blade Surge from Susujin lands. Troll and Mike Sama, though, so
they're going.
Edok with the final knock-up, and that's going to set up for an evil quelling as Skylar also picks off Coffin in the mid lane.
Man, earlier on, I was going to say, you know, it was unfortunate Skylar couldn't get the crossbow of Tang off that he was looking for. Very aggressive on it, gets punished, but then later on, after all that fight breaks out for the Turtle, he comes in, gets a kill this time, so he's back on track. And Twisted Minds, when they go into these fights around the objectives, you know, it looks like it should be in their favor. They have the proper tools to make it work. But RQ Hoshi's been pretty good at getting those battle spells out if they need to get the Revitalizers or the Glorious Pathway for one, and even the AOG earlier on because of that gold lane initiation. So that tier 1 turret's gonna go down, but top side, Rinse
gonna get caught out with a taunt. Rough Wave is used defensively just to escape from Twisted Minds. But Electrifying Beats was also committed by Hoda. Now we can see Dyren gonna get pulled back, but I don't think either team is looking for a fight right now.
This is what RQ Hoshi and teams like them love to do here, Safa. You know, little by little, they'll go ahead and focus down the objectives, whether that's the turtles, whether that's those early turrets down, and even the way they manage the farm, you know, in the jungle and then in the lane. They start to build up on these leads, but before you know it, it's out of control. And with this point, you're at 3K ahead against Twisted Minds, who has a lineup that obviously needs a little bit more time to build up here. It kind of gets difficult in a situation where Twisted Minds has to be able to go and maybe be a little more reactive to what RQ Hoshi does, because most of the time it's either going to be Edok that starts those fights or starts those skirmishes up. And with this, the last turtle of the game is going to come up. Troll picks up that Radiant Armor. He's going to need it for the amount of magic damage thrown at him. Mid lane, though, Cuffin also being checked here, and this RQ Hoshi, they'll get in position. I'm not sure if there's much of a contest here from Twisted Minds, but they might still try it as Hoda makes his way, but he might be too late.
Rin's gonna get pulled back, but here comes the stun from Dyren. They're gonna be able to get the way of the Dragon on Troll as well, and Crossbow Tank's already set up. Rough Waves also committed as Skylar takes to the skies and starts doing some damage, but the AOG gonna cancel a lot of it out. Troll's still gonna be taken out though, and Dyren pulling Mike Sama back in. Here comes the Spear of Destruction, but I don't think he wants to commit to it, even though Edok is low. That is a double kill as RQ Hoshi take 2 and the Turtle.
I think they're going to take more as this tier 1 finally the mid lane goes down, and great usage of this glue pick. You know, Dyren able to go with the split and drag people back right into the fight, right on the mark. Exactly what they needed with the lineup that they have. Twisted Minds really struggling still in the team fight. I mean, looking at the items too, they don't really have that much firepower. You know, you got a Genius Wand here for Hoda, and you're hoping to help, you know, make it work with Cuffin on this Jushin pick. But even so, Sano, 2 items locked in. You see the gold difference between the gold laners. You know, 1,500 up for Skylar right now. He hurts. You know, he's got the Trinity, he's got the Crocosite, DHS, and Malefic Roar. That's enough to go ahead and do damage to even the front line and the sustainability that Twisted Minds brought to this game. And so they need a lot more time to be able to go and actually fight. And that's why Skylar, as aggressive as he's been since the beginning of the game, even when he got punished early on, he's still going to do that. Oh, Spirit Destruction
connects on Skylar, but he has Purify, and now you see the Purify from Sano as well, but you cannot Purify Death. Rough Waves finds him. Crossbow Tank already prepared. Electrifying Beats doing a lot of damage from Hoda on the sideline, but Susujin still on top of him. They've lost Rins, but they traded for Hoda after killing spree. Double kill for Susujin. Triple kill as 4 members of Twisted Minds are dispatched. They're looking for one more. Split the land. Maniac for Susujin as RQ Hoshi run over their opponents.
Yeah, that's not what you want to happen if you're Twisted Minds. A Maniac for Susujin and Skylar as well. And I'm going to commend again Dyren, able to just go and pop off on this glue, even under the turret, drag people back for those secured kills for the team. Just perfect synergy from RQ Hoshi right now. This game number 3. That'll all get them this Lord as well. First one of the game. Twisted Minds in a position where, you know, they don't even really want to go and fight right now, because even if they do, even if, let's say, they get the perfect setup with an Avatar of the Guardian or, you know, just cutting off the Glorious Pathway, they're outgunned and outfarmed right now. This is going to be very difficult to even defend the base turrets on this first Lord push, as they do try to hold on to this tier 2. Well, with Susujin early on, hold on, pressure already put.
Yep, Dyron trying to jump in, gets CC'd by Coffin, but the Glorious Pathway utilized defensively already as the bottom tier 2 is just gone like that. Skylar
Mike
picks
Sama.
up the crossbow of Tang, gonna commit to it. Revitalize, not gonna keep Mike Sama alive. Mega kill for Skylar as RQ sets up for the continued Lord push.
RQ Hoshi wants to do what they did in Game 2. They're on track to do it. As all these shields are going to be popped, and now the top turret goes down even before the Lord makes it. A 10,500 gold lead at this point. 10.5 minutes in. They might look to close it out already. Twisted Minds has to come up with a defense of a lifetime to stay in it. And to turn things out, they'll clear out the Lord, but the bottom turret's going to be worked on. And finally, they do clear out the Lord, but base turrets will all be down and exposed, and Mike Sama jumps on in, trying to cut them off.
Comes out, electrifying beats on top of Dyron, but he's surviving all of it, even flickers out with the split, the glue, everything. And now RQ, it's go time, godlike streak for Susujin. Troll is gone. Twisted Minds with the 4v5 defense, they're trying to hold off the minion waves. Able to do a good job clearing them out the flicker. Jikundo waves the dragon into the unstoppable streak. Legendary for Susujin. Skylar picking up one of his own. Only one minion left. Twisted Minds will finally take it out. Sano taking the Spear of Destruction, but not enough damage yet to punish RQ. They are still 5-man strong. Dyron jumps in. Edok jumps in. Sano trying his best, but he cannot stop them. They have attended every M-Series playoff to date, and they will continue doing so as RQ Hoshi make it to the next stage.
What a performance coming out here, RQ Hoshi. Game 2 and Game 3. Game 3 even faster than Game 2 at 11 and 08. Feeling really good about locking that in. And again, for Twisted Minds, they should also keep their heads up high because, again, across from them was a team established like this, RQ Hoshi, a dynasty in themselves. And they held their own, especially in Game 1, able to turn things around. A lot that they can learn here, but very quick victories that they faced in Game 2 and Game 3. But again, congratulations to RQ Hoshi for moving forward. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down the series.
Thanks, Naisun, as well as Dafa. Great cast there. Beautiful game coming in from RRQ. Hoshi, the Kingdom. They don't want to be cruel sometimes, but they gotta show that they are still on top. And Twisted Minds, they definitely felt the might of the Kingdom.
Yeah, order is always maintained to a bit of force and power, and it's good to see that the Kingdom has finally made it to the knockout stage, continuing what history has always written in its previous chapters. And they gotta props to Skylar, man. Skylar had an amazing Game 2 and 3.
Yeah, the fact that he got the solo kill Sano to start off the laning phase in the gold lane, and then of course, the fact that after game number 2, they continued what they did in that game, here in game number 3, which was punish errors, punish mistakes, and punish overextensions by Twisted Minds.
Oh my goodness. With that being said, at the very least, this is our very first team confirmed advancing to the knockout rounds. Congratulations to RRQ Hoshi. Perfect score from the Swiss stage, 3-0, and obviously a bit of a struggle at first, but you know, showing their true might, definitely making sure that they are, well, showing at least a bit of that varnish, a bit of that polish that we expect for an M-Series competitor.
It's a tale as old as time, right? Like RQ, they only dropped one game, and that one, you know, props to Twisted Minds for dragging us to a Game 3. Like a lot of us came into this expecting a 2-0, so props to it. I'm enjoying this.
All right, with that being said, it does mean that we get to throw it over to our hosts and talk to the winners of this game on stage with our winners.
RRQ Hoshi, the first team in the M6 World Championships to make it to the knockout stage. First of all, I am with Coach Kescute. Coach, how are you feeling after winning that game?
Of course, yeah.
Feeling great. Okay, Coach, maybe you can hold here so we don't interfere. Hold the mic here. Yeah, hold here, hold here. Yes, okay, so we don't interfere with anything. So you're feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. Really, really good. Yeah.
Were you guys nervous entering M6? Because you guys have been putting up a very good performance. So were you and your team actually nervous for the Swiss stage?
Yeah, a little bit nervous. And then, yeah, especially it is BO3. Yeah, we didn't expect they are playing good on the first game.
Ah, yes. Now, Coach, I have a question. Speaking of BO3, RRQ Hoshi, do you prefer best of 1 or best of 3s?
of course, BO3.
Best of three.
No one prefer BO1.
Yeah, a little bit intense, no? A little bit intense.
Yeah.
Okay, now as we all know, RRQ Hoshi making a comeback to the international stage is a very big thing. One of the biggest headlines for M6 this time around. Now, in your opinion, how big is this win for you guys, making it to the next stage?
It's really, really big because we are the first one who's qualified. We can learn about this meta on this tournament because right now everyone is keep picking Bruno and we tried to counter but didn't work. Yeah, let's see.
Bruno is crazy.
Yes, yeah, he's crazy.
Okay, now coach, maybe you can give us an inside scoop on what happened backstage after you guys lost game 1. How was the atmosphere like? How were your players? Were they all calm or were they a bit stressed? What did you tell them?
So after that game, I think the player is mostly positive. They feel like they can still fight against the Bruno, but I don't want to choose that on this series because the Bruno is too crazy. And then for the second game and third game, I just called them to, yeah, we can just play normal game, no TP, no anything, just play our game. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
No recalls, respect the opponent, and ban the Bruno. I really like that coach is actually starting to put respect onto the Bruno despite the team saying, you know what, we can fight it, but coach is like, nah, let's not. Now, coach, now that you guys are already in the knockout stage, the next one who will possibly meet you guys could be Fnatic Onyx Philippines or BTK. Who do you think will go to knockouts first, BTK or Phenop?
Hopefully it's BTK.
Why BTK?
Because he's the one who's playing Fred in jungle like us.
Ah.
So we can make jungle tank come back in this tournament.
Oh, coach, do you like utility jungle?
Of course. As a coach, I prefer to play jungle tank because we don't rely on the assassin mechanic.
Too much,
Yeah.
assassin too much. Okay, I really like that though. Coach, thank you so much for your insight. But before we wrap this up, what do you want to say to the Kingdom who comes every day to support you guys?
Buat Kingdom yang udah datang ya dari Malai, dari Indo juga ya, makasih udah datang, udah support kita. Semoga nanti ya di knockout stage atau mungkin kalau di Axiata Arena kita bisa lebih banyak lagi ya.
All right. Now, coach said, thank you to all of the Kingdom who comes here every day to support. It doesn't matter if you guys are Malaysian or Indonesian. And he hopes that even through the knockout stages, and if they do qualify for Axiata Arena, you guys and more of you guys will eventually come down to support RRQ Hoshi. Thank you very much, coach. Congratulations on the knockout stages. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this match.
Kingdom continue to come. I mean, it's great to see them advance to the next stage here, but they are also setting a couple of records of their own, now achieving the next fastest game here at the M6 World Championships by 3 seconds. The previous fastest was coming in from TLID versus Fnatic Onyx PH at 11 minutes 11 seconds. Now, they achieve this in the next record, 11 minutes 8 seconds.
Ooh.
3-second difference here for that record so far.
Yeah, really love that game. I didn't realize that game was that fast, that they broke the record. I think maybe it's because of all the action that was happening that it sort of flew over my head. That this was one of our more faster games.
Yeah, I think also it kind of brings true to the identity, right? Like people joke about them being a brawl server, they like to fight, this meta is good for them, but if they can make use of it, then it's always going to be a plus point, especially when we've established after game 1 that sure, Twisted Mind has some merits, but early to mid has always been RRQ, and they really ran away with it.
So let's break it down here, right? Because RRQ in that early mid game, I mean, we saw lane dominance for one coming in from Skylar in particular, but I felt like Sutsujin, he was really creeping up, right? Early game, he's kind of there, but then once he finds his stride in the mid game, first 2 items, whoa, he sped up so fast.
Yeah, RRQ just had a much better scaling center of the map. Oh, of course, it wouldn't have been the easiest game of the Karita. Rins was punished at some times, and you could see that he couldn't really maximize what he could do in that hero. But once he found that space, that's when you really feel that, oh, Jushin just no way in hell does the same amount of damage as a Karita and has that same impact. You want to punish that Karita, but if RRQ is going to be able to find the initiation that they wanted, then it's good for them. And also, one of the biggest problems for Twisted Minds is the problem that Husky brought up earlier, and why earlier we mentioned it's important to also look at the pick of Dyren, how he's going to be able to impact the map. The glue was the perfect impact hero on the map.
Yeah, one of the best response, right? They saw a high loss Gatot, Gacha picked instantly. Doesn't matter which one goes into XP or roam, the glue solves that problem, and Twisted Minds will throw into a very rough spot. I just gotta quickly point out that Susujin has a 6k net worth lead over Hoda.
I'm telling you, he was creeping up really, really fast. The rotations that he was making down towards the bottom side, even for if it's a split second, he is picking up camps and he's picking them up real fast. Now, as we look at the emblems, I do want to pose the question. The Kadita, is this the situational pick of a lifetime? Is this the direct counter specifically for Jushin? Because again, we saw a lot of good moments coming out from Rins, but there were 2 revitalizers coming in from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, as a counter to the Jushin, I wouldn't put it that way. I feel like RQ were also somewhat limit testing with a lot of thought into the Kadita and what it can do against lineups that have 2 tanky frontliners. So I feel like this is a learning for all of us, where you could say that, number one, yeah, the kit of the Kadita will allow, if you're thinking about it in the team fighting perspective, the knockups onto the 2 main frontliners to increases the chances that Skylar can hit the marks and proc the crossbow of Tang. But then now you get to also see that, it gets countered by the double revitalize, that it might not be the best bridge for a mid to the late game power spike, because the early is very demanding for a Kadita mid.
There are a lot of technical elements for like RQ's thoughts coming into this. Of course, the draft on Twisted Minds might have influenced what RQ picked. For example, the glue and the Kadita. She also went for the pull yourself together, right? So you get flicker off cooldown way faster, which is also one of the big changes after they spat out the ability animation. Now you don't need Petrify anymore, which has always been a big weakness. I have the damage, I just cannot get to my target. You solve that problem right now in this current patch. That flicker rough waves onto Sano blew him up, and you can see that Twisted Minds have not experienced this before until now.
Yeah. And you could also point out that for Twisted Minds, they have a strong 4v1 team fight. They have the Moskov going for the 1 split, and it's 4 of them just holding on for dear life. But that's the most that they can do, hold on for dear life. It's so demanding for Hoda to tell Hoda, can you join us in team fights and be our main source of magic damage, because Jushin isn't really cutting it. And what did that do? Well, him losing to the jungle to this guy.
I mean, I felt like a lot of the pressure was just missing from the side of Twisted Minds, right? I felt like they couldn't find those big punishes like the Gatot, maybe finding the angle to actually taunt up the Cho as it was trying to go for a Shunpo, or maybe even the Jikundo. I was looking for that because it's, once again, when you are dealing with Jushin, you shouldn't have that much pressure.
Yeah, I think on top of that is also sometimes you have to understand when to call it quits, right? Like, Redma mentioned that Hoda should talk about kind of going in. I personally feel like Hoda should have just said, guys, let's not fight. I cannot do this. But they kept doing the same thing. And Susujin now holds the highest GPM in M6.
Hey, man. It's Twisted Minds. They're feeding into the Susujin fund right now.
Yeah.
1,051 GPM.
Like, feed right into the machine, right? Like, at one point, like after the second turtle, you should understand that, okay, we cannot fight this. We need Hoda to get his items. Like, Sano got solo killed 2 times. He needs his items, but Twisted Minds kept on going. And you just keep bleeding, right? You're not patching up your wounds. You eventually just bleed out to death.
Yeah, and in this series, I feel like it fully 100% confirms what you have to think of when you think of Susujin is this dude is a traditional carry. Whether it's with a melee type or, as he showed earlier, even though it lost, the Granger went insane in his hands in the jungle. This dude knows how to carry a team and be the main damage dealer for his team.
Yeah, even the journey for Susujin as a player is pretty interesting. When he joined Season 13 in MPLY under KGE, missed out on MSC, then when he went back to MPL ID, people were like, oh, it didn't work out in Malaysia, it's gonna go back to where he originally came from. Look where he is now, right? First team to advance to the knockout stage. If anyone out there is still doubting this little prince, I think it's time for you to change your mind.
I feel like Susujin reminds me of a fixed deposit, right? You invest a little bit into him, and then you kind of let him do his own thing for a little bit. Next thing you know, he's already made you 10x within less than a year.
Yeah, and this continues the trend for RK Hoshi, wherein they are reaching the next stage first. They're one of the first, if not the very first team to make it to the MPL Indonesia playoffs in Season 14. They were the first team to qualify for the M6 World Championship after winning the upper bracket finals against Team Liquid ID, and now they're the first to qualify for the knockout stages.
It feels good. It feels, honestly, it feels really, really good that back in Malaysia, we're seeing that our RQ are trying to make their names for themselves and establish that legacy, that long, long legacy of becoming and being that champions. Hopefully, history repeats itself to a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of like have the same kind of mirrored alternate version in MY. People were looking at Todak to make that return. I know Skylar even talked about wanting to meet Todak here, but at least for RQ Hoshi, at least one piece of that history is still moving forward into this dimension, or this era, which is RQ themselves. This past international championship, everyone has been looking at Fnatic Onyx Indonesia, they've been looking at Geek Fam, and people were just joking about, oh, RQ is never going to make it that far after groups. But I think they've proven everyone wrong, and now it's more like how much of a kingdom can you rebuild on the world stage?
Yeah, and Coach Gatsky said something interesting to me. It was like, excuse me, he wants to bring back the old tank fighter meta?
Yeah.
That's and that's why he wants BTK to move forward, because they both play the fragrance. When his team shined because Susajin is a hell of a carry. Interesting.
It is interesting, and honestly, I'm very happy to see our very first team who advances to the knockout stage. Quickly, in the back, we already have one of our boys ready to go, Sutsujin, our MVP, to put up their logo first to advance to the very next stage. Our very first team to make it to the knockout stage.
Truly kings of kings. Viva RQ, long live the kings of kings. Well, it must be nice, right? Being the guy to place that logo, right? First in line, no one else has been there yet. Obviously, the second team would be either BTK or Fnatic. You know, Kesku saying that they want to meet BTK, being interesting. But if they meet BTK, another interesting event would have presided them, which is them beating Fnatic tomorrow. So yeah, a lot more to come.
Yeah, that's all.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Hey, look, it's anybody's game, and honestly, considering the amount of upsets that could happen, it might just be another 2-1 in somebody's favor. It's a little tough to say, but at the very least, the one thing that we can take away coming in from Kesku at the very least is that they get to chill, they get to watch the upcoming games. Let's pull up tomorrow's schedule. For those of you who are looking to come down to IOI City Wall to watch these games at the M6 World Championship live, then here it is. Oh my goodness. First match.
Oh, my heart.
Rora versus Ulhendar. Second match, Vamos versus CFU. Third match, TLID up against Team Spirit. And the final match, close out the day, BTK versus Fnatic Onyx PH.
You know what, gentlemen, with the first and the last series of tomorrow, I'm really hoping I am gonna throw up because of joy, not of anything else, because tomorrow is going to be a tense day to be a Filipino MLBB fan.
Yeah, how's your heart to hear, Mar? I think even the first series, no one expected Olaf and Rora to be there. Like, they were both, I'm pretty sure, in all of our top 8 ranking.
Yes.
We're going to lose one of them tomorrow, guaranteed.
It's painful because, again, both of these teams, like Ulhendar is one of those few dark horse teams that I personally love. I love seeing the way that they play and how they continue to grow. But then we're comparing them to a team like Rora, who so far has been struggling in these BO1s. Now coming into a best of 3, we're expecting both of these teams to be at full potential, full peak.
Yeah, it's Coach Master the Basic said, like, they're used to being in this scenario. They were knocked down to the lower bracket in the MPLPH playoffs before forcing Fnatic Onyx Philippines to 7 games in the grand finals, and they were on the brink of losing that grand finals when they were down 3-1. So they're very familiar with adversity. Meanwhile, for BTK FNOT, man, I feel like that's I'm seeing so many people saying easy 2-0 win for FNOT, but a part of me is thinking that tomorrow and the very last match I am gonna be tense. I see BTK, being able to give FNOT a good fight.
For me, I don't want to look that far. I just want to look at CFU against Vamos. My heart, I can't take it. I thought I'm resilient coming into this. Like, I've seen enough failures for our local teams and people just dog on us for not making it that far. But now seeing SRG down 1-2 and Vamos tomorrow going up against CFU, yeah. So if that doesn't go well.
It could potentially not go well, but just to kind of brainwash you, pretend like it doesn't even happen. We have the top 5 plays of the day to hopefully reinvigorate your love for Mobile Legends, especially on the competitive stage. I mean, one of those plays, I definitely know which one is coming, but first, it's going to be Maycom Evolve against Keep Best Gaming.
I gotta say, Tracy put up a show today against Maycom Evolve, even though the games were pretty messy at times, but Tracy on that Khalid, that 4-man Raging Sandstorm you saw in a brawlish game, really was kind of like the tip of the spear that allowed KBG to keep on going.
Especially for LMU to say, wait a minute, let me just rest a little bit, chill out, and when I get boom, surprise, Marquinhos goes down with the 1v1 against the high-lows.
Yep, and the next play coming in from S2G Esports up against NIP Flash. This was honestly a really fun match to watch.
Yeah, it really was. Like, I think NIP Flash bringing out like kind of the classic Angel Link and how they play. I gotta really give it to Vanix and Hades, right? When you talk about two main carries, reliable carries that deal damage, this was one of the solutions against not just a Bruno but also a Farsa. I felt weird that they picked Farsa into a Link, but I mean NIP Flash made it work.
And of course, just in case you forgot, with Gideon's hand wave movements, SRG dropped to Falcon Esports earlier in the day because of this play. With Stormy flickering away, Dax using the Lord, as you mentioned earlier, Gideon via hopscotch. God, picking off Innocent, and then the follow-up coming in from that Tigreal. Crazy.
It still stings to watch. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I gotta give it to Dax. That was a crazy good play, but it hurts. But their final play coming in from Twisted Minds up against RRQ Hoshi here.
Yeah, that's the troll. Sort of like a backdoor flank with the portal. It wasn't the one that secured them the Lord, but it sure as heck gave them a team wipe against RQ Hoshi, right? This was sort of what worked the best with Twisted Minds. They just couldn't figure out how to keep it consistent in the series.
Oh, wait a minute. That was a Lord fight, yes?
Yeah, that was a Lord fight, a very important Lord fight here. And the one that you mentioned just now, our highlighted event, the flicker into the wave. Sano just disappeared. Like, even with Purify, just gone.
You just run, and you just disappear, right?
I didn't know you could make that noise.
I didn't know too. I was just testing it out. Apparently I can.
Can you do it again?
So I'm Sano, right?
Yeah.
Rinse flickers rough way, and I go.
That is so uncomfortably accurate, super uncomfortably accurate. And that's coming from an ex-swim coach, right? I've heard a lot of people semi-drown, and that's, I'll tell you, too accurate. Man, what a day it has been. And again, we're still not completely done with the third round of the Swiss stage so far. We still have another 4 more matches happening tomorrow, and we're going to see more teams, another team getting eliminated, another team advancing forward, and then a bunch in the middle who are just like, I just hope we win.
Yeah. Hey, RQ fitting the best, right? I think either BTK or Fnatic will join it tomorrow. You only play half of the Swiss stage and you get 2 on 2 knockouts. That's great, so great.
We highlighted all the matches tomorrow except for one. Hey, global esports fans, Team Spirit versus Team Liquid and Mobile Legends Bang Bang in a World Championship. I never thought I'd say that.
Yep, it's going to be a very exciting time. With that being said, despite all the exciting games, it is currently 8-10 here in Malaysia. Thank you so much for watching the M6 World Championships. Thank you to our casters and analysts. We'll see you tomorrow.
lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. At forced to behold any ways to unfold, I always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion.